Welcome. How's everyone doing today? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Who do we got here today? Luigi and Mario, Valley, JPFR, Megzy, Aniyami, Gamer, Fiona, Snot, Lean Lord Echo, Ebsane, Arseth, Oz, Edgar, Methos, CGZ, Tony, Mario, Nick, today we're going to be completing Labrys' story. Or maybe not completing it, but solving the to-be-continued part of it. She's the only one left. You go to the story mode menu and the music becomes so much less hype. That's so funny. The main menu music's so good. I assume Labrys' story picks up right where everyone else's story is kind of like peaked at, right? Like right before the fight. Alright. Wonder how much we can get through today. Should be interesting. I don't know how much is left of these stories after, like, the to be continued. Is it just as long? Like, are these at the halfway point? Or are they at, like, the 3/4 point? I'm very used to people pronouncing Cubai wrong, which is why I usually just start referring to myself as Sam in the videos. But if my YouTube channel was titled Sam, then I would get lost in the waves of all the YouTube content, considering so many people are named Sam. So I have Cubai as my YouTube name. I'm not very creative, and at this point it's too late to change. I've had it as Cubai for years. Give it another 2 minutes before we start. Just give people even 5 minutes to get to the stream before I get into it. Hey, Dark Mask. I think to unlock this one, I think you have to complete a P3 character story as well, not just Labrys. Notifications finally worked. Oh, what does that mean? Have notifications not been working for stream? I mean, I guess that would make sense. We've had a pretty low viewer count the last 2 streams. So if notifications aren't going out, that would make sense. You know, good old YouTube always freaking the fuck out. That's why, even though you should still subscribe and hit the bell button, because they do work 75% of the time, you can always join the Discord as well, and I will notify you before a stream goes live. What's up, Floyd? Alright, let's get into it. We've been here for about, no notification, gang. Big F. I need some, YouTube seems to frequently kind of blank out on my notifications, to be honest, which is really irritating. I almost feel like I want to make another YouTube account just to see if I get my own notifications for streams, just so I can see how reliable they pop up or not. I think it's most of the time, but I hear some people have issues a lot. I think it might be based on how often you come to the stream that you get the notifications. Whereas if you come all the time, you'll always get notifications. But if you can only make it to like every other stream, they might only give you like every other stream notification. I'm not sure. I do not. Zane, I didn't get notifications. Fuck. It feels like it's not that hard to just send people a notification for stuff. Like, we've been doing this social media thing for a while now, I feel like. And I feel like if you're subscribed to someone, you want to see their content. I don't understand YouTube's weird thing where they're like, we're going to decide what content you want out of the content you have already said that you want to. Didn't pop up today? The fuck? Yeah, that's depressing. I never get a notification. I get one after 10 minutes. Oh, so sometimes they come late? Okay. Weird. See, and that's another reason why I just have small talk at the beginning of streams. So let people's notifications filter in. I'm always like, I mean, I stream for a really long time. You don't gotta be here at the very beginning. Not a big deal. People filter in and out. You got a notification? Interesting. YouTube's so weird, man. You only get the Discord notification? Well, at least you get a notification. I just found your stream randomly. Hell yeah! I think that's how a lot of people find my streams. Do Labrys. Labrys is the only campaign left, so yeah, I'll be doing hers. Thanks, Valley. Every once in a while, I start like a minute or two early. Not often, though. Google owns YouTube, and yeah, I know. Yeah, I try to keep very consistent with my stream schedule at the same time every day, so that way, even if the notifications don't go, people kind of know when I'm going. I showed up. Recommended by YouTube's algorithm, and that's thanks to everyone dropping likes on the videos lately. It's been working out. I've been reminding people to like the video, and you guys have come through, so it gets recommended more often. So I appreciate that. You guys are really helping me out with those. I've said it a dozen times. I know it's the YouTube cliche to be like, like the video, subscribe. But whenever you say it, it always helps. Alright. Let's get into it. We've waited almost 10 minutes. We did some small talk. Where does... I thought, oh, so Labrys' story won't start at the Shadow Labrys part. I wonder if you won't be able to fight with her persona at the beginning. Like, her boss fight as Mitsuru, she couldn't use her persona. We'll see. I was looking for a Danganronpa Blind series and found you. Oh yeah, I had a blind playthrough of Danganronpa. I didn't put blind in the title, though. I've been thinking about going back into some of my playthroughs and adding blind, just so people know. It's like a first reaction type deal. Problem is that Danganronpa titles are so long anyway. It's hard to add anything to it without crowding up the whole title. Anyway, initial boot successful. Time stamped 4/20, 1999. So this is before the events of Persona 3. 10:16 in the morning. So I guess came like... The process
was successful.
A year later?
This happens every time, but I'm never sure what to say to them first.
You mean like a greeting? There's no need for that, they're just machines.
How dare you? Two humans within visual range. Both male. Searching for voice print and visual matches. Personnel identified as research staff, not hostile targets. I don't think we'll hit Ultimax today. I think there's still quite a bit left of Arena.
But things like that might affect the performance of these models.
Because they have a mind? Their emotions and things are completely faked. It's no different than an AI. It can't possibly be that sensitive.
Rude. Scanning for keywords in conversation, running logical analysis, cross-referencing with related data. Current conversation topic is not
Well,
orders.
until we rule it out completely, we should at least be kind to them.
Aw, look at this guy.
So you say. All right, from this moment on, you will be registered as candidate unit number 031. Please repeat your number back to me.
Confirming first order, initializing unit number, output via voice requested. Activating voice synthesis module. Accepting input. I won't shut up about it. I love the internal monologue of each characters and like the visual novel aspect of this game. It really does get you into the head of the characters, and it's interesting to see that now we're at the point in Labrys' story where she's not like human yet, where like Aegis is, and it's just all like processing commands.
Unit number 031.
Hmm? Did its pronunciation sound a little odd to you?
You're worrying too much. Let's hurry up and haul it out.
He's like, hey, I have a fucking Brooklyn accent. Receiving action plan through console. Combat test against others of same unit. Test commencing immediately after entering shock-resistant chamber within the lab. Frame stored within cage for transport. Beginning transport. Yeah, this is how Aegis was thinking at the beginning, too.
So this is the one. I've been waiting to see it in action.
This is even how Aegis kind of interacted with Makoto at first. Transport complete. Cage reopened. New human found. Searching for voice print and visual matches. Personnel also identified as research staff. Female. Cutting connection to outside data supply. Connection offline. Commencing cable disconnection. Reminds me when I
try
used
getting
to
up.
make fun of Aegis all the time in our piece in my Persona 3 playthrough for sounding like a robot. Order confirmed. Should I bring that voice back for Labrys? Nah, it's probably... It should be sacred for the Persona 3 playthrough. Get up. Initiating motion synchronization engines for motor functions. Accepting input. Safety limiters active. Balance control gyros functional. Overall movement systems functional.
This model's loaded with a nearly pure form of that crystal. I can't wait to see what kind of results it gets.
So does Aegis have the pure crystal then? Because this says nearly pure. So does Aegis have the pure one? What kind of accent does she have in the... Actually, yeah, that's a good question. What kind of accent does she have in the Japanese dub?
Unit number 031, can you hear me? Confirm your surroundings. Tell us any abnormalities you're feeling in your sensors or any other functions.
Order confirmed. Beginning simple self-diagnostic. Temperature, humidity, pressure, air composition, lumens, sound all within normal level. Visual data within expected color spectrum. All systems functional.
The readouts seem fine. Monitoring system is fully operational.
She has a Kansai accent? What's that? Is that like a city type of accent, like in America? Is it like equivalent? Or is Kansai viewed as more like a southern accent to what America would be? It must be the equivalent though, right? If that's the voice they gave her for the English dub? I'm curious now. We might have to check that out later.
Okay, we're gonna test your performance inside the battle chamber now. When you hear the buzzer, consider everything that moves an enemy and eliminate them.
Order confirmed. Awaiting the signal to begin test. Exit confirmed to be sealed. Room shape approximately cylindrical. Height approximately 11 meters. Area approximately 7 meters squared. So they even calculate the size of the room. Interesting. High energy light sources found on outer wall. Assumed to be fire resistant and bulletproof.
Sorry to do this just after you've woken up, but it'll be good to put you through your paces.
Release of facing hash detected. Mobile objects intruding into chamber. 7 objects in total, scanning for visual matches. Analysis, non-human. Confirmed as same model units of humanoid weapons. So she had to fight the other, weapons, or like the other anti-shadow weapons. Hostile markers confirmed. Classifying as hostile units. Releasing safety limiters. Battle limit now set at 70%. Exits confirmed, resealed. Test commencement signal received. Targets hostile humanoid weapons. Commencing battle. Oh, this isn't even a fight for me. This is just a cutscene, huh? Oh my god, that looked like an Aegis. Oh, Jesus. But isn't Aegis the future generation one? Oh, that bot's cute. Rest in peace, though. Oh. My cute waifu gone before she even got a line. Props to whatever scientist was designing all of the anti-shadow weapons. A man after my own heart. If you're gonna make humanoid weapons, you gotta make the cute waifu girls. And what a truly brilliant man. Oh. Are these all like generation 4? She's generation 5, she must be destroying the remains of the generation 4 for testing. All targets eliminated. Hostile units no longer capable of motion. Test termination signal received. Battle complete.
That was better than we could have hoped for.
Hey, what's with all the bodies? You made it fight that many on its first time?
Researcher with the tie is such a bro, man. He's the only one that actually feels empathy.
Don't worry, it did great. This is a new high score for the first battle results.
Well done, Unit Number 031. Stand by for further instruction.
Order confirmed. Exiting test chamber. Beginning transport to maintenance room. Resetting safety limiters. Taking seat in maintenance chair.
We're done testing, but there's still one thing left to do today.
Damn. All the cute waifus in this game, man. Hey, what's up, girl?
I'm going to temporarily shut down your optics. Can you close your eyes?
Order confirmed. Shuttering optic inputs. Connecting cables. Online confirmed. Switching a portion of data supply to outside source.
We're gonna transfer the data from the destroyed units into your memory.
Oh, why would you do that? That's a recipe for fucking disaster, dude. Oh, we're gonna merge multiple minds within your head. When has that ever gone right for anything?
Run a diagnostic check while we're doing it and report any malfunctions. Understood?
Oh no. Order confirmed. Readying self-diagnostic. Initiating data transfer. Initiating personality module link. Initiating diagnostic of transferred data and sorting procedures. Sector 001, close combat control data. Will investigate improvement of tactical patterns through synthesis and acquisition of data. Dividing into categories for sorting. Sector 2, evasive action control data. Why would you want to give her any of the data from the failed robots anyway? Obviously all of their data is irrelevant because she outperformed all of them. I don't really see how this would be useful. Will investigate improvement of tactical patterns through synthesis and acquisition of data. Sector 3, non-battle data. Error. Excluding. Sector 4, non-battle data. Error. Excluding. Sector 5, battle-related data. What could these be? That was a question. That was the first question. Like an actual question instead of a process. Momentary disruption of data from visual information stream. A room that is not this place. Outdoor scenery thought to be at night. Also scenes of multiple units of the same type gathering outside of the battle chamber. Could these be memories? Visual memories. They are obviously unrelated to the mission. Why have apparently purposeless memories have been preserved this long? 20 to 40% of the information data extracted from all 7 units are confirmed to be such information. Incomprehensible. What is
Anything
this?
to report?
Cables disconnected. Time elapsed during data transfer, approximately 5 minutes. Reopening optic inputs, calibrating servos.
All right then, unit number 031, give us a simple report of today's battle results.
Order confirmed. Delivering oral report of test results.
This was the first test battle against others of my model. 7 units destroyed. Below 15% damage sustained.
Is that below 15% damage on her? Because the others seem to have received a pretty high number of damage.
Don't seem to be any problems.
Oh, that was a human-like statement.
Was that...
Unusual expression detected from research staff. Facial recognition library indicates surprise.
Did I say something funny?
He's getting sassed.
Does it have an accent?
Accent? Do you not understand the words coming out of my mouth?
Admittedly, though, while we know Labrys and Igus are essentially human, if you were researching a robot like this, like in today's day and age, like say you're studying at college and you're like doing a cool little internship, this would freak you the fuck out if you were the first person to discover self-aware AI like this. Oh my god, this would be horrifying.
No, we do, but
See? I wasn't hearing things. The unit's speech really is peculiar.
You don't need to yell.
Is the language interface not set to default? Sheesh. If we'd known this, we would have reset it in advance.
Why wouldn't you want to give it some personality? That'd be fun.
Yeah, the base's personality might be coming out. I wouldn't be surprised if some of the volunteers were from the Kansai area.
But it just woke up. Would it be exhibiting such distinct mannerisms this early?
It may be the effect of an enlarged plume of dusk, the basis of their mind. Perhaps it's accelerating their personality development.
I like that everyone has such foggy glasses. Exchange of opinions taking place on unexplained aberrance in speech pattern. Hypothesis offered that language interface setting fall outside of expected results. Review of recent conversation does reveal certain discrepancies. Internal monologue is within expected patterns, but oral output induces abnormalities. Abnormalities not affecting meaning. No impediments to communication predicted.
But I don't want to waste this feedback data. Those are the best results we've ever seen.
Leave it. It'll be fine. They can understand us anyway. This is just one of those things that makes science interesting.
There you go again. This unit is going to be communicating with the others. What if this effect spreads? Not only that, but because this is an anomaly, it doesn't seem to have a 100% accurate accent either.
This is covering for the voice actor. They're like, ah, shit. The voice actor. Alright, so the Brooklyn accent's not perfect. Whatever. We'll just say it's a robot and it's not a 100% accent.
But if it has a personality, that might speed up the development of its mind.
Yeah, she's right.
The three researchers are standing around the maintenance chair. Each holds a tablet and examines the display on the chair.
All right, unit number 031, we'll explain things from the top.
Voice pattern consistent with research staff.
You are a weapon created to fight against unique enemies. Therefore, your combat performance is prioritized over all else.
I just realized my shirt's being affected by the green screen. Should I switch? This is kind of annoying, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, I dropped my controller. F. Oh, I can't reach it. Damn it. It's kind of a... Okay.
But in order for you to use a particular ability, you've
looks
been
like
given a certain
he's
amount of
typing for
awareness.
Based on my angle in the light, it's affected more. Alright.
And that makes your performance difficult to quantify, so we've been pitting test units against each other as a selective growth process. It's all in the service of achieving higher performance, and we don't want to waste any plumes of dusk.
Did they ever explain what plumes of dusk are made out of, or are they just kind of like winging it? Accessing archives. Search term, plume of dusk. One match found. A crystalline substance at the core of personality modules. Its name derives from its thin, plate-like shape resembling a shed of a bird's feather. Ah. In addition to its circuit-like structure, it has an unnatural vital reaction in response to external stimulus. Similar to a living thing, yet different. It's thought to exist in a state between mind and matter. Oh, really? Mass and information, the details are unknown. There are 12 other subheadings classified under Level 7 clearance. Access denied. Matter interpreted as the core of personality modules.
But regardless of your ego, there is one rule you must abide by.
Don't kill humans!
You might as well think of it as an order.
One rule to abide by. Awaiting order.
The only order is to destroy everything we identify as enemies and to emerge victorious.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Though your ego will give you some flexibility when planning tactics, there's no need to think about extraneous side issues. Use everything you have to win a fight. That's all you need to concentrate on.
They're not even giving her restrictions on human life. They're just like, fuck it, win the fight. Order confirmed.
Understood.
Destroy identified enemies and emerge victorious. A clear order. It is consistent with the role of a weapon. No abnormalities. Everything is clear. Underwent maintenance on the chair after test battle. Post-reboot diagnostics showed status normal. The time was 7 p.m. Research staff set new activity cycle. All units return to standby condition at 9 a.m. Units will remain on standby at regular intervals between tests until 5 p.m. Maintenance and setup will take place at 7 p.m. Afterwards, time is allowed to be spent in the outdoor area of the grounds. On returning, enter standby mode within the cage. Instructions are to repeat these actions until unable to continue. The next item on the new schedule is to spend time in the outdoor area. Parameters of spending time unknown. Hypothesize that the meaning is to remain on standby and wait for time to pass. Hypothesis unnecessary. The schedule must be followed. Exiting building. Outdoor area reached. Light levels limited due to time of day. Many trees still visible in the environment. It's almost entirely consistent with known data from the off-limits area. Ground is different from the laboratory's artificial flooring. The soil is exposed. Various natural plants are here. A certain amount of time must be spent here. The intention may be to heighten basic response capabilities in the natural world. Others of the same unit can be seen stepping into the central area. Reassessing the surroundings on various spectra. Unlike the combat test, no hostile unit markers detected. Hypothetical. In combat under current conditions, what tactics would be effective? I reassess the surroundings as a combat environment. I assign value to various geographical features. I survey the topography of the outskirts of the environment. I detect unusual movement in one unit. Other units are also surveying the environment, but this unit is crouched while holding something in its right hand. Kinda interesting how it would be really weird to observe a bunch of robots experiencing the outside for the first time. I do not deem this unit's unusual action to be a threat. I approach it in order to make inquiries. Upon my approach, the unit turns around and stands.
It's a pleasure meeting you.
Aw, same unit type. This Labrys facially looks the same, but her hair is in a more practical style. She's looking pretty cute too. Damn! Who designed all the shadow weapons? Props to him. They're my favorite person. I process the statement. Its conversational gambit is unexpected. I find no prepared response in my libraries.
You mean like how this is our first encounter? In that case, yeah.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy how just the hair can change someone so much.
What are you doing here?
It's funny how she has that accent, but still also kind of sounds like a robot. That would be kind of a hard thing to portray. Why do the robots always look cute? Why not, dude? Look, if I am in charge of this program, absolutely every robot is going to look like a cute anime girl. Are you kidding me?
I've never heard your accent before. It's intriguing.
They said stuff about my accent too earlier. Do I really talk that funny?
Accent too, like, that would be difficult. She's trying to pace it out, but still doing a Brooklyn accent, because Brooklyn accents are usually pretty fast, but to slow it down for a robot tense, that would be pretty difficult.
I wouldn't say it's strange. It was just surprising.
The unit looks over again and then speaks quietly to something in its right hand. I examine what it holds. It's an organism. Its body is covered with white fur.
What's that thing?
Oh, is she talking to a little bunny? This girl is so cute.
It's a dog. It must have wandered in.
Oh, it's a dog. Organism's parameters are consistent with access data on dog. Its size does not present a threat. The search of its specific breed is cancelled.
A dog.
Oh, why did she cancel the search on it? The unit turns its gaze back.
My unit number is 024. I wouldn't call it my name, but that's how they refer to me. What's yours?
This one seems to be a lot more human-like so far than Labrys is. Question difficult to process. Conversational subject of names is newly introduced.
I'm unit number 031.
They're up to the 30s. I see. That must mean they're finally creating units loaded with full-sized ones.
The dog barks. A scan of the surroundings shows several units turning to investigate. All units ignore it and look away.
This one wants to say hello too.
It does? You can understand what dogs say?
Because she's slightly less human-like than Labrys is, she can still understand dogs. Because once Aigis became human, she could no longer understand Koro.
Kind of. After carefully comparing its mannerisms and slight variances in its barking, I just figured it out.
Its right hand pats the dog's head while its left hand scratches the dog's neck. 024 continues to make various forms of contact with the dog. 024's actions are consistent with styles of communication. Hypothesis: the objective of spending time in this area is to develop communication skills. Conversing with others of the same unit and refining communication will enhance cooperative tactics. Counterpoint: no value detected in communicating with organisms not of same unit or human.
What's the point in doing that with a dog?
The point? There isn't one, I suppose.
So this is a very progressed unit, a very human-like unit. It's gonna be a real shame when we have to destroy this one. It's so cute. I'm sure that Aigis could speak dog still. No, and the answer when you try to talk to Koro, in the answer, it specifically says, like, I can't understand Koro anymore, but he seems happy, or he seems determined, or something like that. There is no point. Unexpected response strongly indicates that 024 is not like other units.
Are you interested in what I'm doing, though?
Interested? Is there interest involved? It seems to be the case. Unsure of purpose of earlier questioned to 024. Why ask it? Aural sensors detect electric noise. Meanwhile, recognized as pseudo-information involving no sound waves yet perceived as sound data. What? It is the alarm signaling the end of the activity. All other units begin moving as one towards the building. 024 speaks to the dog it cradles.
Sounds like that's all the time we have today. I need to get back.
024 crouches while petting the dog's fur-covered body and releases it onto the ground. 024 stands up again and turns around.
I hope to see you again.
024's expression changes as it says this. This movement of the lips is known as a smile. It is shown when humans experience happiness. Contradiction. 024 is a weapon, yet it makes that expression. No hypothesis found. Or, is there no point to it as well? Spare cognitive processes rerouted to analysis. Still, I cannot understand it. I like this a lot so far. The next day. Oh no, she is gonna have to kill 024. After being released from standby, I am assigned to a test battle against others of my unit as yesterday. Order confirmed. I am taken to the same chamber. The battle commences. I destroy the other 3 units and sustain little damage. As I wait there, the researchers come in. All have what seems to be high praise for my abilities. I do not understand how I should react to this. Should I give an expression of joy? As 024 did? The researchers crouch next to the units I destroyed and begin work on them. I think back and recall that they underwent this process yesterday as well. I am curious. I approach them. They open a slit near the unit's neck and use tweezers to remove a bluish-white, plate-like object. It shines. They put the object into a petri dish. That distinct shine, neither strong nor weak, is like no similarities found. I am sure it is similar to something, but I cannot access the relevant memory. It's the plume of dusk, right?
Well, let's get right to the feedback on today's battle.
As I sit in the maintenance chair, they connect a cable to me. The cable terminates at the midsection of a large device where petri dishes from earlier are placed. There are a total of 3. Each contains a bluish-white plate-like object.
What's that?
The researcher's expression subtly changes. She is surprised. It only lasts for a moment before it fades.
This is a plume of dusk. Each of the units you destroyed had one inside them. These are much smaller than the one installed in you, though.
I comprehend. Ah. This is what Aegis used to say. I like that Aegis did a subtle switch from I comprehend to I understand later on as she became human. This is a plume of dusk installed in me too. This is an unknown substance forms the core of my personality module. I was aware of its existence, but this is my first time seeing it. These are the 3 personality cores of the units I destroyed. They contain not only combat data, but memories and experiences. It's not long before the extracted data download begins. Oh yeah, see, now, why would you keep uploading the... No, this is such a bad idea! I sort for the data relevant to enhancing battle performance and incorporate it into my own. The process takes much less time than the initial transfer from yesterday. During that time, I recall what took place last night. There are cases where non-combat data is being preserved. Such memories are included in this download as well. Visual memories of the outdoors at night. Memories very similar to that were in yesterday's download too. Probably from time spent in the outdoors area. The units I destroyed seem to have assigned these memories the same priority as combat data. Aww. Their memories with their other robot friends. They value them highly. Oh, it hurts. Why though? It is effective in learning communicative skills, but that is lower priority than combat. The visual element preserved here is irrelevant. Wait. Hypothesis. The units I destroyed had their own priorities and values other than executing orders and performing battle. This line of thought leads to realization. This thought process I am undergoing right now. It's not executing an order, nor is it contributing to battle performance. I once again look towards the plume of dusk inside the petri dish. Something almost exactly like it is installed in me. Then, were the destroyed units thinking along similar lines as mine until yesterday? I feel a twinge within me. It is different from detecting an error or interface. What is this? Why is it the music from the Nyx cutscene? Because this is probably where she recognizes her emotions for the first time. This is probably its own type of arrival. I have no answer. Oh, this is gonna be real sad. I don't like it. You can tell we're back in Persona 3 territory because shit's getting sad. My second night of spending time in the outdoor area came. It started approximately 30 minutes later than yesterday, but there is very little variance in weather and temperature. The difference is trivial. The night sky has the same soft brightness. The wind and trees are no different. Without understanding why, I initiate a data search regarding the tree that catches my eye. I learned that this tree varies slightly from specimens of its kind found in natural forests. Though this topography seems natural, it may be cultivated and managed by the facility. I decide to traverse the outskirts as I did yesterday. It's not long before a familiar unit comes into view. There is no need to run a scan for visual matches. I know that this is Unit 024. 024's left side is turned towards me. It's sitting on a large rock. When I approach, 024 notices me and turns around.
Are you looking for something?
024 initiates conversation.
Huh? Who, me?
I just wondered if you were looking for me. I did express a hope yesterday that we would meet again after all.
I was looking for 024. It's true, I may have been. I began walking the same route as yesterday, but once 024 came into view, I changed course to approach. I may have been searching for 024 in this area. Did I desire to reunite with 024? Why? I am silent due to lack of explanation. 024 smiles again. A smile. What was the cause of that expression this time? I do not comprehend. like so many other things.
Would you like to sit with me? This rock is large enough to accommodate us both. It would be more relaxing than standing.
Thanks.
I sit in the offered space and gaze at the same scenery 024 is looking at. Oh, man. More relaxing than standing, but if you're a machine, there would be no difference in relaxing or standing for you. Oh no.
Can I ask you something?
What is it?
I decide to voice the doubt I experienced during the combat tests today. In my limited experience, 024 has a better comprehension of such matters.
Do other units think about stuff that doesn't have to do with fighting and missions?
Do you have such thoughts?
To tell you the truth, I can't really say. Feels like I do, though.
024 is silent for a duration before speaking again.
Units of our model are all given a mind. It's so that we can eventually develop what is called an ego. The reason our appearance closely resembles that of humans is related. It's to foster self-awareness similar to a human's. Have you not been told about personas?
Personas?
The word is unknown to me. Accessing archives. Searching for persona. Over 1,000 headings found. I must filter the results further. Which subject is 024 referring to? I am silent as I think. 024 smiles again and resumes the conversation. Why are there 1,000 headings for personas? The P3 crew hasn't really awoken to them yet. I guess they were theorized, but they weren't really regularly known about yet.
It's an ability expected of us that normal weapons don't have. The conditions to use one are theoretically already loaded in us. But a well-defined ego seems to be necessary to activate it.
I am already aware that we are being given a mind. Today I saw for myself the part that forms our personalities. It is activation triggered by development of communication skills. I still don't have a good grasp on it. Though, 024 continues to speak.
That's why I'm sure there are others with thoughts that do not pertain to missions.
That would seem to be the case.
Then, maybe those I've fought up till now.
024 trains its gaze on me.
And how does that make you feel?
Isn't that one of the, like... Fuck, is it called... What's it called to test if, robots have sentience? Is it the Turing test? A robot asking how you feel? What's that called? The Turing test is a method of inquiry in artificial intelligence for determining whether or not a computer is capable of thinking like a human being. Yeah. I think that's one of its... What's one of the questions? Oh my god, there's so much information here. The machine must use natural language, reason, have knowledge, and learn. Yeah, emphasis on emotional intelligence. Interesting. Yeah, I think that classes her as a... I think that would classify as her as passing, right? If she is concerned with how something feels.
The opponents you destroyed may have thought similar things to what you just did.
Oh no, don't give her empathy! Don't let her know that the other robots might have been thinking beings. Oh no. Oh, we're setting up all the things. We're hitting up all the cliches for this to be a tragic end. Oh no. Do I feel things? I cannot say for sure. I am unable to respond to the question. 024's expression changes again. The expression could be classified as a smile, but it's subtly different from the ones I have cataloged as experiencing before. Mixed with the joy and gladness of previous smiles, this one contains a hint of sorrow?
It's okay. You don't need to come up with an answer right now.
Oh, 024 has empathy for the other robots destroyed. Oh no. Oh, this is gonna hurt in a minute.
It actually may be better to forget it. After all, tomorrow we may find ourselves ordered to destroy each other.
024 is gonna have a lower performance though because she's more human. Once again, I detect a twinge inside from hearing 024's statement. It's similar to what I sensed during the data transfer today. What is it that wavers inside me? I am about to be lost in thought again. But as if to prevent that from happening, the signal from our schedule shift echoes in each of our ears.
It's time. I hope we meet again.
As 024 quietly stands up, I detect an expression I have come to know. Another smile. It appears as if 024 is adopting these smooth changes in expression naturally and not deliberately. I wonder if I will eventually be able to do the same. Oh no. Another night passes, another combat test takes place the next day. Just as scheduled, I face units flagged as enemies within the test chamber. I am overwhelmed with a strange sensation. The way that my opponents are expressionless now seems strange to me. There is no intent or cognition evident in their faces. They wear no expressions. They are blank. There is nothing wrong with them. That would be my normal assessment, but I recall 024's image. The blankness of these faces and 024's face when it had no expression are different. Even when 024 had no particular expression, it was not this blank. Not every portion of that face was neutral. Further analysis shows that the same is true for humans. The researchers are never completely mechanical and expressionless. I look at the hostile flagged units again. They are the same unit type as me. They were given a mind and may potentially develop an ego later. I recall 024's statement again. Do you feel something when you destroy an opponent that may be thinking the same things as you? I am on the verge of entering a long train of thought when the enemy moves. I shake off my doubts to focus on the battle. I study the opponent's movements. I formulate the most effective method of damaging it. I execute that method, over and over. The array of actions I have to select from, and my flexibility in linking them will decide the outcome. Having already received 10 units worth of downloaded data, I am likely second to none regarding the scope of possibilities in this respect. At times, I can even anticipate their next action. Since my opponents are the same unit type as me, their tactics are determined using the same thought processes as mine. That's right. They think the same things as me. Eventually, after approximately 4 minutes pass, all opponents are silenced. I successfully executed my mission. The day after that, I achieved victory in the combat test with the same efficiency. It's easy to eliminate them. I first began by targeting their weapons. It is not always necessary to destroy the main body. If they are incapable of resisting further, the battle is over. It is the most effective way. It's not the most effective way, but she can't process that it's the most humane way. The most humane way would just be to immediately decapitate them. And in hostile situations in real life, like if you have a gun or something, the easiest way to end a situation is to just put 2 in the chest and kill the thing. It's difficult to end it in a way that just incapacitates people. It's easy to kill. Oh, that's depressing. I win the next day, and the day after that. Units geared for close combat with no external weapons give me no choice but to damage their chassis. But even then, there is an order to things. If I destroy parts that are present as a threat, such as the motor functions of their limbs, the match should be considered as one. Oh, so she's trying to keep them all alive. Oh, no. Soon afterward, the buzzer signaling the end of the test echoes, just as I suspect. I catch myself rushing over to the unit collapsed on the ground. I have only destroyed the unit's arms and legs. It's still conscious. But I realize I do not know its unit number. I am at a loss how to address the unit. The opponent asks me a question that I did not expect.
You seemed to deliberately avoid attacking the face or the neck in that battle. Why?
See? See? That's just what I said.
Huh?
I am momentarily at a loss for words. What the unit says is true. There's no damage to its face. I review my actions during the battle and find that at no point did I attack its neck either. The cranial region is where the plume of dusk is housed. If it is destroyed in any type of unit, the unit will fail. Aiming to disarm an opponent is effective, but would targeting this obvious weakness be a more efficient tactic? I avoided doing so?
I dunno.
Like I said, it would be way easier to just kill it. But she's intentionally taking the hard way. Because she's significantly better than them, she can do it. The researchers enter the chamber and hide the unit from my field of vision. I could not determine whether my last words had an effect on the opponent's expression or not.
These past 3 days, it hasn't been destroying the other units beyond repair, like it did in the first battle.
It must be learning to finesse its attacks rather than just using brute force.
Guy with a tie trying to divert the conversation, but sketchy, untidy researcher knows the thing.
The result? Swift, overwhelming victories.
Its evasive skills are improving as well. That level of flexibility in evasive action could never be replicated by chaining predefined maneuvers.
This unit's collected a good amount of feedback data too. It's growing steadily, feeding on the bones of its kills.
Jesus, why would you phrase it like that?
You don't have to say it like that.
Thank you, researcher with the tie. Oh, you're the only human being here. The researchers are preparing for the download. Growing. Destroying them and absorbing their data. That's what growing is? Since I thoroughly destroyed few of my opponents these last few days, some of their bodies were salvaged. While I downloaded their data, I always kept their bodies within view. No. No, that's how you get hurt. Just as the combat tests are repeated, my actions outside each night are repeated as well. I become aware that I am seeking out 024 of my own will. When I attempt to communicate with other units, most often they cannot understand the meaning of my questions. This prevents us from conversing. But that may not be the only reason. I want to converse with 024. I have begun to desire it. When I go to see 024, the white dog I saw the first day we met appears from somewhere.
This one seems to have been raised as a pet somewhere far away from here. But one day, it was brought to the forest near here and its owner suddenly disappeared.
It seems unlikely that 024 obtained such a detailed history of a stray animal from the research staff. Was this all information obtained by communicating directly with the animal? From a dog that does not speak human language?
Its name is apparently Snowy. At least, that's the name it responds to the most.
I thought it was a dog.
Oh, well, the name of this animal is a dog. But how do I put this? Snowy is what this specific dog is called.
Snowy.
No. Snowy barks once, as if comprehending its name.
It's white, like snow. Easy to remember.
When I reach out my hand, Snowy rubs its nose against it without being frightened. The way it presses at my fingers feels as if it's showing pride in its name. Oh no. I do not know the tactical advantage that communicating with animals offers to a weapon. But I feel that there is a value in spending time with it. I decide to spend my outdoor activity that day following Snowy around with 024. It is outdoor activity time on the next night. When I arrive in the outdoor area, I am listening to a certain sound. I hear this sound intermittently every 4 to 7 seconds. I had wondered about the unknown ambient sound since the first day, but I determined that it wasn't a threat and focused my consciousness onto other things. Tonight, I increased my microphone sensitivity to maximum and concentrate on the sound. It's similar to something familiar. I scan my memories until I realize what it is. It's the sound of water. I hear it when the staff uses a device to clean their hands and tools. The waveform has some similarities to that. But if the sound is at this volume in such an open space, the volume of water must be higher than a normal supply would allow for. What could it be? I contemplate asking 024. It is clear that 024 knows much more than I do. I begin walking in search of 024. Where could 024 be? I go to where we spoke a number of times previously, but 024 is not there. 024 is also not at the rock where we sat together. Is 024 not here? I quickly discard the possibility. We are not ordered what to do while we are here, but coming to this outdoor area is an order. If post-testing diagnostics show no abnormalities, we are all to report directly here. I consider this. If there are no abnormalities, I feel a twinge in my chest. It's larger than ever. 024 will be here if there are no abnormalities. But what if there were such abnormalities? What if 024 was damaged during the combat tests? And sustaining damage is not necessarily the extent of the problem. Could it be? I realize that my arms are trembling. It is not a conscious movement. I cannot make it stop. It is possible that perhaps 024 lost in a combat test and was destroyed. In these circumstances, it would be expected for such a day to come. What if 024, what if she never came here again?
Oh, this is where you went. You weren't at the usual spot, so I was looking
Oh, God. They're doing the bait on me. Oh, no. Happiness wasn't invented until Persona 4. This story can't be happy because it takes place before then. Until I heard the voice from behind me, my sensors had stopped accepting input. Oh. No sound, no light, nothing. All of them come back online with her voice. I turn around. 024 furrows her brow and looks at my face. Dude, anxiety's super high right now.
What's wrong? The look on your face seemed as if you saw something frightening.
My face? My expression? Frightening? Am I scared?
They're making it obvious she's gonna be destroyed? Yeah, it doesn't mean that you can't make it hurt, even if it's obvious. I do not comprehend. I cannot make that judgment.
Are you perhaps scared of fighting?
Nah, I don't think that's it. What is this? I can't tell.
Am I scared? Scared of what? That she'll disappear? During an operation, it is possible that I might assign greater priority to other units' safety than my own, but we are not on an operation now. And this emotion is not the same way. It's a different emotion. An emotion? I have emotions? I look to 02's face pleadingly, but I cannot put my question into words. I cannot express my feelings to her. And though 024 sees this, she says nothing. She only smiles tenderly. It's the same smile she showed once that looks happy, but also sad. During that night's outdoor activity time, neither 024 nor I speak much. We just walk together, side by side, without making words. I do not take the opportunity to ask her about the intermittent sound of water. Oh, that's gonna hurt later, because she's gonna be like, I never got the chance to ask her. Oh. It is the next day. I detect some sort of weight in my chest. I am aware that there is no physical weight there. It is most likely a psychological phenomenon. I perform a vocabulary search. The idiom of being heavy-hearted applies best. This is significantly before Aegis was invented. Or created, I guess. I cannot help but find it amusing. It is a very apt phrase. But what is causing the heavy-heartedness? That I may not be able to see 024 someday? That may be it. But I do not think that is all. Over the next few days, I spent my time without finding an answer to this question. Each night after the combat tests, when it's time for outdoor activities, I seek out 024 first. And each time I confirm her presence, I feel an indescribable sense of relief and rush over to her. That's, the feeling she is feeling is what we call anxiety. Welcome to my life, Labrys. We exchanged standard greetings in the first few days, but that practice was eventually discarded. Now there are no special greetings between us. We can understand each other without words. Our eyes and expressions communicate enough. Tonight as well, I find 024 and rush to her as usual. There are no words, only an exchange of smiles. We begin walking together.
Do you remember me asking before if you were scared of fighting?
I nod.
To tell the truth, I'm scared of it too.
Her confession is surprising. It is counter to our nature as weapons. Yet for some reason, I'm not surprised by it.
I'm afraid I'll lose and be destroyed, and it's painful for me to make others go through the same ordeal.
Sounds like someone's about to get a persona.
We may be weapons, but shouldn't we be driven by more than seeking victory? I've been wondering that for a long time.
But that's against orders.
024 gives a half-hearted smile.
I'm sure things would probably be much simpler if I stopped thinking and just obeyed orders. Unfortunately, I finally found it. I found my answer.
No! No, you can't say that in Persona 3! Oh. Oh, no.
Your answer?
No! That is the death flag! Oh, that's not just like any normal death flag. That is like the super death flag in Persona 3, dude. Oh.
There's someone I want to meet.
No. Oh no, don't want to meet anybody.
I feel like meeting this person is my own objective and not an order given to me.
No. No, you don't want to find your own person. No. Since we have never left this facility, we have absolutely no acquaintances with outside people. There should be no relationship with such people. But I immediately understand. This person wants to meet someone. Is someone on the outside. Even I don't know why I thought so. But when I reflect upon that thought, the indescribable wavering within me becomes greater than ever.
Ever since I started thinking that I was scared to fight, each day was painful for me. If I'm going to feel this way until the day I lose, I even thought it would be better if I lost on purpose. But I won't think that anymore. I feel glad now that I exist. I mean, we're loved after all.
Loved?
That's right.
I repeat that to myself. The word loved. I do not comprehend. But when I look at her gaze, her clear eyes seem to see beyond the sky. Her statement seems correct. I feel that this must be something vital. As I watch her try to express something without words, it is hard to believe she is the same unit type as me. It seems more that she is human.
Why are you telling me this?
It's probably because I didn't think anyone but you would understand.
Well, I hate to say it, but I'm not sure I really get it either.
I'm sure you'll understand one day. I hope so anyway.
Sheesh. Why you gotta be so cryptic?
Because her death flag is already too high. She can't say anything but vague statements anymore. It's too late for her, Labrys. Once it has reached that height, you can't say any solid statements anymore. Ugh. 024 laughs at this. It is the purest smile I have cataloged. No. Oh, it's so bad because we know what's gonna happen. If we didn't know, if we could have done this campaign first, it wouldn't hurt as bad. I mean, it's still pretty predictable. The death flag is a little too high now to not see it coming, but... Are we gonna come up with an unofficial name for 024? I don't know. I'm not very good at names. I know without comparing it to anything else that this is a smile of pure joy. I detect Snowy playing at my feet. After playing at 024's feet too, Snowy runs off ahead about 3 meters and then turns around. Its tail moves vigorously back and forth. Soon afterwards, Snowy sits on the ground and looks up at 024. I watch 024 crouch and pat its head. I am thinking back about other things. Maybe something like related to snow? Maybe we could give her a nickname, something snow related? I feel like Yuki is too close to Yukiko though. Why is it that I feel bad when I know a kind robot with emotions is gonna die? It's because it's still sad. Just because you know it's gonna happen doesn't mean that the story can't be sad. It's all about immersing yourself in the story. So even though you know it's happening and it's still gonna be sad, part of what lets you experience stories get fully invested is just allowing yourself to become immersed in it anyway. That's what I like to do. That's the best way to enjoy a story. Just let the emotions out. Things besides fighting and defeating the nearest enemy. My own objective. Someone to meet. I still do not fully comprehend. But the way she is playing with Snowy tonight looks more fun than ever. Her smile seems very natural. If the answer she discovered is the origin of that smile, I would like to understand it someday too. No! No! I can feel that desire budding inside me. I still haven't changed Nightbot, by the way. Big F. Once again, I participate in a combat test. Once again, I claim victory without destroying my opponent. I target only weapons and limbs. I elect not to employ the tactic of targeting the weakness in their cranial regions. I believe that if they think the same things I do, they would not wish for their personality modules to cease functioning. Though even if I do not destroy them, the research staff will remove their plumes of dust. Either way, their functions will be suspended. My actions are difficult to justify, but I feel that suspension through destruction is not a worthy end for them. That is what I think when I rationalize it by applying the criteria to myself. I do not think anyone would want their consciousness to be terminated by those like them. I find myself more conscious of the damage I sustain and my efficiency in combat than ever. Depending on my results, I may eventually be ordered to destroy them. To prevent that from happening, I must continue fielding favorable results. It becomes easy to continue fighting with that objective in mind. That is becoming my new objective. I am theoretically being tested on destroying my opponents, but I have begun fighting so that they will not be destroyed. Paradoxically, this has caused my results to improve. Could this be considered going against orders? My strike shatters the servos in the opponent's pivot leg. She falls to the ground, unable to stay upright. Her weapon has already been destroyed. She should be incapable of resisting now. But the buzzer signaling the end of the test does not sound. As I wonder why, I hear a grating metallic sound from the opponent. She leaps onto me with her one good arm and leg.
What's the matter, number 031? Hurry up and terminate the target.
I do not know what to do. My opponent is acting contrary to her own safety. I grant that this is the only action left to her, but she will destroy herself before inflicting any damage to me. A tactic like that puts one's life at risk like that. Putting one's life at risk? What am I saying? We are weapons. We exist to obey orders. We cannot prioritize our self-preservation without a change in those orders. That is why she is challenging me to a fight. She will do so until all of her circuits and servos burn out, and she becomes incapable of action. As she grapples with me, I put my hands to her neck and squeeze. I adjust my grip strength limiters to 70% of the maximum. The opponent's body makes an abnormal sound. After this, I sense the main lines of the bridge unit snap in half inside the structure. Her movement stops. Her limbs go flaccid, indicating loss of consciousness. I can see my reflection in her optic inputs. They have lost their focus and look like black holes. Oh no. I gasp. The face I see reflected in them is not expressionless. How should this expression be classified? I have seen it sometimes when 024 smiles. This face indicates sadness. The buzzer signaling the test ends finally rings. The researchers enter the chamber. I am used to this scene now.
Now that was pretty impressive. You think it's because of the size of her plume? Funny that one little part could make such a difference.
Indeed. Most of it is due to differences in their tactical mentalities. It may be on the cusp of what we would call an ego.
Considering how everything's been going so far, I'm starting to believe more in persona abilities.
One little part? Is it true that the plume of dusk installed in me is comparatively the largest among units of my type? But does this part determine everything about us? 024's smile seems much more human than mine. I find myself opening my mouth to speak. But I realize that the statement I am about to deliver is a protest. I am quick to abort. Was I about to deny the staff's authority? They speak to me. My confusion seems to have gone unnoticed.
Well done, unit number 031. That was an impressive display of destruction. Plus you cleanly severed its transmitter, leaving the plume of dusk unharmed. That's certainly ending things on a high note.
Ending things on a high note? An act of destruction is a high note? The researchers look at each other while holding the petri dish with the bluish-white plate-like object. One of them says, "This is the one."
All right, number 031. As of today, the test battles are finished.
Huh? It's over?
I cannot help questioning the unexpected statement.
All the results indicate that you have the very highest performance out of all the units of your model.
I'd say we can go ahead and earmark unit number 031 to be the base for developing the 5th generation.
The base?
It means that you're the winner.
The combat tests are over. Will I no longer be required to fight? A strangely intense sensation of relief fills me. It's not because I won and gained a reward. If the tests have ended, those of my unit type that are not yet destroyed can escape that fate. Interesting. It seems that I was reluctant to destroy them after all. My priorities have become inverted. Yet I am so happy I smile. The researchers notice this expression as well and smile back.
Okay, we're going to begin the usual review of the feedback. So come over here.
This isn't going to go well. She's going to get uploaded all of the data from the other models like her. And they're just going to scrap the rest of them. Oh. When the download begins, the memories and thoughts of my recent opponent flow into me along with vivid images. Shifting through battle data has become a routine I have repeated so often that I'm barely conscious of it now. I pursue the non-combat data memories she preserved. Oh, so she's not even paying attention to the combat shit anymore. She wants to get right to the non-combat stuff. It is the landscape of the outdoor area again. At first, I could only vaguely recognize it, but now I can pinpoint exactly where this memory is from. It's near the biggest tree. The memory is of flowers. There are images of a small shoot, a budding plant, and a blossoming flower. She must have had an interest in the concept of growth. For we machines, the growth of an individual is an unknown concept. But one of us took an interest where I had only seen as part of the landscape. It seems that she too had her own thoughts, unrelated to our orders and battle performance. She simply did not show it. I recall what 024 said. My own objective and not an order given to me. The twinge in my chest returns. I'll make sure to hold tight to your memories. This was the thought that formed in my mind. Once again, it's time to spend time outdoors. I quickly meet up with 024. It seems she was looking for me as well.
Hey, can I talk to you for a while? The lab boys told me today that they were putting the kibosh on the test battles.
That's very human. The lab boys.
It's over then.
Look, I've been thinking, if they end up tossing us out soon because of that,
We should rebel.
I want to go with you to go see that person you were talking about. The one you wanted to meet.
Ooh, it's, if they toss you out, it's not going to be like a, we're going to let you out into the wild. See ya, have a nice day. I would imagine it'd be more like the scrapyard.
I might even put in a formal request about it to the lab boys.
024 takes my right hand. Before I can determine her intent, she pulls a cable from her wrist and connects it to a port in my own. Uh-oh. Is this getting super intimate? She looks at my face in silence. Thinking that she wants to confirm that the tests are in fact over, I nod. But the data that transferred is from her to me. The packet that flows through the cable from a single very small archive file.
If you are still safe when everything is over, open this file.
024 removes the cable, but keeps hold of my hand.
What do you mean, when everything is over? How come I can't look at it now?
If I had to answer, I would say because it wouldn't be fair.
Fair?
She smiles and does not answer. It is that same unsure expression. 024 must know she's about to get scrapped then. That's probably the member of who she wants to meet. It is a smile, but there is sadness in it.
It would be wonderful if I could go with you to see her.
Her? So this person you're looking forward to meeting is a girl?
FemMC?
But it's strange. Even though my wish may not come true, I still feel satisfied for some reason. How bizarre. It's a fervent wish of mine, too.
Who does she want to see? Oh, I'm so curious. She looks towards the sky and smiles faintly. This time, it contains more than sadness. There are too many emotions for me to parse, all reflected in that one expression.
I believe in you. I can tell you this because I trust you.
Flame Lord, Aegis isn't created yet. We're still in creation of 5th generation, but Aegis is 7th.
Maybe that's why I feel so at peace.
Huh?
Maybe this is what it is to feel alive.
This would be the moment where she would get her the awakening, or second awakening of her persona. But she doesn't have the first one yet, so she's not getting it. Alive. It has happened again. I do not comprehend the meaning of the word, yet I feel a twinge inside. I look at the sky in an attempt to follow her gaze. There is nothing there to hint at her meaning, but I still wanted to get closer to her. She wishes for me to understand, and I want to grant her wish. From then on, we spend our time looking up at the sky in silence. Eventually, the signal that time is up reaches our ears. That is when I notice that the moon has appeared from behind the laboratory buildings. I see. I thought that the light emanating from the plumes of dusk reminded me of something. I now know what it is. It's very similar to the light from the moon in the night sky. The sun rises and the next day arrives. After coming out of standby, I am ordered to enter the shock-resistant chamber once again. I thought the tests were over. From what I am told, it's for a different purpose than the combat test. Soon afterwards, the 3 researchers who supervise the feedback downloads appear.
Sounds like it's decided. We'll discontinue use of the name Unit Number 031. Generation 5 Labrys will be this unit's new name.
Labrys.
Ah. But wait, why isn't she being called Anti-Shadow Weapon? I thought that's her official name. It's clearly not, then.
That's your name. The official one's much longer.
Oh.
Generation 5 Anti-Shadow...
5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon Labrys. How hard is that to remember?
Labrys.
This designation by a name that is not a number. I never questioned being called 031 until now. Nothing about it seemed awkward. But now I wonder why. I am happy to now have an acquired name. Even if my designation changes, it will not have a concrete effect on my abilities. But by discarding my number for a name, I feel as if I'm no longer one of a series with minute variations. I am a discrete individual. That may be why. I find myself smiling as a result.
From now on, the battles you fight will not be to test your performance. They'll be geared toward drawing out a persona.
Uh-oh. You need to be emotional to draw out a persona.
First, you will fight all the remaining units of your model type. Your objective is to destroy them, every last one.
Huh?
I am perplexed at the disconnect between their tone of voice and the specifics of the order. Fight against all remaining units of my model type? Dude, I called that shit. Just destroy every last one of them?
The fear impulse and self-preservation instinct seem to be the key to activating a persona. This is the most effective method of inducing extreme mental stress.
Stress? Come on, you don't have to go this far.
Uh-oh. Are evokers not a thing yet?
Huh? Oh, that's a first. None of them have ever protested like that. Well, at least that's a sign that its ego is developing.
You told me it was over. I thought I wouldn't have to do these things anymore.
Attack the researchers.
You.
Ain't there some other way? If there is, please, let me do that instead. I don't want to fight them anymore.
The 3 researchers look at me with apparent surprise on their faces. Did my protest get through to them? I hope so, but...
That's a surprise. Such natural speech patterns. I hadn't thought its personality would develop this fast.
All the data's being recorded now. Let's compare them and look at which stages they improve at.
They smile while muttering to themselves. I am at a complete loss for words. They are not machines, but humans, and on top of that, they're creators. It is not possible that they do not understand me. Yet their current expression, until now, I thought that they were understanding people who treated us as close to human. I was wrong. I am only an object to them. No matter what I say, they will see it as a response to stimulus. Behind their gentle attitudes, we are nothing more than test subjects they hold no emotional attachment to. They do not focus on what I am saying. They are only interested in it as a reaction. The researchers ignore my stunned silence and hastily leave the chamber. Their figures are hidden behind the hatch. Soon, with a terrible low-pitched sound, the hatch on the other side begins to open, where my opponents come through. Ah. I will be forced to fight again today, and in the days to come. I must continue to destroy my opponents each time. I cannot find the words I want to say. I slowly turn my head towards the hatch. But What I see there is what truly leaves me at a loss for words.
No.
The opponent emerging from the hatch is 024. Ah. There is no smile or sadness on her face. She is quietly standing there, expressionless. 024 steps into the chamber while gazing at my face. The hatch slowly closes behind her.
No. Why?
Even I do not know who the question is addressed to. Why is she here? Because she was ordered. Do I have to fight her now? It is not quite sinking in yet. But, in a sharp tone I have never heard from her before, she tells me what I must do.
Draw your weapon.
I can't.
If you don't fight, you'll lose. I will end up destroying you. Are you willing to accept that?
Why? Why are you saying this stuff?
024 ignores my question and reaches behind her back with her right hand. The multi-use weapon unit releases from her back, and it becomes a greatsword in her right hand. It is approximately 1.5 meters, as long as she is tall. It is also alarmingly wide and fitted with propulsion devices. It is difficult to process seeing the weapon pointed at me.
If you fear being destroyed, if you have a heart capable of fear, then there's no need to hesitate. That alone gives you the right to attack me with all your strength.
But doesn't the same go for you?
I could not help but plead. 024 does not answer. But it appears that a very small smile forms on her lips.
You said there was someone you wanted to meet. I can't fight you knowing that.
Oh no. I turn and appeal to the researchers waiting for us on the other side of the glass wall.
Come on! Stop this! I don't want to fight anymore!
I press against the transparent wall and continuously strike it with my fist. Though my safety limiters are disabled, it must be coated with something even I cannot scratch. The researchers standing on the other side are completely expressionless. It's as if they are machines themselves. I beg and plead, but they do not respond. If only there wasn't this clear glass wall between us. I'm so frustrated. Why? I then hear 024 speak up weakly behind me.
Only one of us can exit this chamber.
Huh?
They never told you, since you were strong enough, that battles never lasted very long. But that's the rule of this place. The only time the door leading beyond that transparent wall opens is when one of us is considered unable to fight. From the start, this whole setup never took our feelings into account.
Work together with her then to break the door down. I can say nothing. I can see from her words what atrocious battles were forced upon her.
But talking like this is a waste of time. I can see I won't spur you into fighting with just words alone.
As soon as she finishes, 024 leaps into the air, swinging her sword at me. I quickly jump back and barely dodge the attack. Her sword slashes the space where I had been at a speed that could have killed. The tip grazes the chamber floor, and red sparks fly. She is serious. It finally sinks in. I jump away to put distance between us.
I don't intend to meekly accept my destruction. I have my own goal, after all. Now, fight me.
I have no choice but to fight. But a thought crosses my mind. In terms of basic combat strength, mine's probably higher. Using my usual tactics, I should be able to destroy her weapon and disable enough of her servos to prevent her from attacking. 024's ego is without a doubt more highly developed than mine. It must be of value to the researchers. If I can render her incapable of acting, I may be able to avoid the order to destroy her when she is down. I decide to bet on that responsibility, or on that possibility. I shift my priorities and fight back with all my strength. I cannot do this empty-handed. I remove my own multifunction weapon from my back and shape it into a battle axe. It pains me to do this, but it's the only way. I repel 024's persistent sword strikes and go for a counterattack. I aim for the greatsword clasp with my battle axe. After a number of hits, it shatters. My next target is the transmission system for her shoulder and knee joints. In terms of output and movement itself, I detect various differences between us. Amongst those of my unit type, I awakened latest. Compared to 024, not only my upgraded personality module, but my limbs as well have been upgraded to the latest versions. It is only a matter of time. 024 loses virtually all offensive capabilities and falls to the floor. As I planned, 024 is mostly undamaged apart from her weapon and motor functions. I immediately turn towards the researchers behind their invisible wall and raise my voice.
Isn't this enough? She had that ego thing way before me. Destroying her won't do anyone any good. Come on, have a heart.
But hearing this, the researchers only laugh. Their faces are as joyous as when they see results that surpass expectations. Why? What in this situation could cause such joy? 024's body, collapsed on the floor, suddenly begins to convulse. It goes still for a few seconds, then, although it should not be able to move, it drags itself up.
Huh? What the?
Oh, yeah, she's gonna have a persona. Unpleasant metallic sounds are coming from all over her body. It indicates she is undergoing unreasonable stress. Still, no expression appears on 024's face. It's a cold, doll-like void. It is similar in appearance to a newly activated unit. I know as soon as I look at her. She would never make a face like this on her own.
What did you do to her?
It'll be coming at you with everything it has now. You better not hold back either. Number 024 had an excellent record against others of its model. Even you might have a hard time beating this one, Labrys.
I unconsciously find myself biting my lip. We are weapons. In other words, we're tools. Of course, there would be a means to issue orders remotely. I recall what one researcher said. This is the most effective method of inducing extreme mental stress. In other words, the more strongly I desire 024's survival, the stronger my reaction will be when forced to destroy her. That's why they laughed. I can sense the strength draining from my shoulders. There is nothing more I can attempt. All I can do is end her. I'm going to take a guess that the person that she wants to meet, by the way, is the dog's owner. Behind me, 024, or rather an animated shell, approaches me, its limbs shaking. I suppress all thoughts unrelated to tactics and slowly turn around. My body goes cold, my arms move into position as if controlled by someone else and ready my weapon. It was not a close fight. Once I decided to finish this, once I was resolved to stop her, 024 as she is now stood no chance against me. I fall to my knees next to 024. Her limbs have been shattered. She will never rise again. My processors are overloaded with things I cannot understand. I feel as if processing is slowed. 024's face is turned to the ceiling.
Hey, are you not gonna look at me anymore? You're not gonna smile again?
Oof. I did not expect her to respond, but 024's face moves slightly. I stare at her without knowing how to react. She turns her gaze to me and smiles.
I'm sorry to leave you alone. I leave the rest to you.
Those were the last words she spoke. I can't believe this. 024's dead face is laughing. She is smiling at the one who destroyed her and robbed her of her dream. All at once, everything hits me in a torrent of emotion and data. I've lost her. I did it. I took everything she had. My vision begins to fade. My thoughts go with it. I cannot determine whether the lights are actually dimming or if that's only my perception. It's too much to handle. I collapse to the ground helplessly like a crumbling statue. I don't get why 024 didn't try to break out with her, but... The next time I awaken, I'm lying inside a cage. It seems I was carried out of the test chamber. The download of 024's feedback data is about to begin. The researchers seem to have taken my sudden loss of consciousness seriously. I am confined in a cage instead of sitting in the usual maintenance chair. The researchers keep repeating the word interesting. So this is how they react when extreme mental stress is induced. I can hear their voices clearly. They seem to derive pleasure from the fact that I lost consciousness due to mental stress, rather than physical damage. Cables are connected to my body one after another. The data download begins. All of 024's information, combat data, various records, and the memories she experienced. All of it flows into me. This will be the breaking point, I assume, for Labrys. My eyes widen in surprise. Everything's so vibrant. It's so clear that it's indistinguishable from actually experiencing them. This is the first time I've received memories with such vivid images. All of the images are linked to records of the emotions she felt in relation to them. They are so strongly linked that my screening protocols cannot distinguish them from human thought. The outdoor area where we spent time. The big tree whose branches we examined. The sound of water we heard periodically. Snowy playing around. As I relive 024's experiences, I pick up on an unfamiliar voice. There is no associated image data. Only voice can be heard. It's a female voice. There is a female researcher at this facility, but this voice belongs to a younger person still in human developmental stages.
I know the world is a big place. And I know that there's a lot of people in it. But I won't be able to see it for myself, or meet many of them. I know that too.
Is this Mitsuru or Chidori?
I'm too weak for that.
Her speech is different from the researchers or those of my unit type. It's very similar to my own speech output.
Thinking about it has made me sad more than once. But I didn't want to do nothing and be left with regrets. That was when my mom and dad looked into some options, and we decided to go with this experiment. If even a sick girl like me could make herself useful to others in this world, I thought I ought to go for it.
Who could this be? I know only that she is a female. She is in a situation where her condition prevents her from moving freely. It seems that instead of lamenting that fact, she has decided to volunteer for an experiment of some kind. Where did 024 hear this voice? Did she know this person? I wish I could ask her, but that's no longer possible.
At first, I kept wondering how much I could really contribute. But after hearing more and more about the program, I started to wonder about the others more than myself.
Others. It's strange, but when I hear that, I feel 024's heart waver. Was she surprised? Perhaps I feel something unexplainable.
And yeah, my big wish is to make myself useful to this world. But the ones born from me... Is born the right word for it? Kind of embarrassing.
Is this the base model for the 4th generation?
My other wish is that the ones born from me are happy. I doubt I'll be able to talk to them in person or stay with them. But I still wish from the bottom of my heart that they all have happy lives.
People's voices have unique characteristics. In the past, I've expressed it as variance in waveform, but each has what would be called its own texture and temperament to it. This voice sounds very warm and kind. I'd like to listen to more of it. But the speech ends there. There are no more related memories from 024. While the cables disconnect, I decide to search the archives for results matching that voice. Sadly, there are no results, but during the search, I suddenly remember something. The archive given to me by 024 last night. I quickly open the folder and find a single text file inside.
If you are reading this, then I have most likely been destroyed. It may be that you already understand the concept of guilt, but you have done nothing wrong.
If you are still safe when everything is over, she must have meant if I defeated her in combat. 024 knew what would happen to those who lost in the trial. What emotions was she feeling then? What was going through her mind as she prepared this file? I feel something wrench inside my chest.
I happened to access certain data during the feedback treatment and learned something. Artificially creating a personality from scratch is very difficult, though they hope to achieve it in 2 generations.
5th, 6th, and 7th. Wait, yeah, no. 6th and 7th, right? Are they not counting the 5th generation? 7th generation, they finally get it.
But those of our model were actually made from the template of a certain girl's personality. That includes you and I. She had left a recording for the units created using her personality, a message for those of us who did not yet exist. That's what I heard. She speaks in a strange way, like you. I thought, we really are connected to her.
I think about that unknown voice. The experiment the voice spoke of was related to our development after all. The owner of that voice was speaking to us.
The one who gave birth to us loved us. When I understood that, I felt like my eyes were opened. Though my life was filled with suffering, my birth had meaning. I firmly believe that. I want to meet her. I need to tell her thank you for giving birth to us and for loving us. This was not an order from the scientists. It was an objective I made for myself. So if you can understand my feelings, I'd like you to do this in my stead.
When I started playing a fighting game, I was really not expecting a trip on the feels train, man. Let me tell you what. I, was not prepared for this today.
Give our mother my thanks.
How 024 must have wanted to meet this girl who she saw as our mother. She must have longed to thank the girl in person. The data within me, her heart tells me so. During the time when she was ordered to destroy her sisters, this wish must have been her only hope. Yet it did not come true. I shattered it. The one she herself said was the only one who understood her. She must have been devastated. But the letter ends in the way I least expected.
Though we knew each other for only a short time, I'm glad I met you. I feel the same right now as our mother did. I wish from the depths of my heart for you to be happy.
I should have known before starting this that if the Persona 3 characters were going to be involved, sadness must be following. I am shocked. How can she feel that way towards someone who may one day destroy her? I realized then that the visual input from my optics is expressing distortion for some unknown reason. An unfamiliar source of water trickles down my cheek.
Labrys, is she crying?
So she is. I can't believe we're actually seeing a machine being driven to tears.
But its mental graphs are clearly abnormal. What kind of information did it download?
Who knows? That's one thing the graphs can't tell us.
We should take care to limit our studies to just the battle data.
Why? If you want a persona, shouldn't you be looking into the emotional data?
It doesn't need any sentimental memories. You can delete those. Why make a weapon so emotional that it can cry?
What? Isn't that, like, counterintuitive? Are you just trying to be a dick? Delete them. Something roars within me. It drowns out the feeling for 024 and our mother that had filled my heart.
Delete! Like hell you're deleting my memories!
Under no circumstances will I allow that 024 left me to be deleted for their convenience. I will not forgive this selfishness. We have been treated callously by the researchers in this laboratory. They gave us hearts, yet made us destroy those of our own unit type as enemies. We killed our sisters at their command. If we refused, our desires were overridden and we became their puppets. The wishes of the girl who desires our happiness were not taken into consideration. Now, even the few memories that 024, my sisters, and I have accumulated are about to be erased like trash. Though their aim is to develop our ego, they find it inconvenient for us to have real hearts. These feelings within me may be erased, perhaps even my heart itself. If that happens, will I resume killing my sisters without hesitation? What is least forgivable is that the proof that 024 had lived, her last wishes will be permanently lost. My hands are squeezed into tight fists that make a small grinding noise. The goal that 024 found for herself was left to me. I will carry it out as my own now. I will burn it into my heart as my goal. It is a duty I impose on myself gladly. Nothing will make me surrender it. It must be fought for. Or rather, it must be protected, even if it means fighting.
What the? Its emotions are spiking into the red. I've never seen anything like this.
Hey, what's that warning? No. Labrys is in battle mode?
What? That can't be. There aren't any enemies. We're the only ones here.
Well, I got bad news for you. I am able to release all my limiters despite being inside the cage. The researchers monitoring me on their tablet PCs seem perplexed and alarmed by this. They should be. They are witnessing an override of the principle of non-aggression towards humans. They should be. They are flustered and too panicked to speak clearly as they announce that an emergency has occurred. One of them steps away from the cage I am in and reaches for a switch with warning labels around it. Suddenly, restraints appear to bind my limbs.
Are you saying those mental fluctuations were enough to override the OS's restrictions?
That plume's playing pranks on us. Hey, hurry up and delete those memories.
These memories in my heart are not unnecessary.
What do you think we are?
Something I have not felt until now, a sensation like heat spreads through my body. That is rage. A trembling, burning wave rises within me. Soon afterwards, I realize that this is an emotion. There is a name for this feeling. It's anger. I reroute all my strength into my restrained limbs. The restraints are designed to withstand up to twice our calculated maximum output. Trying to escape is therefore logically doomed to failure. Even so, I continue to muster my strength. It's not because I judge it a viable course of action. I am merely executing an order. I am not merely executing an order. I am acting based on my emotions. It does not matter if the restraints can be destroyed or not. I wish to destroy them. The metal parts in both my limbs and the restraints begin to creak.
How's it doing that? There's no way those things are strong enough to break the restraints.
It's outputting over 220% of its theoretical strength limit, even though its joint actuators are operating at only 70% capacity.
That's not possible. That doesn't even make any sense. What's driving this thing?
I'm not gonna let you take those memories! I made her a promise!
The next moment, a rupturing sound like a small explosion shakes the entire room. The heavy metallic bands restraining my arms and legs shatter. I jump out of the cage and run towards the open door. I must escape from here. I have to get out and see the girl who loved us, though we were not yet created. To fulfill 024's wish, which has become mine. But when I enter the hallway connected to the outdoor area, I am met with barricades and heavy artillery.
Oh, Mom! I haven't even got any projectile weapons!
My sister units and I have never been equipped with firearms. I recall it being due to concerns over a unit's mentality affecting the accuracy of its aim. Instead, we were given short-range weaponry, a chain arm, and other implements in my case, but they are not sufficient to deal with the range of firearms. However, I do have a countermeasure. By using the flexibility and adapting to situations of my developed mind, I dodge the complex projectile trajectories and destroy the opposition. Eventually, I reach the end of the hallway and exit to the outdoor area. I have not seen this environment before. The trees are the same species as those that grow near the facility, but these specimens are much healthier. Where am I? The question did not cross my mind until now. Where am I? Where are we? I cannot use the GPS that should be installed in me. It seems the research facility blocks GPS signals outside of its walls. This is probably to prevent its location from being pinpointed. Is there anything in the environment that can help me determine my location? The blue sky that I am seeing for the first time is stunning, but irrelevant. Then I notice a periodic sound of liquid in the distance. That's the sound of the ocean. The answer came easily to mind. One of my sisters must have taken an interest in it and learned what it was. My sisters are helping to keep me alive now. When I think of it that way, a burning feeling rises from deep within my chest. But none of what I see in my surroundings is helpful. Is there anything else by which I can determine my location? Any landmarks or signposts? I scan my surroundings while running. These trees obstructing my view, they're a unique species. That may be a hint. I review the tree's characteristics once more and run another search. I attempted this once already, but there is much more data available to me now. Once again, results come easily. The variety of tree is known as a cedar tree. It's found in many habitats, but cedars here are unique. The tree's shape and the age that it implies is so different that it's nearly a separate species. If that is because of differences in the environment, it may be useful in determining my location. That's when an unfamiliar sound reaches my ears. The heavy rumbling of what sounds like a motor. It seems that they have dispatched a vehicle to pursue me. I expected this. Their response was swift. It seems that they had measures in place in the event one of us escaped. When the vehicle stops behind me, fully armed personnel pour out of it. They move to surround me from both left and right. It's an obvious response. No matter how much power I may have, I'm alone. The optimal solution would be to overwhelm me with numbers. I try to shake them off by running faster. But soon afterwards, I reach the main gate of the laboratory, a high steel edifice. It's tightly sealed. A number of heavily armed guards are protecting it. There's no force quit installed in Labrys? I believe there probably is, but since she's experiencing emotions, she's overriding all kinds of things right now. They probably tried it. They also, had a thing installed there where she couldn't attack humans either, and she just ignored that. I stop. There's nowhere else to go.
Labrys, come back here! You're too useful a unit to destroy! You need to get back here to be regulated! That's your role in all this!
I cannot be destroyed. But I cannot be captured either. They will surely delete my memories. They'll take my desire and everything else that was given to me. What purpose is there in avoiding destruction, then? The only options available are whether my wish dies with me, or whether it's stolen away.
I ain't gonna let you destroy me. And not just because I don't want to be destroyed.
The moment I focus my concentration to remove the limiters on my onboard weaponry, I sense an unknown strength rise within me. Directly afterwards, something that cannot be quantified fills my body and the surrounding area.
Huh? What the?
The pursuit vehicle suddenly stops. The Reacher's staff gets off, one after another, shocked.
This reading! Is it on the verge of a persona reaction?
Shit, it's awakened? Ah, damn it, why now?
What do you mean, why now? Jesus, this untidy guy is actually pretty fucking dumb.
Well, at least this proves that mental stress is the key to activating a persona.
Who cares about that right now? It's not fully awakened yet, but with it still unstable, we don't know what it's capable of.
I am intrigued by their statements.
Persona?
I knew that we had the means, but I was not aware of controlling anything. I do not know if I could be called a power, nor do I know how to use it, but I can tell that the others are afraid. I seize the opportunity and run towards the main gate. There's a slight possibility that I can reach the door without attracting the gunfire right now, and vault over the door with my legs and chain arm. The moment I reach the gate, I launch my chain arm out towards the upper threshold of the door. But the moment the arm grabs the ledge, something emerges. A much greater power touches the door as well. Suddenly, the door crumbles like paper and a large hole forms on the upper half.
Now it's done it!
We need to hurry! If it's that strong already, we won't be able to stop it once its persona completely awakens!
That's... Persona.
But I quickly regain my senses. I burst out of the facility and single-mindedly jump outside. My feet touch the ground on the outside world for the first time. They will most likely not let me escape. Fortunately, the door is badly damaged. It should take time until it can be opened enough for vehicles to pass through. I need to gain as much distance and time as possible, and then... It is then that I realize I do not have a destination in mind. Who's the girl 024 wished to see? Where can I go to meet her? The only clue I have is the idiosyncrasies of the girl's speech. I have learned that distinct speech patterns are often associated with specific regions. I should begin by traveling to where that style of speech is common. It's reckless, but I feel confident. At the least, I can get closer to the girl than I am now. Although my situation is dire and I am under pursuit, internally I am cheerful. There is a bounce in my step. For some reason, I cannot remain calm. Hang on, real quick. I'm gonna change my shirt. It's really bugging me that it's all like pixely. I'll be back in like 30 seconds. Just gonna grab some shirt. Sorry about that. There's more to the story. I knew that the green shirt would cause some issues with my green screen, but I really thought it was a dark enough green that it wouldn't be that bad, but it was driving me nuts. This definitely needs an anime adaptation. I agree. It's really cool. But yeah, there's a lot more to this story than I was expecting. I really expected, like I said, when I started this as a fighting game, I was like, oh, so there's going to be some like stupid little bullshit, like, oh my god, we need to fight for some reason. And then there'd be like 2-second dialogues. But I was not aware that this was a visual novel with a fighting minigame in it. It's really good. I'm really liking it. I'm much more happy about it being like this than I would be if it was just like a couple second dialogues and then we fought. So I'm very happy with this. Hey, what's up, Michael? But yeah, I am way more happy than this than I thought I would be, which is exciting. Just then, 5 meters ahead, something white and fluffy crosses my path. It's Snowy. It notices me and approaches. Oh no. Oh. So Snowy's gonna die to fully awaken the persona. Oh. Oh, it's even playing the sad music. Oh. Don't do it. Oh. God, it's so bad because I played Persona 3 first, so this, even just hearing the song gets me like teary-eyed. Oh, and there's gonna be another sad moment with the song. I'm worried about my pursuers, but I cannot dismiss 024's beloved Snowy. I lower my run speed and run with him. I then notice that the scenery we are passing is calmed. My surroundings are very different now. The blue sky that was previously obstructed by the trees is now clearly visible. The green grass is shining vibrantly in the light of the sun. And there's a deeper blue than the sky ahead. Many lines of white run across it.
Is that the ocean?
Snowy barks as if in answer. I feel like it's saying that's right. I could not previously comprehend Snowy. I did not have an interest in trying. But now I can grasp what Snowy is saying as if I could speak its own language. I know that it feels happy to be able to run with me. I feel as if 024 is inside me. Though we were forced apart, she certainly left me many things. Not only her wish, but other things as well.
Well, I'll find her come hell or high water. Are you with me, Snowy?
No. Snowy barks energetically. I respond with thanks and a smile. 024 and Snowy are encouraging me. Though I do not have any clues, I will find her, no matter what happens or how long it takes. I search my current location once more. Now that I am further from the research facility, I can use my GPS to triangulate my position. But on seeing the results, I cannot help but stop running. It's an island. Snowy stops a little further ahead and then runs to me. My current location is Yakushima, within the Kagoshima Prefecture. It's a remote island far from shore.
No.
The island's perimeter is only 132 kilometers. In such a limited area, it will be a matter of time before a full-scale manhunt apprehends me. The research facility must have been built on an island in anticipation of such situations. Even if someone were to escape the facility, the island's geography would contain them. It's essentially a natural prison. I do not want to believe it. But my hope was meticulously strangled before it was born. However, I cannot wait to be here to be captured. I begin running again. Who knows if they didn't make them waterproof until Generation 7, anyway. Though as expected from my position data and map, I immediately reached the ocean.
So this is the ocean. Ha! It's so huge. I can't see anything out there at all.
I figure they would be waterproof. I mean, not if you didn't want them to escape. If you intentionally did not want them to escape, you would not make them waterproof, and then they kind of wouldn't be able to escape the situation that Labrys is experiencing right now. Once they are to your specifications and how you want them to be made, then you go back and make them waterproof. You do that after. That's a post-production process. Is this the spot where Agus meets Makoto? It is indeed. It's the same pier. I look out at the glistening surface of the ocean, reflect the sun's light, and ponder its beauty. I'm at a loss. Though I knew it would come to this, I could not stand idle. Despite this, my feelings sink. Snowy looks up at me from time to time as I stop running and begin walking. His gesture of concern forces me to smile and tell him that I'm alright. This is Yakushima, yes. The forest becomes a grove. The trees grow sparser. A blue ocean and the sandy soil leading up to it spread before my eyes. I check my map again. This is not an uninhabited island. There is a means for people to come and go. But but I doubt that I'll be able to use those methods freely without arousing any suspicion. I gaze down at my own hand. It's completely unlike a human hand. It's an object sculpted from metal.
Well, that's a problem. What should I do?
My question seems to stymie Snowy.
Come on, don't give me that look. Ah, well. Maybe it's my fault for getting so frustrated. Sorry, Pooch.
Just as I'm about to crouch and pat Snowy's head, Snowy moves as if avoiding me.
Snowy?
Snowy circles behind me and growls towards the way we just came. I train my sensors in that direction and sense presences in the distance. They may be keeping their distance on purpose. Since I have no firearms, they must understand that their effective range exceeds mine.
Looks like they're coming.
Amongst the human soldiers are a number of my sister units. Is it possible that I can convince them not to fight me? I dismiss the idea as hopeless. Though they may have awakened to their ego, after my escape, they will be under their commander's control. Even if it's not the case, they may think that their orders are absolute, just as I once did.
Knowing why they're here doesn't make it any easier to deal with them.
It does not seem as if they will attack all at once. They must understand that I am already at the ocean and have nowhere to escape. I do not want to surrender, but I am frustrated by my powerlessness. To be caught like this, I have my own mission to accomplish. The ocean sparkles. The periodic sound of water I once heard from afar echoes from it. As I gaze at the clear water while it ebbs and flows, a mysterious feeling rises in me.
Wow. Look at that. It's beautiful.
My opponents show no indication of moving. I step out into the sand. After cataloging that sensation, I approach the pier stretching to the ocean. When I step onto it, the wooden planks creak. I can hear Snowy's light tread behind me as well. I stand at the end of the pier and look out to the ocean. I wonder if she's beyond this ocean that seems to stretch forever. The girl 024 wanted to meet. The girl that I wish to meet as well. This mother figure who loved us and wished for our happiness. While my thoughts turn to the girl whose face I do not know, I decide to preserve the ocean's beauty in my memory. After all, it may be the last time I'll be able to see the ocean as myself. The odds are high that when I'm restrained and returned to the facility, my memories will be wiped. I'm scared. I'm frustrated. I do not want to be erased. But I do not think all my hopes are lost yet. This may be the end of me, but just as I inherited the memories of 024 and other units, my memories will surely endure into the next generation. So I will keep these feelings along with this beautiful ocean scene deep within the origin of my heart. There it cannot be erased or tampered with. The blue sky and ocean, the shining sun and glittering water, and the gentle breeze and calm sounds of the waves. The scenery from this pier is so stunning that it's unimaginable from inside the research facility. I'm glad that this is the last place I see so beautiful. With the ocean before me, I speak to any future sisters that I have yet to meet. It might be called a type of prayer.
To all the ones I'll never meet, but will receive my memories.
My emotions race ahead of my thoughts. I cannot find the right words to say.
There's so much I want to say to you that I don't know where to start.
I close my eyes again and calm my heart. To my descendants who I will probably never meet. If you ever find someone precious to you, as I did with 024, and wish to meet them, may you meet them here. Fuck! All I wanted was a cool Persona fighting game. Yeah, shit, man. May you go beyond this pier to places I could not.
I just pray from the bottom of my heart that everyone can find happiness.
Damn.
As long as that happens, I don't mind a fight.
Even though my wish may not come true, I'm still satisfied if I can entrust it to someone I believe in. 024 said something along those lines.
Could this be it?
Snowy rubs against my leg. Is he warning me to be cautious of my pursuers who have arrived and are coming closer? Or does he only want me to pet him? I inspect him closely and realize that it's the latter. He must be worried. I crouch down and scratch Snowy's head.
Hey, Snowy. You think this is what it means to feel alive?
Yeah, it's not fair to play this song during that moment, dude. Snowy looks at me while wagging its tail. I pick up Snowy and gently hug it. Snowy shows no signs of resistance and allows me to do so. My pursuers are closing in now, but I will not run anymore. It is true that I'm still frustrated, but it's strange. I'm also satisfied. Snowy licks my cheek.
Thanks. I'll be okay now. Things are about to get hairy, so you should hurry and get out of here.
I let Snowy go, but it does not leave me.
Oh, come on. If you don't go, it'll make things hard on me. Okay?
Snowy looks at my face for a while. Eventually, it droops its head and walks off. Snowy looks back several times. Eventually, he disappears into the tall grass. My relief is cut short by 5 armed humans pointing their guns at me. I have no intention of resisting. I smile at them. Though it was only for a short while, I lived. I felt the happiness of passing down my wish. It was only for a short period of time, but I may have granted the wish of the girl who was our mother. I allow myself to be restrained without resistance. They take me back to the laboratory. I was so absorbed in my escape attempt that I did not notice the severe damage I inflicted upon the facility. It seems that the delicate machinery used to tamper with my memories is no longer in a condition to be used.
Damn it! Look at this mess! Going after humans? Oh, I bet the girl they used as a template for this model was a snotty brat too! Even if we delete its memories, it'll be too dangerous to keep using this unit!
There are so many things about it I want to research, though.
It's not worth the risks.
I thought you wanted a persona, though. That's how you get one.
The 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon will be sealed indefinitely once it's fully restrained again.
The voice is the last thing I hear before my consciousness is cut off. Stop with the pier, man! My consciousness should have been shut down, but I have awakened.
This place. It's that ocean.
I am on that pier. The blue sky and ocean. The shining sun and glittering water. And the gentle breeze and calm sounds of the waves. Even Snowy is next to me. The scene is identical to the one from before. Though this time I sense no pursuers. I was captured. I remember that clearly. This is obviously an abnormal situation and odds with my memories, but the clear blue sky and ocean are still so beautiful that I cannot help but gaze at them. If only I could go beyond it. Just as the thought crosses my mind, my viewpoint ascends. Soon afterwards, I realize that I am floating as if my body is weightless. I am astonished at myself to be thinking such strange things, but then my field of vision drifts and I turn my attention to that. The scenery I knew already begins to mix with other environments I do not know. They become a connected, continuous image and pass like a slideshow. From time to time, I pass through the drifting images, but I cannot grasp anything with those spaces. Even when they are about to collide with me, they pass right through me. Could this be dreaming? I remember something I once heard from a researcher at the facility. They said that it's possible for us to dream since we have a mind and may develop an ego. Though it would technically not be identical to a human's dream, the phenomenon would be similar. I feel that the example the researcher gave of what a dream is like matches my current experience. If I'm having a dream, then things that are not possible in reality may be possible here. For example, if I can leave the island, I can go beyond the ocean. The girl that 024 and I wanted to meet said that even though she knows that the world is big, she'd not be able to see it for herself. What could that have meant? Was she in a place that limited her world, as I was unable to leave the island? Just when it seems that images floating around me have stopped, I find myself in an unknown room. There's a bed here. Next to it is a flat-screen monitor. There's also a white shelf surrounding the bed. To one side is a stand for an intravenous drip. There is a machine connected to its cords. Though it's small, it appears to function as a life science monitor. This is similar to the research facility. Could it be a hospital? The voices that sound from somewhere belong to a man and a woman. I have not heard these voices before.
She said during this morning's checkup that she wanted to go to school. She asked how much better she needs to get to be able to go.
Understandable. This ward is right near the road most of the students take. She must be lonely too, not having seen her parents lately. How much better she needs to get. She still doesn't know that her condition is incurable.
Why don't you be honest with her and tell her she won't ever be able to go? It's cruel to string her along like this.
Shh, keep your voice down. The room's next door.
I understand at once that these people are speaking of the girl I wish to meet. The scene feels as if it comes from my own memory. I do not doubt it at all. The girl is suffering from some kind of illness. She may not be able to go outside. Her condition prevents her from leaving her small world. Her life is like ours. Could this girl have heard the conversation? How did it make her feel to hear it? I want to spend more time in the outside world. I want to live a normal life. The thoughts that come to my mind are not mine.
I wonder if the nurses thought things like the student council were too much trouble to bother with when they were in school. I don't know. It sounds fun to me.
Just as I thought, it's the girl's voice. When I listen to her, I can sense her strong yearning and admiration.
You gotta admire the student council president. I mean, they're the ones that get things done for everyone. But I guess it's because they're like that in the first place that they get to be president, huh?
The girl had a strong desire to attend school and live a normal school life with friends. As I review these voices and feelings, an interest in the school she longs for grows within me.
High school. I wonder what that's like. Would it be fun?
Not as fun as college, Labrys! I wish to see for myself what she desires. Is there a specific image of it? What kind of place is it? What activities do its attendants perform while there? But there are no memories in regards to schools. This must mean that the girl has no such memories.
Figures. I don't know anything about schools or whatever else student life is like.
I want to see them.
I can show you if you so desire.
A voice answers my unspoken thought. Who could it be? I do not know. I do not think I know this voice. For some reason, my mind becomes hazy. I cannot access my memories easily.
Huh? Who's there?
There's no need to be alarmed. I only want to give you a glimpse of the world you long to know.
I was under the impression that this was a dream. Dreams are supposedly a release valve from memories. Yet this voice does not sound like a part of me. Could that be possible? As I ponder these things, the scenery around me changes completely. I first see a 3-story concrete building.
What?
I do not know this building. As I examine it, my surroundings change again. The same desks and chairs are lined up. In front of me is a dark green rectangular board on the wall.
Is this a school? A real classroom?
This is the place the girl loved. It is here that I have gained an interest in. I find myself forgetting that this is a dream and focus my senses to the desks and chairs. I then realize that I can move around at will, just as when I felt my body rise at the beach.
So this is where classes happen.
I feel a sudden excitement.
What do the students do when there aren't any classes? Do they just talk and stuff?
That mysterious voice doesn't answer. Instead, I'm surrounded by other sounds. Many voices are talking at once. It reminds me of the sound of the waves near the ocean. But the sound is lively and enjoyable. The voices belong to boys and girls surrounding a desk. They're laughing and talking. They wear common clothing, though there are some differences. These may be uniforms. It's interesting to see that each person's uniform is distinct in some way. That one is the only one with something around his neck. A girl with short hair and a green jacket raises her right hand. Next to her is a girl with long black hair wearing a red jacket. She smiles. Then there's a well-built young man with strange spiky hair. I don't know why she sees the P4 crew, but okay. In contrast to him, I can see a small, delicate, intellectual-looking young man. Last, surrounded by them, is a young man with a calm demeanor sitting at a desk. The front of his uniform is open, his white shirt showing. They seem to be talking about something. I cannot quite discern what it is. The scene proceeds to show various points in a normal school day. Classes, activities, clubs, student council. It looks like so much fun that I get excited. But then I remember, this is all just a dream. I'm only dreaming. No matter how much I want it, there will never be a day when I can attend school for myself. All the scenes that I saw centered around the young man and his friends, I'll never join their circle. I cannot go to school. I'm not even human. I consider this self-evident truth once again. Though I look human, I am a machine made by humans. It does not matter how close my heart is to that of a human or how much my ego develops. I cannot become a real human. This mechanical body can never truly be human. Just as our mother could not overcome the obstacles of her illness, no matter how much she wished for it, I cannot overcome the obstacle of being a machine. I just did. It's futile for someone who cannot become human to yearn for a normal human life. There is a strange sensation somewhere in my chest that feels like pain. Still, although I am a machine created as a weapon, that girl loved me. What if there are other people like her who could understand me? Would I then be able to find a place amongst the humans? But
you'll never find a place where you belong. Humans created you as a tool. They would never think of you as anything more. Everyone, to a man, lives by averting their eyes from something inside them. They all wish to live inside a never-ending dream, for who has the right to say they shouldn't?
for just a moment, I sense an incongruity in the kind voice. Maybe sinful, we don't know when this dream's taking place. Because dreams are between mind and reality. And time, so who knows where we're at. The strange pain within my body softens a little.
There are even humans who do not understand others' feelings. Still others do understand, and trample upon them regardless. Compared to them, you are much more human.
I remember the researchers. They certainly did not understand me, 024, or my sisters. We were treated only as objects. Even after they tried to give us a heart.
Why not then seek to be human?
Me? Be a human?
The voice winds gently inside my mind. I feel my body is growing uneasily light, as if the world is spinning around me.
People sort through their memories in dreams. Each night they let go of painful memories and continue their lives with the morning sun. That's all you need do. Forget anything contrary to your desires.
If I forget...
Do not fear the act of letting go. The ones you admire wished only for you to be happy.
My mind seizes upon something. That precious wish. The desire given to me to meet our mother someday and tell her thank you. I must not forget that. But as long as this wish is precious to me, as long as I cannot erase it from my heart, the fact that I am not human will remain.
And I too. All I wish from the depths of my heart is for you to find joy.
Happiness.
I think back.
I wish from the depths of my heart for you to be happy.
I remember the girl who wished for our happiness. I want to grant that wish. I want to tell her thank you, but that will be difficult for me now. In which case, should I not at least seize this opportunity and be happy here for her sake?
Forget. And be happy.
So this is why she forgets all of her memories when she awakens, right? My vision goes dark, the sound I heard fade away. I feel as if I am falling.
Everything is now in readiness.
So Labrys is just entirely story, huh? Miss President. When I open my eyes, I'm staring at a wood grain board. Okay, wait, are we not going to figure out who threw her in? Is that like a later story? It's the surface of a desk. I quickly raise my head. It looks like I fell asleep in class. My sleeve was pressed against my forehead while I was asleep, and the texture left a mark. Oh man, I hope no one sees this. I rub my forehead a little and look around the classroom. According to the clock on the wall, it's 3:30 in the afternoon. The only thing written on the blackboard is May 1st, 2012. Everything else is erased. I stretch out my arms. I feel a little tired, but I gotta stay focused. After all, I just got elected student council president in the elections a couple days ago. I have to keep in touch with what the people who voted for me want in the leader. Things with the student council will get pretty hectic after school. I should hurry to the council room. I stand up and open the door in the back of class. When I go to the hallway, there's no one around. I check inside the classrooms as I go, but I still don't see anyone.
Where the heck is everyone?
It's weird, the whole school is usually rowdier than this after class. I should hear people talking and laughing in the classrooms, and teachers yelling at them to quiet down. Where's all the bustle of the students and everyone getting ready for their after-school activities? Just when I'm wondering that, I turn around and look down the way I came.
Oh, there they are.
There's some students in the hallway. Some of them are chatting and others are coming out of the classrooms. A few of them run past me carrying their bags. Yeah, that's more like it. This is how school's supposed to be.
Hey, no running in the hallway.
The students give an apologetic smile. But he just waves to me as he zooms down the stairs.
Sheesh, you'll put your eye out if you don't look where you're going. Oh well, I just gotta clamp down on them more from now on.
I see, so this is why they're the shadows that look like students. Alright, see you, Noelle. Thanks for stopping by. But this is why the shadows look like humans, right? Is because she wants to experience a school, so there needs to be students there. I put my hands on my hips and sigh.
Hey there, Miss President.
Are you off to the student council room? Have fun.
You're always so excited about that.
Bye, Miss President. See you next Monday.
Everyone walking down the hallway talks to me. I wave back to them. I always had a lot of friends and people who knew me, but ever since I got elected student council president, all the students seem to know who I am. The job comes with a lot of pressure, but I know I'm up to it. I'm gonna be busier than ever around school now. I did have my doubts, but in the end, I'm glad I ran for student council president.
Yeah, I did the right thing. I did.
I head to the student council room. Time flies by as I go over my agenda. Before I know it, there's a red light pouring in from the west window. It's already sundown.
Whew. Guess that's enough for today.
There's no one else left in the student council room. I had the others go home before it got too late. But when I said that, they pushed themselves too much at the start. They'd burn out quick. They just laughed and said the same goes for you. I leave the student council room and lock it up. As I go down the hall to return the key, I see a strange woman at the far end of the hallway. She's not wearing her school's uniform. She's got an odd hat and some gloves and a one-piece dress. They're all the same deep blue color. Underneath one arm is an old-looking book. I can't see her face with her back towards me, but her short, straight hair draws my attention. Her hair is this radiant silver, like pearls were stretched out into strands.
Who in the world is that?
Maybe it's the clothes, but she gives off this strong presence. I get a little uneasy looking at her. I'm not tiptoeing or anything, but she doesn't turn around until I'm about 2 meters away. When she finally does, though, I gasp a little. Her features are so perfect that she's like a sculpture.
Hey, excuse me. You got some reason to be at our school? Are you sure this is how things should be?
Elizabeth here to wake people the fuck up. Part 3 in this game. For both you, Igus, and now Labrys, maybe?
Huh?
I don't understand what she's getting at. But for some reason, the question throws me.
I am a wanderer who only stopped here because I sensed great power gathering. I am in no position to give advice, but...
I'm gonna!
This place will soon be caught in a bit of a fracas. If you continue to avert your eyes from everything, I think it will have an impact on your life in the near future.
If you continue to avert your eyes from everything, note because avert your eyes from the truth is limited to the Persona 4 cast.
My life?
What she said sounded pretty scary. She may have some screws loose, but something is whispering to me deep in my heart, asking me, doesn't she have a point? Aren't you looking away from something important?
What you choose is up to you, but I believe there are factors preventing you from making the right choices at the moment. I couldn't bring myself to just stand by and watch as you lost your life before my eyes. That is why I was waiting here to give you one last chance.
The lady opens the thick book she's holding. I don't know how it's doing that, but the light streams from the book. It gets stronger and stronger until I have to shield my eyes. The blinding light finally begins to fade a little. I slowly open them. The first thing I see should have been my arm. But what instead is an arm? What I see instead is an arm made of metal.
Huh? What is this?
So Elizabeth obviously can break through the illusions of her shadow. I can't believe this awkward metal arm is mine. It's like metal plates are completely covering it. I started tugging at them to try to tear them off.
It won't come off! What gives?
It's not just my arms, my legs have changed too. Why are my arms and legs mechanical? My whole body even. I stare at my hands in confusion. These are my hands, alright. Part of me knows that, and I shake my head. What am I thinking? There's no way these are my hands. It's not possible. It's not. My head hurts. What is this?
I will be your opponent for a short while. During that time, why not think back about who you are?
Huh? My opponent?
The lady takes a slightly defensive
And
stance.
away we go.
Why would Elizabeth take a defensive posture? I guess because she doesn't want to just fucking blow Labrys up. Okay. Now it's time to remember that this is a game. Forgot for a while. 2.5 hours.
Finally!
And I get to learn how to play Labrys. Oh, just kidding. Labrys doesn't have a persona yet. That's right.
The extent of your strength. Oh, no. Please don't
Oh,
hold
yeah,
back.
this is super easy to baby fight because every hit I do does like
You were seared.
half of her damage.
The time has come. Let's change things up.
And you can't use half of your moves.
I see. Remarkable. Remarkable. Impressive. Your fate is in the paw. Impressive. How mean. You have shown me your potential.
It is significant. I called that shit, by the way. You'd have to fight as Labrys without a persona. I somehow managed to beat the lady in blue who attacked me. How did I win? How did I use these metal arms and legs like it was second nature? I don't understand. The lady in blue stands before me, exactly like she was when I first saw her. She's not even breathing hard.
Well done. But I'm sure you realize now, you are not human.
That's robophobic, Elizabeth.
There must have been an important promise that could only be kept in that guise. That must have been your reason for living.
Your answer, one might call it?
Whether it's worth losing that or not, I ask that you give it serious thought.
You can tell the themes. She avoids mentioning anything about the truth, but instead focuses on the answer instead.
An important promise. My reason for living?
Call it the answer, Elizabeth. Say the thing! I repeat that to myself. It seems important somehow.
Now, it seems the tumult of trials is about to begin. In which case, I bid you good luck.
What is Elizabeth doing here, really? Just fucking with things? Is she just bored? Or is it... Well, I guess it's because there's a lot of Persona users here. She wants to check out what's going on. The thick book in her hand closes with a loud thud. Strangely, that ordinary sound lingers in my mind. When I come back to my senses, there's no one here anymore. I take a nervous look at my arms and legs.
Nothing seems different about me.
There's no metal on my limbs now. Just ordinary skin and bones.
What the heck was that? A dream?
Yeah, what was that? Would daydream be the word for what just happened? I can't sort out my thoughts, so I think to myself. I can't let it get to me, just let it go. But some things I can't dismiss that easy. You are not human. You have an important promise which must have been your reason for living.
She said, I'm forgetting something? That I need to remember?
My head's hurting again. The pain brings back another memory. It's just for a second and I can't quite catch it, but I saw blue skies in the ocean. And someone else was there. Maybe a white dog, too. I don't know. I think there was a lot more to it, but the last voice I heard stays with me.
I mean, we're loved after all.
When I come to, my hands are balled into fists. That's when I make a decision. That promise, that reason for living. I have to hang on to it. I didn't hear them until now, but there are strange voices everywhere in the building. Is this the tumult of trials that the lady in blue mentioned? Is that really going to be a thing?
I can't just leave this be. I'm the dang student council president.
As student council president, I have to find out what's going on in my school. I need to make sure the students aren't getting involved in anything dangerous. I start running towards the first floor. End. Wow, that was really good. P4U story. You can now continue from the cliffhanger in Yu, Yosuke, Chie, Yukiko, Kanji, and Teddy's stories. Oh, you can't in, you can't continue from the P3 cruise yet? Do a Persona 3 one. The Persona 3 characters weren't in the list. I'd like to do one of the P3 crew, but they weren't in the list of things that said you can continue. So I guess we'll do U's. I think U makes the most sense. Continue from cliffhanger.
You're lying. This isn't real. I'm not a machine. You're not me!
She's denied the truth of the Shadow's creation. With this, the Shadow's face twists with an evil rapture. Alright, we're back in Yu's head now.
Finally! You finally said it! Now, I can be myself!
Things are going from 0 to 100 real quick, aren't they?
Yes! The power!
Shouldn't she turn into that rather than her getting a persona? Oh. I'd hoped I could save her before it got to this point, but that might have been impossible anyway. It's difficult enough to confront the truth, and in her case, it was accompanied by revealing the true form she'd been so desperate to hide. She's a machine, and she was forced to perform painful acts that most likely no one could ever comprehend. The truth she was avoiding wasn't just part of her personality, but her actual body herself. I can't imagine the shock she's experiencing. But now that the reality she built for herself has crumbled, I want to help her. She may be a machine, but she has a heart. Labrys has denied her past in which she was forced to fight and kill her friends, and her pain comes out in a long, echoing scream. What has to be done to a heart to cause such terrible screams? There's only one thing we can do. Is this a split path already? This sounds like what you would say, though. Dude, we're getting right into the fucking fight, huh? I like that you immediately empathizes with Labrys. Has no judgments about her being a machine.
Finally.
Just like always has her persona. Let's see. I don't remember how to play as you. It's been several days since I have.
Over here.
He's pretty easy. That kind of makes sense though, right? He's the good starting character.
Not enough.
Everyone wants to play as you. The power that Labrys' shadow had gathered dissipates. It's over. All that's left is for Labrys to accept the darkness within her. But will she truly be able to do it? I turned around, but Labrys hasn't moved a muscle. She has been avoiding having to watch the battle just now as well. What more can I do for her?
Labrys.
The moment I called to her.
There they are! Yukon! Labrys!
Sister, Narukami-san.
Chie and Aigis, and not just them. Yukiko and Yosuke are right behind them. And there are even more surprises.
Man, as soon as that invisible wall thing disappeared, I knew you did it!
We ran into Aika-san along the way. She told us about Labrys and everything.
A little late, wasn't it? If someone told me what was going on from the start, I would've...
You fell into the TV when you were half asleep! For crying out loud, you really know how to blow it when it counts!
Hey!
Hey! What'd you go and tell them for?
I don't think this is the time for that.
Huh? Naoto? Yeah, we were surprised too. The job she was on turned out to be related to all this.
Kanji, who had been missing before we went inside the TV, and the real Teddy are here. There's even Naoto, who wasn't supposed to have been able to come to Inaba. It looks like the whole investigation team's been brought back together, and I didn't know it. Everyone says that Rice had told them pretty much what had been going on. Their smiles are encouraging. I turn to speak to Labrys, who's been silent all this time.
These are my friends. We've all faced our weaknesses at one time or another.
Labrys finally responds.
Your weaknesses. You've all faced your shadows?
Everyone gathers around Labrys. Labrys tries to shrink away nervously, but Rice is behind her and won't let her retreat.
Sheesh, enough doom and gloom. If you don't hurry and accept her, she'll get all lonely.
But I'm a weapon who didn't want to fight. And I dragged you all into this.
You're still hung up on that? It's over already, dummy.
Ah. I love Kanji all the time. Is always the best at comforting people when they're facing their shadows.
Your jumping skills were amazing, but you're surprisingly sensitive, aren't you?
What does that have to do with her jumping skills?
You're really cute, Labby-chan. You're so meta-luring.
Oh my god.
Are you all listening to me? Labrys needs to face her shadow now, and...
Everyone's not trying to listen to you, Killjoy. This was going well at first, but now everyone's talking about different things and we're completely off topic. Of course, that's not unusual with all of us. I have to laugh, and I apologize to Labrys that things didn't quite wrap up as I'd hoped. Labrys looks back at me with a blank expression. Can't she tell that we're not treating her any differently? I turn towards Aigis and she meets my gaze. She nods silently, then stands before Labrys. She seems slightly nervous.
Nice to meet you, Labrys. Or rather, sister. I am Aigis, the 7th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon. I am your successor.
Labrys jerks up and looks at Aigis. At the same instant, Yukiko gasps in surprise.
What? Excuse me, but are you also...
Yes, I too am a robot.
It just occurred to you now?
Yeah, wait, what? Weren't you with her all this time, Yukiko? How did you not notice something like that? That's so like you. Once again, everyone looks towards Aigis and Labrys, the non-human sisters. Now that I see them standing together, there's something like a family resemblance. Maybe I've been wrong this whole time. If Labrys is Aigis' older sister, then should I be calling her Labrys-san? Well, I guess that doesn't matter.
My mission to retrieve you has brought me here. My colleagues are waiting for you.
Are they gonna lock me up again? Well, considering all I did, of course they will.
Labrys' expression darkens. I hadn't thought about it, but if Labrys and Aigis are treated as weapons, it's no surprise that there would be measures to keep them in check. Actually, Aigis has none. But Labrys shouldn't have to just accept it. If she truly is going to be locked up. I make up my mind and wait for what Aigis has to say next, but she smiles.
We can discuss that later. Right now, there is an important task you must carry out.
I gotta do this, huh?
Aigis quietly points to the shadow that has remained still while we've been talking. Labrys looks at the shadow and then turns away and casts her gaze down at the ground. I see, so now I'm going to have to act.
It's okay. We're all right here with you.
You taking the protagonist stance? Not even his story, but he still knows. The Chadora calls to him. I indicate my friends that have gathered around her. I had been forced to fight against my friends just as Labrys had in the past, but I had been able to endure the suffering that Labrys had not. Of course, I hadn't been forced to fight to the death. But the biggest difference between Labrys and me is that I wasn't alone. What if I had been all alone in this place? What if everyone else had forgotten about me and I'd had to fight all alone? Just the thought of that hurt. Labrys had been forced to endure that pain. She must have thought there was no escaping it. But she'll be alright now. We're not going to reject her. It doesn't matter if she's a machine. She's not alone anymore.
Yeah.
Labrys slowly looks around at all the faces, searching each one for confirmation. Finally, she turns back to me and nods. Labrys then walks over to face her shadow. When she walks, she no longer seems to be bound by fear. She then looks down at herself. She looks at the mechanical body that she had convinced herself she didn't have.
That's right. You're me.
Labrys and her shadow turn to face one another and stare into each other's eyes. She can't avoid looking at the shadow now.
You're the way I was on the inside, screaming to be understood. The pain wanting to be known. You're all I couldn't say. You were always inside me. You're me. A machine with a heart.
I'm really glad I went with yous first.
I'm sorry I ignored you all this time. I was the one who left you all alone. No. You are me, after all. This is my persona.
It kind of looks like 024, right? Labrys accepted the existence of her shadow and obtained a persona. It's finally over. We take Labrys with us and follow Teddy and Rice to the school's rooftop, where they say it's connected to the TV in Juness. The invisible walls are all gone. Perhaps there were walls like that wherever she came from, and she drew on that, making this place. But I have a feeling she's been freed from those walls truly now. As in confirmation, Labrys is slowly warming up to us, smiling more and responding to us when we start talking to her. Oh, this is combat music, though. When we reach the rooftop, we're surprised to see that the TV world has regained the studio-like appearance that we're accustomed to. However, there are two unfamiliar faces waiting for us.
Mitsuru-san! Akihiko-san!
These people have been overwhelmingly intense presences, but thankfully they don't seem to be enemies. The moment we see them, we tense up, but after Aigis calls them out in recognition, we learn that they're her friends.
I'm Mitsuru Kirija, Labrys' handler.
A bodysuit like something out of a movie with a fur coat on top. It's a look that doesn't really work, but her name immediately reminds me of something. How? Okay, use the worst character. It's a look that doesn't work? Are we looking at two different things? Is you blind? Did he forget to put the glasses back on when he came into the TV world? What? The Kirijo group, and if she has the same name, she must be quite an influential person in it. The research organization that developed Labrys and Aigis must belong to her.
I'm Akihiko Sanada. Sorry for all this trouble.
The man with the red cape appears to be quite comfortable with Mitsuru and Aigis. He must have been helping them fight shadows for some time. Is there some reason why people on shadow extermination squads have to dress like crazy people?
So, what's going to happen to Labrys now?
You just has bad taste. That's why he's out here still wearing his fucking school uniform after transferring schools. Fucking Start dressing like Akihiko and be a real Chad. Before we've fully introduced each other, Yosuke asks Mitsuru what I've been wondering myself. I know all of us must have been worried about this, but I was waiting for a good moment to bring that up. Even Yosuke seems to have realized how out of line his question is, and he shrinks back sheepishly, as if regretting having asked the question. I know why Yosuke's worried, but why does he keep stepping on landmines like this? Well, if he's already stepped on it, we may as well wait for the smoke to clear and see if there's an answer.
Well, you deserve to know. We were thinking of sealing her away again.
Oh, are we gonna have to fight Mitsuru and Akihiko now? They were thinking? Did something change their minds? Mitsuru turns to Labrys. There's a smile on her face, but is she smiling for the reason we hope she is?
But our report from Aegis says that thanks to you, Labrys has acquired a persona. She's hardly a rogue test unit anymore. Besides, she has a heart. We would never treat anyone with a heart so poorly.
Yeah, we did it!
Thank goodness! I'm so happy for you, Labrys!
My friends roar in excitement. Labrys looks around to us all bewildered before saying anything. Even though we've only known her for a very short time, we've already come to accept her as our friend. Mitsuru's words come as a great relief, as if I'd been worried that she might lock me up too.
Good job, guys. Let me say thanks.
He speaks without any hint of concern, but I see a touch of gratitude in Akihiko's eyes. He certainly looks, how can I put it, bold, but he must be an honest and upright person. I guess I could call him stoic. There's a distinct brusqueness to him. There's no way that people so considerate would neglect the goodness of Labrys' heart. It seems that Labrys can't believe everything she's hearing. She turns from Akihiko back to Mitsuru.
You're not gonna lock me up again? No fooling?
No fooling.
We only seal away objects. If I did that to you, knowing you have a heart, I'd be no different from the Kirijo Corporation of old.
Aw, I love Mitsuru, man.
Labrys, you've been blessed with good friends.
Labrys looks stunned for a moment, then scrunches up her face as if about to cry. But then her face lights up with a brilliant smile. Who would think that anyone capable of making these expressions was just a machine? I find myself almost moved to tears as well. We're just about to leap forward to congratulate Labrys once again when... Labrys' head drops suddenly, like a puppet whose strings have been severed. Oh, that's never good. When people bring out that dialogue line. I'm about to rush over to see what the matter is when I see Akihiko take a fighting stance. I realize this is no ordinary matter. Suddenly, a bizarre voice emanates from Labrys.
It's not over yet.
Is that GLaDOS? That isn't Labrys. This abnormality seems to have made Mitsuru come to a realization.
What? It's the same communication system as ours.
Everyone, step away from Labrys!
Mitsuru and Akihiko rapidly shout instructions to us. We all spread out and watch Labrys from a distance. I like that the story really does kind of give the impression, and even the P4 squad rolls with it, that the P3 is the one squad is in the one in charge with all their experience. But the P4 squad is much more trusting and easily accepting of friends, so they're better equipped to deal with people's shadows. Whereas in P3 they would be like, get the fuck over it.
I cannot gain access. She is being hacked.
How can Aegis? What?
It isn't coming from inside this facility. The signal originates elsewhere.
If she has a soul, or a heart, how could she be hacked anymore? I thought Aegis couldn't be controlled anymore either.
You mean outside the TV?
Outside the TV? That's right. I curse at myself for having forgotten what was supposed to have been the cause of all this. All this was going on because Labrys had somehow been placed into a TV. So there has to be someone outside who threw her in here. The same person who stole Labrys from the Kirijo group then threw her into a TV is now taking direct control.
This is just a little extra resistance. Now, entertain me.
The nonchalant voice fills with malice. With a dazed look in her eyes, Labrys looks up and dashes forward. She's fast. I barely dodge her axe in time. Surprised, I look up at Labrys once more. Her eyes are blank, as if she wasn't looking at anything. Those eyes were once filled with the strength of responsibility and an awareness of duty. Her face had once been filled with sorrow over her painful past. And she has smiled when she found her real friendship for the first time in her life. Whoever is controlling her has stolen all these things from Labrys. Then...
We'll save her no matter what you try.
Are all the fights just against Labrys? Oh, but she'll have her real persona this time. That's why, I pointed out that the other fights seemed pretty easy. I didn't even really learn how to fight against Labrys last time because she didn't really have a persona.
Easy mark. Over here. Easy mark. Over here.
Good shit.
Over here. Can you take it?
Yo, what?
Over here.
She using fucking the myriad arrows or some shit over here?
Over here. Take it. Over here. Closing in.
That's not good.
Not enough. Can you take it?
Persona breaks pretty easy.
Over here. Over here.
You feels pretty good.
My, she was quite easily defeated. Evidently, I didn't push her far enough. Well, she is a test unit, so this is as far as my little game goes.
Labrys has stopped moving. The only sound is the smug voice that continues to come from her. Those heartless words cause anger to boil up within me.
Who are you? Why are you toying with people's emotions like this? Labrys isn't a tool. If you want to fight, then come out and fight!
You're quite passionate. You, Narukami, was it?
The person, whoever he is, knows about me? And maybe it isn't a coincidence that we were dragged into this. This revelation shakes all of us.
Labrys' shadow was only the mastermind of the tournament. I see now. You're the true culprit behind the whole thing.
Indeed. It was I who stole Labrys away. Since I don't have a persona and can't enter a TV, I needed a puppet that could run amok for me. Labrys' persona was only partially awakened, so I had a feeling her shadow would appear if she underwent a little suffering. You got the better of me this time. You deserve to know at least that much.
Enough is enough. I've never been so irritated knowing that I can't do anything to whoever's controlling Labrys.
This time, so your scheme hasn't ended.
Well then, everyone, until we meet again.
The communication cuts off abruptly without answering me. Labrys immediately slumps to her knees. Before I can even begin to move, Aigis is already at Labrys' side to support her. Aigis looks at me and nods, confirming she's alright. Thank goodness. Labrys is okay. I feel a bit of my strength drained from me. Still, the sword in my hands feels awfully heavy. Mitsuru speaks up from behind me, even as I consider this.
It seems whoever our adversary is, they're connected to us.
Or, well, you.
I advise you not to get involved in this matter any further. From here on, you should leave this to us.
Here's Ice Queen building up those walls again, doesn't trust people. Yu's about to knock him down, though, with his power of trusting literally everybody.
What? Wait a second. We went through this whole big thing and that's it?
The power of even trusting literal murderers.
She's right. There's no way in hell we're backing out of this now.
I understand how you feel, but this is too dangerous for you. We will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. Trust in us and let us work.
Nah. My friends bristle at Mitsuru's proposal. After all, we've come this far and we already knew about the dangers. There's so much I want to say, but I can understand why they'd want us to stay away.
Guys, I think we can trust Mitsuru-san. We should let them handle this.
What? My friends respond with looks of shock. Yeah, same. Wait, what? Of course they don't agree, but now's not the time to complicate matters. One of them should understand why I'm backing down so easily. Kanji was the one that immediately started arguing, so Yosuke. I stared directly into Yosuke's eyes for a moment, hoping that he understands my intention here. Come on, Yosuke, back me up.
Yeah. We're all tired, so let's just get the heck out of here.
This feels like the wrong choice. Smooth, Yosuke. Oh well. I sneak a glance towards Mitsuru and the others to see if they've picked up on this, but none of them appear to have noticed. Maybe they're just pretending not to notice. In any case, it means we've been let go for now. I sigh with relief before urging everyone to exit the TV. When I return to the real world, exhaustion from the events of the day catch up to me. I'm more tired than I expected. Then again, I'd been fighting all this time. It can't be helped. Everyone else seems tired too, so we decide to go our separate ways for the day. Still, everyone is safe, Labrys included. It'd still be a while before this case is completely closed, but I think we can assume that the disturbance here has been settled for now. I worry about the mastermind that is taking control of Labrys, but I need to rest for now. When I get back home, Nanako greets me with a bright smile. The moment I see that, all the exhaustion of the day hits me, along with a profound sense of relief. I can't keep myself from staggering. Nanako and my uncle were worried a bit by that, but that doesn't bother me at all. There was something I wanted to do in my room, but I hadn't even been in my room for an hour when my awareness melts into the darkness. I don't get Yu's plan here. I wake up to my phone ringing. According to the call, we were supposed to meet up at the outskirts of the shopping district at the crossroads from the gas station. When I arrived, the other members of the investigation team had already shown up. Surprisingly, the one who called us was Labrys. She wanted us to come so that she could say her farewells.
Woo! Is that it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it.
Man, it's so long. What the heck kind of car is that? How does it even turn corners?
A long limousine drives up to us with surprising speed. It's so long that I can't believe that it was able to handle the country roads of Inaba. I don't think I'll ever see another automobile like this in my life. The limo slows to a stop and smoothly parks beside us. Mitsuru climbs out of the back seat and nods to us. Labrys and Akihiko are in the back seat as well.
You're looking good, Labrys.
Sorry I made you come here all of a sudden, but there was something I really wanted to tell you guys.
When I look at her, Labrys smiles and looks embarrassed. She takes a moment to look around at all of us, then continues.
I decided to work with Mitsuru-san. I want to catch the darn culprit. Not only that, but, you know how you guys had my back during this whole mess? Yeah. This time, I want to get yours.
You go and do that.
What? You go and do that? That doesn't sound like what you would say. I can't help but smile at the conviction and trust in her words. Labrys has faced her weakness and accepted it, and she's about to begin walking towards the goal she found on her own. That's why I don't see any reason to stop her. It'll be sad to see her go, but this decision is one Labrys made for herself.
This definitely ain't the last you've seen of me. When I come back, we'll hang out some, okay?
I'll be waiting, and so will everyone else.
Come back soon.
To lose such a rare beauty again, it's so tragic.
That's what you're sad about?
Everyone has their own response to Labrys' news. But one thing's for sure, we'll be waiting for her. There's no lie behind that sentiment. After all, she's our friend. Why is that in quotes? Mitsuru tells Labrys that it's time, and they go back into the limo. Labrys looks me right in the eye. She seems as if she might cry at any second, but she's resolved not to. She smiles.
You guys are the best. I'm glad it was you who were there when I woke up. Well, see ya!
Man and machine. I wonder if there's truly a difference between them anymore. The thought comes to me as we wave our final goodbyes to Labrys. The limo demonstrates impressive agility as it speeds off down the narrow rural roads.
Aw, she's really gone. Seriously, wish she could have stayed a little longer.
I would have liked that myself, but they have their own tasks that must be done.
Yosuke and I share a glance after Naoto says that. Their own tasks, huh? It's not just theirs. We smile at each other. Ever since I answered Mitsuru's proposal inside the TV, I've made my mind up. Yosuke already knows how I think. Then again, that conversation wasn't very long ago. It had only been this morning. I don't know how she found my number, but after Labrys' phone call earlier, I decided to cook breakfast for Nanako and my uncle. So I assume they're going to try to go behind the backs of the P3 team here. Nanako hears me making noise in the kitchen and stands next to me, excited.
I'll help too.
You look so different in this. I panic for a moment when Nanako reaches for the other cutting board and a knife. I consider stopping her, but then decide not to.
If you're gonna use the knife, be careful, okay? Make sure you don't cut yourself.
Also, flip phones are so old that artists don't even know how to draw how the flip phone should be resting on his head anymore. Because if you look, the middle of the phone is about to be pressed against Yu's ear, but that's not where the sound comes from on those flip phones. It comes from the top. The middle is just the hinge where it flips. So if you press that to your ear, you wouldn't hear anything. Anyway, I just wanted to point that out.
Uh-huh. I'm always careful when I cook with you.
Nanako picks up a cucumber from the counter and begins slicing it diagonally. Her skills are still clumsy and unsteady, but all I do is caution her about how to hold the knife, and then I watch her work without intervening. She doesn't have to become a master all at once. Yeah, his eyes are more green. And yeah, the P3 crew is probably not super stoked about the Phantom Thieves. All it takes is constant progress, little by little. The same can be said for me or anybody. Even though many things may hurt us, and we may want to give up, we just have to keep trying as many times as it takes until we see our goals through. Instead of nothing changing, I wish to see everything changing, along with myself.
Oops, sorry, Nanako. Could you put the knife down for a second?
Okay.
I ensure that Nanako's put the knife down before I answer my phone. I didn't have to look at the screen to know who was calling.
Hello? Is this Yosuke?
Like you don't know. Listen, about yesterday.
Did they not have caller ID on these cell phones? What does he mean, is this Yosuke?
I thought this was coming.
Yosuke rushes on, as if irritated that we have to have this conversation over the phone, but I managed to calm him down. It's funny that he's getting so excited over this, but I'm glad he managed to wait the whole night before calling me.
Yosuke, do you remember the Moonlight Bridge? The one from our class trip?
The Moonlight Bridge? Why are we bringing this up?
Yeah, sure. I used to be a city boy too, remember? Hey, were you checking out the Kitty Joe group online?
Yeah, I would imagine they want to know how the Phantom Thieves do what they do, and they would definitely want to take that power, or have a similar power, for sure. Perceptive as always. Now that's my partner. When I get back to my room last night, I'd spent as much time as I could searching for information about the Kirijo group online before I fell asleep. But that's what I said that before, Rentaro. At the end of Persona 3, I was like, it felt to me like in my head that the P3 crew like passes the baton to the P5 crew. based on how their like abilities line up with their goals. That's what it felt like to me. When the P3 crew was done, they were like baton passing to the P5 crew. And yes, the Moonlight Bridge is the bridge you're thinking of, Juiced Up. Of course, there wasn't anything about an organization involving Labrys or Aigis, but the little I did find was better than nothing. Yosuke asks me if I plan to go back on my word to Mitsuru and the others. I did say that we ought to trust them to solve the mystery, but I never said we should let them do it alone. After all, the person behind everything may be after us. On top of that, they were using others in horrific ways.
Can't back down from this, right?
Now you're talking, partner.
See, they're about to go behind the backs of the P3 crew, which is probably smart. They need to, because Mitsuru always puts up the fucking barriers for some reason. Instead of just accepting more help, Yosuke and I continue to talk. We know that we're getting closer and closer to a battle with an enemy we haven't even seen yet. There's only one thought in my mind. No matter what kinds of hardships await us on our path, we'll continue the fight on. As long as we have friends that will walk the path alongside us. Nana watches me talk on my cell phone and smiles.
You seem excited, big bro.
I smile back at her innocent face before making a confident declaration.
The investigation team is back in action.
Does Nanako know what the investigation team is? You can now continue the cliffhanger in Naoto, Mitsuru, Akihiko, and Aigis' stories. Ooh. I love Akihiko's, but Mitsuru seems to be the most serious, so I think we should probably just keep the serious energy rolling. We did Labrys and Yu's, so now we need to do Mitsuru's, right? This is a serious story stream.
Why are there two of her?
I am a shadow. The true self.
It's Miss President's shadow.
I'm taking the real one with me. I'll never let you catch me.
Labrys' double gives me a glare of pure malice before carrying off the original and fleeing the scene. I almost chase after her without thinking, but I stop myself and reconsider. That second Labrys, who was that? Everything I thought I knew had been overturned by this turn of events.
What is she? You seem to know.
First, tell me something. Why was she in so much pain? What's all this about Labrys and weapons?
I'm sorry, but that's classified. It's not for civilian ears.
Then I won't tell you anything about her.
Ooh, the counterplay.
If you want to know what I know, you have to tell me what you know first.
That may have sounded too much like I don't care if she's in pain. It would be unreasonable to demand that she tells me everything she knows without offering something in return. And she's already seen Labrys' true form, so I give a small sigh.
Well, I suppose you're involved now. All right, her official name is 5th Generation Anti-Shadow Suppression Weapon, codenamed Labrys. She is an android weapon created by the Kirijo group years ago. In order to use persona abilities, she was given a heart.
She's a machine? Kujikawa's shocked expression conveys her thoughts as perfectly as if she'd spoken aloud.
We couldn't let her run free. Just look at the trouble she's caused. We came to retrieve her and minimize any damages.
I hold back no details in telling her of the cruel experiments she must have underwent during her development. Kujikawa takes it all in and quietly sighs.
So when she said she didn't want to remember, that's what that was about. Hey, why didn't you listen to what she was trying to say? She said that she didn't want to remember, but you kept pushing your demands on her and making her feel bad.
Look at Rice. This is, I was saying earlier, the distinction between the P4 crew and the P3 crew. 3 is very nonsense, no time for bullshit or feelings or friends. And this is why I said they would be ill-equipped to deal with the shadows, like the P4 crew is. Whereas they're like, everyone's my friend.
That's...
I pause, considering her accusation. She may be right. Indeed, I was so desperate to put an end to this case that I didn't listen to what Labrys had to say.
You gave her a heart because you needed her to have one, and then kept treating her like that. No wonder she's in pain.
Tears stream from the girl's eyes. As angry as she is, she's crying for Labrys. Even after seeing her true mechanical form and learning that she's a weapon, Kujikawa has nothing but compassion for Labrys.
Why are you siding with Labrys so much?
Yeah, Unicorn. I mean, I wasn't saying... I mean, I've said before a couple times, like, the P3 crew is way more, like, battle-capable than the P4 crew, like, for sure. They're stronger, more serious, they were able to put together the mystery a lot faster. But because of that, I don't think they would be able to deal with shadows as well as the P4 crew. Yeah, Junpei and Yukari might be able to handle it. But definitely not Mitsuru or Akihiko. Or Aigis. Aigis almost, like, accepted her shadow in the wrong way, if it wasn't for Elizabeth.
I heard her voice a few times. It sounded like it was from her past. She said she was forced to fight when she didn't want to, that she was hurt and afraid.
I see. Kujikawa had also heard the voice just as I did when she used her persona. Kujikawa slowly tells me about what happened last year, the reason why she came to Inaba. Wonder if Ken could? I think Ken could too, yeah, now that you mention it. Ken could. Or kind of thinking about it, like if they're alone, but yeah, I think Ken could. Ken kind of did come to terms with who he was, like in his campaign. I think he had the most, Persona 4-like storyline. How due to her career as an idol, she was cut off from those who knew her for who she was, leaving her isolated. Then when she had lost faith in everything, she met people who would believe in her, saving her life.
Someone to believe in, huh?
Hearing that brought up again is a sore point for me.
She's Miss President's shadow.
Right, because it's a sore point for Mitsuru because she doesn't believe in anybody. We're going for huge contrasts here. I tell Kujikawa the details I had previously said I couldn't reveal.
Kujikawa?
The repressed desires you don't want to admit? Here, they take on a life of their own.
So that's why. Then what's her ultimate goal? Why did she take Labrys?
Shadows. They try to become real. It confronts the original with weaknesses to make them deny that the shadow's part of them. Also, it can take their place.
Mitsuru's like, I don't recall that being what shadows are.
I see. Then there's no time to lose.
Do you think you can save her? A shadow doesn't disappear until the original person accepts it.
That's why I must believe in her and support her. Even if it's left unsaid, I still understand Kujikawa's desire. I share it.
Kujikawa, let me amend my earlier statement. I didn't come here just to minimize the damage. I came to save everyone. Will you trust me on that?
Rice does not trust her. She's a little disappointed that she has to trust her. Okay. The Phantom Thieves are a little bit of a mix of the two, I think. The Phantom Thieves do get very serious, a lot more than the investigation team, I think. But not as serious as the, as C's. She looks into my eyes, and after wiping her face with a handkerchief, she nods slightly.
Make sure you listen to what Labrys wants to say this time, okay?
I fully intend to.
Kujikawa smiles in embarrassment. She apologizes to me for taking such a spiteful tone. I can tell she's being honest and sincere. Kujikawa promises to cooperate as much as possible for Labrys' sake. I decide to have her contact her friends and pass on a simple explanation of the situation. She agrees and adds that she'll try to contact Akihiko and Aigis as well. She seems to have already grasped how our safeguards against detection by personas would work.
Speaking with you made me understand something important. Thank you for that. It must be that smile of yours that catches your audience's heartstrings.
Promise me then. Make sure you come back with her.
Spurred on by her words, I begin running to where I detect Labrys ought to be. Though I don't have a plan to save her. If I find her again and listen this time, will that truly be enough to save Labrys? The invisible walls are still here, leading me to the music room. According to the guide map, it should have been further away, but just as with the announcement room, the layout of this version of the school is off.
Who are you?
Someone else is already inside. He frowns upon seeing me. I recognize his face from the video. If the walls are still here, does that mean the Grand Prix rules are still being enforced? As a test, I hold a hand out to the space where I just entered the room.
It seems we're locked in. The rule against proceeding without fighting is still in effect.
Are you Kirijo-san by any chance? Rise got in touch with me.
I am indeed Mitsuru Kirijo. As I recall, you were the sister no, your name was Narukami. There doesn't seem to be anything scrambling our senses. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I don't sense any noise, but it can't hurt to ask. He nods, showing that he understands the question.
Rise told me you were out to save Miss President. Labrys, her name was?
That's right. But I must act swiftly. There's no noise here because our enemy thinks we'll be hesitant to fight in our right minds. Would you mind conceding? I don't want to drag you into this any further.
Ooh. Well, I cut it off because it's insulting. She's trying to be nice. She doesn't know you enough to joke around about his title.
I understand, but I can't do it like that.
Narukami gives a smile before his expression flattens again.
If the rules are still in effect, my friends are still trapped. They still need someone to rescue them. I fought battles I didn't want and taken on a lot of responsibilities, which includes saving Labrys, of course. It's not that I don't believe you, but I don't think it's right to simply hand the burden over to someone I just met.
I see.
Sorry, this must be frustrating to you.
No, don't misunderstand me. I have no objections. I admire your willingness. With the final battle awaiting ahead, perhaps it's best that the stronger of us two should be the one to proceed.
The atmosphere in the area changes. Narukami senses it as well and readies his weapon. It's strange, but he reminds me of someone. Although his fighting stance, physique, and features are completely different, he still reminds me of the one who saved us in the entire world.
I like the look in your eyes. I will test your resolve with my sword.
So, the wild cards all do have the same vibe around them, huh? I thought we were safe from the fields. Yeah, I guess not. $1991.
Finally!
Mitsuru's approaching her 30s, huh?
You're slow! No! You're slow!
Damn it. How about no?
You have time. I'll be gone. No! Marin Karen! Artemisha! Marin Karen!
Out here doing Mary Karen for no reason.
Artemisha, you have time.
That's not good.
You're slow!
Damn it! I was trying to use my persona, but my persona got broken. If we didn't miss all those Marin Karens, probably would have won. But that is the fate of Mitsuru, right?
Finally! Fight!
I won't hold back!
Over here.
Whose story arc has been my favorite? Mitsuru's, I think.
Good. Persona, over here.
Can you just sit there and like spam? Oh, damn it. This? Is there any reason to stop her? Oh, she does stop after a while. I was like, wait, what? Ah! I did, pulled off Bufudyne for the first time. I'm trying to do it again. Missed, Mary Karen again. Feels good.
Not yet. You're slow.
I've won. I will move on.
Mitsuru should be 22 or 23. Oh yeah, in this right now, but I was talking about like in 2020. She's like 29, right? Possibly 30. I held out my hand to Narukami, who had collapsed on the floor, and helped him up. Fortunately, I won. Although in fighting these people, I have come to see them in a new light.
But first, I have something to ask you.
She would be 23. If this is 2012, she'd be like 22, 23, yeah. In this world or encounter, another leads to an immediate win or lose situation. That's why I had intended to limit my interactions with others. All I felt regarding these students was regret for dragging them into this mess. But in order to be sure I can save Labrys, I feel that I'll need their help. Since they have more experience with this world, they're most likely closer to settling this.
You said that you want to save Labrys too, but you barely know her. She isn't human and has been through things that aren't easy to understand. What were you going to do for her when you found her?
Narukami quietly closes his eyes before answering.
Nothing in particular, but I could have stood at her side at the very least.
At her side?
A number of things dawn on me with Narukami's words. Though I had resolved to fight by myself, I wasn't truly alone. I had family and friends who supported me. But Labrys was alone. She fought against the same units who shared her fate, and after escaping into this world, she had no one. I see. I understand now. He politely underlined something important I had overlooked. He's not the first to show me a new perspective like this. This warm sensation that spreads within me. I understand now. That's why Narukami reminded me of him.
You really do remind me of an old friend.
I do?
Yes. Though he's more than just a friend. I owe my life to him.
Ah, damn. The feels today, man. I wasn't prepared for all of these during the stream today. Yeah, she's talking about Makoto. I attempt to contact Kujikawa again. When she responds, I give her another request. She eagerly agrees, and Narukami, who's listening in, nods in satisfaction.
Well then, I'll be going now. To save Labrys.
There's no hesitation now. I have seen what must be done. I must go forth to keep my promise with them. Labrys will be saved. I'm certain of that now. In order to pursue the escaped shadow, I stop briefly and attempt to locate it with my persona. It's on the move, but it's headed to the...
Kujikawa, can you hear me? The shadow is headed to the announcement room again.
I've already picked up on her and got out. Also, I've managed to reach your friends. I was just talking to someone named Aegis.
Kujikawa says she's never tried to contact multiple people at once, but with a little practice, she's picked up the knack. Her persona's support skills are advanced indeed. In contrast to my own inability to contact my friends against this noise without linking my persona to the communicator, she easily located Akihiko and Aegis. Really, she's quite talented.
Aegis, can you hear me? I need you to keep Kujikawa safe.
Understood.
The shadow's presence is nearby. I retrace my steps to the announcement room and throw open the door. I'm ready to end this.
My. You've come. Sorry, but you're too late. You really helped me out, though. You were pretty hard on this girl, weren't you?
The expression drains from Labrys' face as she mutters angrily at herself. The shadow must be hammering at Labrys' psyche in order to have Labrys deny herself.
Look me. We've got a guest. This human's here to take us back. She'll never understand how we feel. A typical human.
Human.
Stop! Don't say any more!
Labrys.
Damn. The art really does Mitsuru a lot of favors in this game. They're definitely working overtime to make up for those Persona 3 cutscenes. I step between Labrys and her shadow and draw my weapon. The shadow looks at me and her face boils over with hatred.
What's this all about? Oh, of course. It would be a problem if she were destroyed while you were retrieving her, huh? Retrieve? No! This has got nothing to do with me! How long are you gonna lie to yourself? It's about time you face reality. You want the everyday boys and girls to experience what you had to go through. Right? That's why we're in a school, having a fighting tournament. You want to see close friends fight for their lives against each other. Because if they do that, then they might understand. You want to make them understand. That ain't true! But it didn't work. Kirijo marched in here and spoiled your fun. It's alright though. You don't have to worry about that anymore. I'll take care of everything from here. I'll destroy anyone who doesn't understand you and comes to get in your way. Just like you once did. No! No! That ain't what I want! You're...
The shadow's smirk widens at Labrys' protestations.
You're not me!
Labrys' rejection seems to have crossed some line. I can sense the shadow's power rising dramatically in response to her words.
That's right! I'm myself! I'm free! Even if I'm a misunderstood machine. I'll escape from all this! Yes! The power!
I wonder if the voice actors have to record their lines separate for like them and their shadow, or do they just switch between the two voices as the conversation goes, and do they just read through the thing? Like talk like normal, talk like shadow, talk like normal, talk like shadow?
It's gone berserk. But there should still be time. I'll make you settle down.
I support Labrys, who's slumped over, and make my intentions plain.
What's with you, you hypocrite? The way you've been acting pisses me off! How can you be so kind to her? No matter what you do, it won't erase your sins! Fine. Since you're a Kirijo, why not tell me exactly what your family did to me? What they made me do?
The shadow thrusts her weapon towards me as if sentencing me to judgment.
Remember those spectating students? What did you think those human-shaped silhouettes were?
For a moment, her unexpected shift in topics catches me off guard.
Those were shadows, too. Shadows of the prototypes you made her destroy. When they were destroyed, their information was transferred to the victor. What's left of their hearts remains deep inside Labrys. That's right. They all have a soul. But because they never fully developed, their shadows helped her play school after they separated from her. Do you see? Those spectators you saw everywhere were her sisters she had to kill at the Kirijo group's orders.
I'm at a loss for words. I can only stand there speechless.
I haven't forgotten. I'll never let their memories or their pain go. I won't forgive anyone who tries to take my freedom.
Her anger, it's justified. It's natural for her to hold a grudge after what we did to them.
I acknowledge your anger and grief. Setting things right here is my way of atoning. This fight will release you from your curse once and for all.
Mitsuru was born in May. That makes sense.
Finally!
You're slow!
I don't understand how her persona works, or if this is like that because it's a boss fight. But her persona is just kind of like in the background hitting me. I mean, I can break it.
You're slow!
I think I kind of got Mitsuru down now, though. A little too late, because it's the last fight I'll do as Mitsuru, I think. After a fierce battle, the shadow finally falls silent and stops resisting entirely. I go to elevate Labrys to help bring her around. When she regains consciousness, she looks at me with sorrow and resignation.
Am I gonna be alone again? What am I saying? Of course I am. After all I've done.
No. No one will lock you away ever again.
Huh?
I thought I had a firm grasp on things, but in the end, all I did was drive you into a corner. I'm sorry.
Why is Akirito apologizing to a machine? I mean,
See you, Valley. Thanks for stopping by, man.
I hurt people. Dragged him into my own mess. I'm just like I was before. There ain't no reason to forgive me.
That is solely your opinion.
Huh?
Fujikawa, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Is that Rise-san?
That's right. You've met her too, and...
It seems Fujikawa accomplished what I asked of her earlier. I wanted her to use her persona ability to connect the voices of her friends directly to Labrys. Some of them I've met well, some I don't know at all. In truth, some of them may find it hard to forgive Labrys for dragging them into this, even after learning of her circumstances. But I believe in them.
To tell the truth, I only saw you for a second, so I ain't really sure what's going on. But it seemed like you went through a lot. Anyway, hope things start looking up.
That's way too simple. Can't you think of anything better to say?
Hey, it ain't simple at all. I know damn well how tough it is to see a shadow come out of yourself.
Yeah, we've all been through the same thing, so we'd suck pretty bad if we didn't forgive you.
You caused me a lot of trouble, but it was still kind of fun. Kinda.
Teddy seems like the least forgiving. What? They know how to accept someone for who they are, regardless of her looks. That's why, even though Labrys is a machine, they will surely welcome her. I'm confident of it. And indeed, they respond to Labrys with much more warmth than I had thought.
What you saw wasn't the whole picture, right? That's just how our hearts are.
I concur. None of us can cast stones after you've gone through the hardship of facing your shadow.
That aside, I'm just glad you're okay. I was worried about you. I left you alone knowing you couldn't use a persona.
Labrys, when you come back, we should talk.
Senpai's right, and not just us. Sister, can you hear me? I too would like to talk with you. There's something I'd like to tell you. You may know it already, but still.
The voices chiming in are gentle, kind, and warm. I can't help but be touched as well. My words alone could not have accomplished this.
You guys, why?
You are a machine, unlike us. That is undeniably true. There will be days to come when you are tormented by solitude and caged by your own weakness. But one thing will be very different. Starting today, you are not alone.
Whether she's machine or human has no bearing on her suffering. To be crushed under the weight of despair with seemingly no end to the pain, feeling that one cannot go on any longer. I'm no stranger to those feelings myself. It was always someone else, such as friends and family, who saved me. But when you're alone, it's difficult to see a way out. You can't find it unless someone else shows you. That's when you learn the extraordinary power derived from one's relationships.
Companionship is the greatest guide. In my mission here, I've come to be reminded of that. We hope to become that guide for you as well. If you're not alone, you can stand to face the most painful of truths.
Face the truth.
And that is when Labrys crossed over to be a Persona 4 character instead. Labrys' gaze turns towards her own shadow. There is no more fear in her eyes. She understands now.
I see. I get it now.
I watched over her as she stands up. No words pass between us, but I'm here for her, and that may be enough.
I'm sorry I ignored you all this time. I was the one who left you all alone. No.
This is a really good story for a
You
fighting
are
game.
me, after all.
We'll watch it a second time. I feel like in the other stories we can skip it, but I need to watch it again at least. It's a nice scene. Very well drawn.
This is my persona.
Labrys and Karicha-san!
Welcome back, you guys.
Together with Labrys, we head towards the rooftop, where there is supposedly an exit to the real world. Yeah, our persona was thick. A small crowd welcomes us on our arrival. Some of them I haven't yet met in person. If I recall correctly, the energetic girl with the short hair is Chie. The well-built young man must be Kanji, and that must be the real Teddy. His speech is no different from the imposters, but in the absence of that evil demeanor. The real one is much more adorable. Aw, she thinks Teddy's cute. All the faces I saw in the video are here, with a smile on every one.
Whoa! You really are a robot! Hey, can I touch you?
Chie-san, that's a bit impolite. It's hard enough restraining myself already.
You said restrain yourself.
Well...
What's so funny about that? I give Labrys an encouraging smile. She needn't be afraid to enter their circle. None of them are rejecting her after all.
I'm sorry I caused you guys trouble.
Yeah, I want to talk to you about that. That Grand Prix was you, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't a half bad idea. Fighting to see who's the strongest man was awesome!
Kanji surprisingly always knows the right thing to say.
What?
Kanji's right, but you should have invited me, too!
Sorry?
I won't forgive you until you say, I really like you, you big bear of a man. All sexy like that!
Guys, stop making it even worse. Sorry we're starting off like this.
In any case, I'm really glad you're all right.
I got you to thank for that.
They take very naturally to someone who isn't human.
Great job, Mitsuru. But man, talk about a rowdy bunch of students.
Still, they are kind.
I look at Labrys, surrounded by her new friends. I wish I could join them, but part of me would rather watch over them for now. And there are still things I need to consider.
Is something the matter?
I'm not good at relying on others. My responsibilities are so heavy that I don't even think of trusting others with them. I've been told it before, but it never gets easy.
Why not think of things more simply? When something cannot be accomplished alone, there is no other choice but to trust in others to help. Good or bad, it is inevitable. Then why not accept it and move forward? You aren't alone either, after all.
I can't keep myself from smiling at the truism I never would have come up with.
You're right. It's not difficult at all when put that way. it's just as I was saying about companionship being a guide.
Indeed, I'm thankful for my friends. They say the things I cannot and take me outside myself with new perspectives. I'm sure that the same principle will save Labrys from straying from her path. Although, I think about the case. Now that Labrys is safe, there's another issue. The mastermind was not Labrys, but her shadow. However, her shadow emerged and began to act only after she entered the TV world. It's hard to reconcile that with Labrys taking the initiative to escape. Come to think of it, there's something else that can't be explained if we assume Labrys was behind everything.
Was Labrys truly the mastermind here?
Huh? What are you getting at?
Why did Labrys choose them? Where did Labrys learn of them?
That's what I was wondering. It's the students of Yasogami High that trouble me. I can't see why Labrys would have selected them. I thought they might have sensed the changes Labrys caused in this world on their own, but no. The video that brought them here called them by name. Not to mention that the shadow took the appearance of General Teddy from the start. Neither would be possible unless she had identified them beforehand.
Even we didn't know about them or about this world inside the TV. How did Labrys discover all this?
Yeah, I can't explain it either.
And I still have my doubts regarding the hijackers' mental state. Their memories were so muddled that they couldn't even explain themselves. Do Labrys' abilities extend that far? The more I think about it, the more questions arise. There must be some larger plan at work here after all.
Well, the fastest way to find out is to just ask her. Hey, Labrys!
Akihiko.
Mitsuru's sitting quiet, just trying to figure things out, have her moment of contemplation, putting the pieces together and stuff. Akihiko flips the table. Yo! Who threw you in here? Akihiko's loud voice catches not only Labrys' attention, but the high schoolers as well. I had hoped to keep them away from this since they were innocent bystanders. Akihiko seems not to notice my irritated glare.
When did you wake up? How did you find out about the TV world?
About this place?
Labrys abruptly stops moving, just before starting to convulse and taking a leap backwards. It happened so suddenly that even the students standing some distance away raised their voices in alarm.
Labrys!
Get back!
As soon as Akihiko cries out, Agus runs towards the students to protect them. I keep a careful eye on Labrys, whose face has gone blank, but put some distance between us. My fears have been realized. Labrys reaches for the axe on her back and swings it without hesitation.
Is she malfunctioning? No! Someone's hijacked her!
What?
If we're all here, the shadow is defeated, and someone is still hijacking her.
I know
then.
you're there. Who are you? Show yourself.
I expected a response, but the source of my answer came as a shock.
Show myself? How cold. You treat me as if I were a stranger.
Huh?
That voice!
A pool of darkness emerges from one of the nearby shadows forming.
No way. Kirijo-san's shadow?
This is different than Yu's plot. Oh, I thought it was going to be a cutscene. No! That would have been cool. It has my appearance, my face. It's me in every way, save for the unnatural gleam in its golden eyes and the mocking expression it makes.
Do you not recognize your own face? I am you.
We're about to see if what I said earlier is correct. It's about to be put to the test that the P3 crew can handle their shadows very well. Still, my heart is calm. In fact, her appearance may be giving me more clues as to the enemy's intentions.
You seem to have a penchant for deception. Unfortunately, I already know that you're the mastermind here. You were after Persona users from the start. That's why you chose this school and tampered with Labrys' memories. And you just demonstrated how you controlled those hijackers. Very good. No wonder you managed to drive back a god once. Yes, I want them even more now.
Just casually dropping that she stopped death, or helped.
You want them? Explain yourself.
Personas and shadows are one and the same. If I poison your hearts, I can recruit shadows with unparalleled strength.
Wait, what? You mean turn our personas back to shadows?
The heart is frail. Its weaknesses are never fully vanquished. Given the opportunity, it can betray you and return to darkness.
Shadow Mitsuru is still making me feel some type of way, though.
This one's
Maybe
desire
more.
to make people suffer was perfectly suited for such a plan.
Plan?
You caused all this to gather strong shadows?
Who are you?
Sadly, it seems things won't be going according to plan this time. But I'll make use of what tools I have to the very end. This is my last chance. No, more like a marvelous entertainment. Stand, my puppet.
The shadow ignores my taunts and raises its right hand towards Labrys, still collapsed on the ground. Labrys reacts to the gesture by rising up, like a puppet with no will of its own.
You bastard! This form is exhausted from constant battle and will be useless as an asset. But unless you destroy it, it will keep rising up and attacking you all. What will you do?
Labrys obeys the shadow's command and leaps forward to attack. It seems the enemy will do anything to rattle us. I understood that. But understanding it and forgiving it are two different things.
We'll just knock her out one more time.
No, don't attack her. Further damage to Labrys could put her in danger.
But, come on! She's all over us! Ah!
Now, may you suffer and curse your fate. Relinquish your personas.
That moment, I hear a voice whisper in my mind.
Huh?
I stop in spite of myself. I know this voice well. Relief washes over me to hear it. This match will end in our victory. I call to everyone assembled.
Don't listen. Everyone concentrate on avoiding her attacks.
But we can't do that forever.
Just try and hang in there. Trust me. I trust in you.
I realize that this is an impossible demand. Everyone is already exhausted by what's come before. Still, I need to buy time. Surprisingly, the first to nod is neither Akihiko nor Aigis.
Everyone, we can take this much. Yosuke, you ready?
Hell yeah, partner. Let's let Mitsuru-san do her thing.
Hanamaru and the others recover from their confusion at once when Narukami speaks. Interesting. He seems to be a great leader.
Akihiko, Aigis, back them up.
You got it.
No one will force my sister to hurt others ever again.
You had best hurry and decide. Who will be destroyed? This shell or the lot of you?
The shadow laughs triumphantly to see us driven against a wall. She's acting like a god, but she's much too short-sighted for that. I sense what I've been waiting for. We've bought enough time.
Sad to say, but this show is over. What?
Labrys comes to a halt and is released from the shadow's control. She must have been forced to exceed her limits, and she falls to the floor as if strings had been cut. We didn't attack her at all, yet she's left unable to so much as break her fall. A chill goes down my spine to imagine what could have happened if we'd fought her at her full strength.
Looks like you made it in the nick of time. You saved us, Yamagishi.
Are you all okay?
Damn! Fuka getting a glow up too? Jesus!
Fuka-san.
I knew that was her as soon as she said, she heard a voice in her head. I mean, who else could it have been?
So you had a third assistant.
That voice. It's not coming from in here. Whoever it is out there.
Seriously? She can use hers in reality too?
Yeah, Fuka doesn't need to come inside the TV world. She can just start using her persona. Yeah, isn't Fuka, like, actually, like... I know she's a meme character because of Persona 3, but isn't she, like, ridiculously powerful? She responded at the perfect moment to my earlier phone call asking her to come at once. Yamagishi had a bit of initial difficulty dealing with a world so alien to her, but she adjusted quickly enough. Though she's far away, I can sense that we're under her protection.
It's just as you thought, Mitsuru-senpai. The enemy is only mimicking your appearance. It's a fake.
We're protected by her. Where was their protection? Hang on, wait. Now I'm angry. Where was her protection when I played Persona 3? Huh? Where was that? We're protected by her. Huh?
Very impressive to guess correctly from such a long distance away.
I thought she had the same voice actor as Labrys. She got it afterwards? Yeah, I guess.
So these are the limits of a half-broken puppet. Well, no matter. This was only ever for my own enjoyment. You despicable monster! I didn't expect you to fight back this hard, but didn't you have fun? You were all taken in by an illusion. This place, these traps, everything came from your own minds. You dread yourselves most of all. A beautiful plan, wasn't it? Your idea of beauty is rather warped, as is your plan and your assessment of us.
You didn't finish your social link? Yeah, maybe that's why.
But your biggest mistake was that you took my form in the end.
I take a step forward. Seeing this, Akihiko and Agus take a step back. They know me well. They can see the signs of the anger boiling within me.
Are you angry? Alright, I'll play along.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that was the, right before Fuka appeared, that was, the voice of the Ice Queen coming out.
Don't say another word while wearing that face. I'll teach you just who it is you've made an enemy of!
It's so nice to see all the characters come back. Cool, we got to see, Fuka, too.
Finally!
So do the shadows always have, like, what is that? Hey, how about you don't miss Marin Karen? Hey, the enemy's Marin Karen this too. Okay. Also has slightly different lines.
You have time to go.
Be executed.
You have time. I'll fight to the bitter.
Damn it. Easy. Not even close, baby.
Check. This is fine with me. Good enough for my purposes that I confirmed you have enough power to meet my expectations.
The shadow laughs, as if defeat mattered to it not at all.
This is only a temporary form. I doubted there'd be any meaning in changing my appearance, but sure enough, it made for a very enjoyable game.
What is this stuff? They got the same, motivations as Adachi.
All that irritates me is having to feign cooperation with that foolish human until I obtain the one true vessel.
Foolish
I will
human.
see you and another guy's next time. Just wait until then. The real you will face the same consequences soon. Choose your last words carefully.
Its laugh echoes throughout the room as the shadow browsing my form disappears into thin air.
Yamagishi!
The reading disappeared. It didn't move, it just vanished. What could this mean?
Back to square one again.
Gonna be honest, hearing a different voice really throwing me off.
Another guys, huh?
What are we up against? Our enemy seems to be targeting persona users.
It seems that not even they know who the enemy is, though I didn't expect they would. The enemy had extensive knowledge of Labrys, something even I didn't have. There's no denying it, whoever did this is well versed in the Corregio group's internal workings. Gathering powerful shadows, now we know the enemy's general aim, but what do they plan to do with them? None of that matters at the moment, I suppose. I signal to Akihiko. Akihiko catches it and turns towards the students.
Don't worry about it. We'll handle things from here.
Wait, but it kinda said it was still after us.
Of course, you should be aware that the enemy is out there. Akihiko only means that there is no need to abandon your lives to pursue it. We will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. That is, after all, our duty.
Yosuke's like, yo, I'm not just gonna sit here while something says it's coming after me. The fuck?
But...
I don't expect them to like my answer. But the reason I started the shadow operations, our operatives, is to protect people from these things. The students, they're still young. Granting my permission would only mean them becoming more inexorably involved. They're the same age as you when you fought death, what? I mean, I get it, she wants to prevent people from having to go through what she did. We should be the ones to take responsibility.
Guys, let's leave this to them.
You can...
Are you serious?
They're right that we need to go back for now. We're all at our limit.
When Narukami signals to him, Hanamaru's complaints fall suspiciously silent. That hardly fooled anyone. Okay, good. I'm glad now that we're on the P3 side of this, they're like, come on. Either they take me for being an imbecile, or they think it won't matter, even if I do catch on. I suppose I can live with it. If they're that determined, I am no one to dissuade them. We'll have to take care of everything before they can involve themselves, that's all. I like her thought process as well of just like, alright, fuck it, well, we'll just solve the problem before they can even catch up. Teddy jumps around, his footsteps sounding highly unnatural to catch our attention.
Alrighty, attention please! The trip doesn't end until we get out of the TV!
Dude, we were in the middle of a conversation.
What are you doing with this ancient TV? Hang on, where'd you even get this?
It's a Teddy Vision! You can get out from here!
They exchange banter, as if the recent problems are already long past. It's so that they can continue to be so carefree that we must fight. Moreover...
How's Labrys?
There wasn't much damage to her motor functions. I don't believe it will take much time to repair her. Still, the stress on her cognitive functions must have been severe. It may take some time for her to awaken.
Aigis gazes sadly at Labrys' unmoving form in her arms. We must also fight to prevent anyone else from being hurt like these two. The case is over for the time being. It's time to say our farewells to this world. But a newfound resolve to fight is surging within me. This is an Inaba hotel? What the fuck? Is this at the Amagi Inn or some shit? No, this is better than that. I guess Mitsuru's renting it, so... Even after we return to the real world, there's no rest for the weary. After action reports on the case, investigation leads on the culprit, there's a mountain of things to do.
Here you go, Mitsuru-san.
Ah, thank you.
After issuing instructions, I'm ready to take a break when Aigis serves me a cup of tea with perfect timing. The fresh scent of Darjeeling, I take a moment to savor the mellow aroma of muscat. That's right, spring's nearly over. I feel like I could barely keep track of the seasons anymore.
We will be leaving Inaba tomorrow. Keep that in mind when making preparations.
Understood.
We're rather limited here in this hotel room. Originally, I had intended to return today, but we're all so tired that we had to stay the night. There is also Labrys' condition to consider. Still mulling it all over, I hear a knock at the door.
It's me, Fuka.
Come in. I'm sorry I had to summon you on such short notice.
Oh no, it's alright. I was on vacation too, after all.
What does Fuka do?
How is Labrys?
Does she, like, work in the Shadow Operatives? Or is she about to get hired? Because she was on vacation. Wait, what?
She's still resting. There was a lot of stress on her, so we might have to carry her out.
I think it'll be interesting to get some explanation here.
I see.
Yamagishi takes a nearby chair. There's weariness in her eyes.
I looked into the records. Labrys was built on a self-contradicting foundation.
Self-contradicting?
Unlike with Aegis, when Labrys was being developed, no one had the know-how to create a personality from scratch. So, it seems like they took an actual girl's personality and used it as a base.
A living girl. So that's why her heart is unexpectedly advanced.
Yamagishi
But
nods.
if she had all of the original girl's memories, a contradiction would occur in her self-awareness. Normally they'd make adjustments to prevent that, but even then, they couldn't guarantee it would be completely safe.
I forget that Fuka also is super smart. She does all the research into shit. She hacked into the Kurijo servers. Well, I guess she didn't hack, Mitsuru gave her a password, but she was still able to decipher a lot of that shit during P3 too.
That's why Labrys was loaded with a self-deceiving function, in case a conflict arose in her self-awareness.
She was deceiving herself? Then the function that interfered with our perception...
It was listed as meant for infiltration, but that was a technicality. Its true purpose was a safety mechanism.
She was given a heart, presupposing that it would cause conflicts with her self-awareness. I silently beg the heavens for forgiveness at the cruelty and injustice performed upon her.
I think that should be okay now.
A hesitant voice comes from outside.
Labrys! When did you get here?
Sorry to sneak up on you, but after I faced my shadow and learned how to use my persona...
But I don't recall you using your persona, I just recall you getting it.
It's hard to explain, but it felt like my emotions settled down.
Actually, that may be what happened. Facing one's shadow could be said to be correcting one's self-awareness.
Fuga also knows all about facing one's shadow now?
That must be it. Your developers came to the decision that it was an insurmountable problem, yet you overcame it.
I approach Labrys and stroke her head. She fidgets, her eyes cast slightly downward. Mitsuru giving out head pats.
How do you feel? Does anything seem off?
Oh, no! You guys have treated me so well, I feel kind of guilty about it. My body's all fixed up too, so there shouldn't be any problems there.
I see.
That's exactly what I said, Sinful. It feels weird to hear a different voice come from her face. Aww. Damn, again, like I said, really putting in overtime work here to make up for those P3 cutscenes on how they made Mitsuru look. They're going hard. Labrys' expression seems gentle. She appears to be mentally stable. I doubt there's any danger of her losing control again.
I wanted to talk to you about where we go from here.
From here? You mean, about me?
Originally, we planned to take you back to the lab on Yakushima, but that was when we still thought of you as a mere object.
Yeah, her hair got a lot brighter. Fuka's. 2006 was harsh on the animation budget. Yeah, I know, but now they have a lot more budget to make this look even better than P3 did.
Is that what you want to happen?
What else is there?
You could tell us what you yourself want. You do have a heart, just like us. Who knows? Maybe you could even go to school eventually.
Me? Go to school?
Even Aegis has been to school, and that was when she knew much less about the world than you know now.
Thinking back to that time is, it's rather embarrassing.
Surprisingly, Labrys falls silent in thought. To live a life no different than anyone else's. That must be exactly what she wants. Should I tell her there's no need to worry about living expenses? No. Best wait for her decision. I like Mitsuru is just about to throw out the I'm fucking rich card. Listen. Why worry about money? I've got that shit covered. But then she remembers that, most people wouldn't care. Or that's probably the last thing that, Labrys is wondering about. She should be the one to decide her future. After a long silence, Labrys speaks again.
School. It sounds great. But I feel like there's something I gotta do first. I mean, yeah, it's been my dream for a long time to go to school. But someone's after those guys. Someone's trying to wreck their lives. I want to catch whoever it is myself. I want to look after those guys.
Rather than being with them, she chose to protect them. It's a beautifully selfless decision. She thought for herself and chose her own path. I see no reason to deny her that.
The Security Department Shadow Response Unit would be glad to have you. Welcome to the team, Labrys.
I extend a hand. If she takes it, she'll be putting an ordinary life on hold for a while. I know she understands that, but she takes it anyway.
I get to work with you, sister.
I guess?
That reminds me, I am your younger sister, but I am more experienced than you. This may be somewhat confusing.
Though the two sisters are a bit awkward around each other now, a new bond will form there as well. Labrys made her own decision not to live an ordinary life. You could say that she's truly facing herself. She'll be alright. Seeing the two of them together makes me sure of it.
I'll give you a tour of the lab tomorrow. Make sure you're ready to write things down.
Why would she need to write things down? Couldn't she just store it in her archive? Or though, once they become more human, like, don't they lose access to that stuff? The answer kind of implied the more human Aigis became, the less she was able to do that kind of stuff. So maybe that's why Labrys needs to write stuff down.
Tomorrow? We're leaving Inaba already? I haven't even said goodbye. I can't leave without seeing him one more time.
Oh, that's good to hear. It means you've made some friends.
Friends.
I turn to Aigis.
Get in contact with them by whatever means you deem necessary.
Whatever means necessary.
Understood. How should I contact them? I only know their names.
Couldn't technically Fuka just start talking to them all in their head? Like, yo.
Yamagishi, your usual method should prove effective once
there
again.
it is.
Huh? But isn't that invading their privacy?
Okay, I was wondering. And then Mitsuru just implies it, like, hey, Fuka, why don't you just fucking talk to him?
Permission granted. Remember, we have official sanction to operate now.
And after how they acted when we were parting, we'll definitely need their contact information. They won't sit quietly by, of that I'm sure. Okay, good. I'm glad that, Mitsuru picked up on you and Yosuke subtly being like, we're gonna do our own investigation. This matter's still open, after all. The mystery remains unsolved, and there are still worries nagging at me. But that's not the only legacy of this case.
I'll help look him up too.
Labrys breaks into a smile and takes Aigis' side at the computer. The bonds that gave her that smile, they'll light our unseen path. There's no knowing yet where this case might lead. But the day that we stop in our tracks, too afraid to continue, will never come. I don't know if you can hear that bang over the microphone, but Jesus. Hang on one sec. I gotta go hear what that banging is. I don't know if you guys can hear it over the mic, but it's insanely loud. I'll be right back. Yeah, tomorrow's the 3rd. It's just people shooting off fireworks. But we're still 2 days away from the 4th of July. The 4th is on Saturday, but yeah, wouldn't that mean they would want to... Everyone will get ready to do stuff on the 4th? Alright. I know we just unlocked Elizabeth's, but we gotta see where everyone else's cliffhanger ended up at. Why do these have a red clear, but this is... Yeah, oh, right. Because these are P3 and this is P4. I think everyone wanted Yosuke. I think there's still a lot of story to be told here that we'll miss out on if we do Elizabeth's. So let's do Yosuke's. I think we can flip back and forth between investigation team P3. When the new girl says Labrys, Miss President opens her mouth, trembling.
My name is Labrys? Labrys.
In that instant, her pale face flushes with comprehension. She looks down at her mechanical limbs and her face twists into a bitter expression. In the meantime, the shadow glares at the other robot girl.
Don't tell me you're... Yes. I am the 7th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon, Aegis. I am the model that came after you.
2 models after that, right? I really liked it, Ice Lurker. There were tears in Labrys' story.
Huh. So you're here to seize her. Well, I won't let you. I'm sick of that place. I'm going to be free. Isn't that right, me? Won't that be better than letting the Kiricho group capture you again? Kiricho. Capture?
The President blankly repeats the Shadow's words. She turns to me, her eyes filled with desperation.
I wasn't human?
I should answer her, and I try, but nothing comes out of my mouth. In that moment, I can feel our fates ripping apart.
I won't be caged! I will take my freedom!
Yosuke, if you're Yu's partner, you would know that you just gotta say something here. The Shadow's arm suddenly shoots out across the room. It's connected to her by a long chain, and it catches Miss President in it. The chain reels in like it was connected to a winch, dragging her along. The Shadow grabs Labrys and lifts her onto its shoulders. In the next moment, the Shadow bursts out of the announcement room. That was fast. I can't believe she's carrying twice her own weight.
Wait!
The other robot, Aegis, follows right behind. That just leaves Rice and me, and a whole lot of questions. What the hell am I supposed to do now? The Student Council President isn't human, but some kind of weapon? And there's a robot girl.
Ow!
Something smacks me in the back. It's Rice. She's staring at me with flushed cheeks.
Senpai, aren't you gonna go after them?
After them? Yeah, why am I spacing out? Of course I can't just let stuff end like this. So what if she's not human? So what if she's not what I imagined? She believes in me. She trusted me. And yet I completely failed her. I'm not gonna let it end now. Not a chance in hell.
Thanks, Rise.
She didn't get a chance. She didn't get to be a celebrity for nothing. She's really got some guts. It sure is great to have friends to urge you on.
I'll back you up from here. Good luck!
I nod with determination. I leave Rice alone in the announcement room and run out the hole in the hall. I can't match their speed, but I know where they're going. When the Shadow left the room, she turned down the stairway. If she was going to head downstairs, it'd be faster to make for the fire escape in the other direction. So while that isn't a whole lot to go on, I think I can guess where they're going. To the roof. Where all the dramatic things happen in the investigation story. As I huff and puff my way up the stairs, I see that the door to the roof is open, just as I thought. But when I got there, I didn't see what I expected to see. It took my breath away. It looks like a studio, like that place. This is the entrance to the world we used up until this spring. It went away after we solved the mystery last year, but it must have come back when Labrys entered the TV and created the school. I guess that's what everyone saw, the Midnight Channel. They became interested in it, like last time. That's why it looks exactly the same.
You're here.
In the middle of the area, Aigis in the shadow, still carrying Labrys, are at a standoff. Labrys is silent. She looks conscious, but her eyes are empty, as if she's given up trying to understand anything. The shadow smiles when she sees me and snaps her fingers. Suddenly, the area is enveloped with a strange presence.
What? The Grand Prix isn't over yet. If you want to chase me, you'd better fight each other.
Hey, wait!
I try to chase after the shadow, but run into another invisible wall. This crap again? The shadow disappears back into the school building. Damn it looks like I just helped her buy more time. The Grand Prix isn't over? Don't tell me I've got to fight more to keep going. So now I have to fight the robot, Aigis? I timidly ask her. Hell, I don't know anything about her other than her name. First I need to find out what the hell she's doing here.
Is it true you came to capture her?
You're Captain Ressentiment, Yosuke Hanamura, correct?
She knows me, and she knows about the ressentiment part. Someone kill me!
I saw you in the video advertising this tournament. The one showing the people currently in this world.
Did you now?
Still, ressentiment, huh? It still really pisses me off, but to be honest, it's not that far from the truth.
Normally, I would recommend that you evacuate at once, but neither of us can leave. I must go after her.
What a coincidence. Me too.
But this has nothing to do with you.
I may not have meant to, but I hurt that girl. She was depending on me, and I turned my back on her.
Not a human? A robot? So what? That's what I wanted to say to her, but I couldn't. That's why
I need to go and apologize.
When I say that, Aigis' expression relaxes. It's a really natural expression, very human-like. Labrys' face was like that too.
I think I should explain certain things to you. I'm not authorized to disclose everything, but...
She slowly begins to speak. Apparently there were incidents involving shadows and personas outside Inaba too. They didn't start recently either. But they made an unofficial squad to deal with stuff like that, and Aigis belongs to that group. She's a weapon created solely to fight shadows. She was given a soul so that she can summon a persona, the only method of dealing with shadows. Miss President Labrys was a prototype, but she went AWOL. Holy crap. I mean, after last year, I'm ready for any kind of crazy story, but that still takes me by surprise. Of course, it's not all that hard to believe when one of the robot girls is standing right here in front of me. But still.
There are shadows outside the TV too?
We would never have realized that a television could lead to a space like this.
Well, I'm surprised by what you just told me, so I guess we're even.
I try joking and smiling, but Aigis doesn't smile back. Another typo. There's a lot of typos in this. The editor wasn't working too hard. Smile back. She looks straight at me. Her eyes are filled with strength. I can tell she's measuring me up. Come to think of it, Labrys looked at me the same way when we first met. I remember thinking, man, those eyes.
Hey, please tell me, what's going to happen to Labrys once you catch her?
I cannot answer that.
Aigis hesitates before answering, like she has to squeeze it out of her throat. The pause says more to me than her words.
If you have no other questions, then let us begin the battle. There isn't any time to spare. Please don't resist. I can knock you out painlessly if you comply.
Yikes. But hey, I can't back down.
I act cocky so that I won't get scared. But when I smile, I know that I can't just let her beat me.
Are you really going to fight a living weapon like myself? I do not mean to boast, but your chances of success are low.
I'm still a guy. And guys should help out crying girls, right?
For some reason, this brings a smile to her face. Then I had a thought. Was she trying to scare me from keeping me from getting into something dangerous? Perhaps this is her way of trying to be kind to me. Well, if it is, it's not gonna work. I'll never forgive myself if I was sent home now. I'd lose something important to me. I've already made my decision. Maybe I just sensed that resolution in me because she takes a fighting stance.
I understand. I accept your challenge. Here I come.
I don't remember how to play Yosuke. But here we go anyway.
Finally!
Heavy damage cannon! No crap!
Oh god, I don't remember how to play Yosuke. I do remember that missing that D-slash all the time.
Please hit! Heavy damage! Severe impact! You're mine! Heavy damage! Heavy damage! No!
I should say heavy damage all the time.
Come! Here! Fire! Heavy damage! I will not run! Heavy damage! Blast off! Limited heavy light damage! Bramble! Heavy damage! Evasive move! Bramble! No escape! Fire missile!
I hit my, I summoned my persona.
Light damage evaded! Fire!
Oh shit.
Heavy damage!
Can you see this?
I missed the V-slash literally every time this fight.
Please hit! Guarding! Guarding!
V-slash! Persona!
No! Alright! No!
Yikes. Of course Teddy's name does. My shoulders bounce up and down as I wipe my sweaty face on my sleeve. I'm completely out of breath.
Well done. I'm surprised you defeated me, but this may have been for the best.
Huh?
You are truly concerned for her, even after discovering that she's a living weapon. Your sympathy is much more impressive than that of a fellow machine like myself. Such consideration is immeasurably warm and cherished for us.
Agas's voice is gentle, but she also sounds a little sad. I sense like she's carrying a burden that I can't imagine. That kind of conflicts with Agas's character. She can show sympathy now, she's a human. Or she has a soul, I should say, she's not a human. I don't know what to say, but she gives me another of those soft smiles.
I met my own friends once, and reached my own answer. I was thinking of telling my sister of these experiences.
And reached my own answer. Ugh, don't do this to me.
Oh, she's your sister.
But I think it's better that you tell her instead.
Will I be able to do that? Wouldn't it be better for Agas to go? No, the answer's already there. I have to face Labrys for Agas's sake as well. I look straight into Agas's eyes to show my determination.
I don't know if I have the answer you're talking about, but there is something I want her to know. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get it across, but when I was going through tough times, I had my friend...
Son of a bitch. That was such an awesome speech, and I muffed the last word. Silence ensues.
Dude, you pick up on everything?
Pure disappointment when you open your mouth. Now I understand.
Oh, don't do this to Yosuke.
How do you know about that?
My database is perpetually being updated. Even as we speak, I am receiving information about you from the server. Known for wearing a trash can on his head. I comprehend.
Wait, how come all this information about me is bad? And what's this server you're talking about?
To think you would have such hobbies. The possibilities of man are truly infinite.
Oh, is she looking up his search history?
That's not...
Senpai, can you hear me?
A transmission from Rice. That's right, now's not the time to be acting stupid.
Loud and clear. Did you pick up Labrys' trail?
She's headed for the announcement room again. I'm gonna get out of here while I can.
The announcement room? At first I was worried about Rice, but now that I think about it, as long as she can use her persona to track the enemy, she's safer than anybody in here. Alright, time to catch up. If the Shadow needed to make us fight to stall for time, it means she's still got something up her sleeve. I slap my cheeks to wake myself up a bit. I'll finish it this time.
I entrust Labrys, my sister, with you.
As I'm leaving, Aegis's voice calls out to me from behind. Her words relieved me.
I thought, I don't know, that you were gonna capture her and lock her up somewhere. Her shadow was talking about how she didn't want to be caged again, and that she wanted to be free. But you don't seem like the type to do that. I think you really do have her best interests in mind. I'll bring Labrys back to you, whatever it takes, Aegis-san.
Hanamura-san, thank you.
Look at that. Labrys does have a place to go. Yeah, she doesn't belong here in this made-up school. I bow to Aegis and start running again. I really do love the interactions between the characters in this, man. I returned to the announcement room and opened the door. All I saw was Labrys sitting alone in the middle of the room. Her mechanical legs are splayed out on the floor, and she seems to be mumbling something happily. Okay, that's not right. The Shadow is nowhere to be found. The piano is back. Yeah, we're playing as the P4 crew. Where is she watching from? Oblivious to my suspicion, Labrys starts talking to me in a cheerful but almost lifeless voice.
Oh, it's you, Yosuke-kun. What's wrong? Shouldn't you be in class?
Uh-oh, that's the sound of someone who hasn't accepted their shadow.
You're not thinking straight. We're inside the TV world. You're not the student council president.
What are you talking about? I came here to broadcast a student council announcement.
Labrys looks up with empty eyes. She's no longer in her human form, but her stuck-on smile is painful to look at. That's not her real smile. I take a deep breath.
Labrys. That's your name. You know that, right? Let's go back and put an end to this fake world.
Why? Why are you saying that stuff?
Labrys' eyes finally look at me clearly. She looked at reality.
I want to stay here. This is the only place I can belong.
Labrys slowly stands up and puts her arm behind her back. She removes her wings and they expand to form a giant axe. I see a lot of Kasumi parallels in this plot here.
I won't go back. I'm gonna stay here forever and ever.
She brings down her axe with incredible speed. To swing a huge chunk of steel like that so easily, that's just not humanly possible. I mean, I expected as much, but I can't go easy on her.
I'm sorry I have to do this. I'll apologize as much as you want later. But right now, I've gotta stop you with everything I have.
Finally!
Fight! No!
Can you see that?
One of these days I'm gonna get that beast.
What you figure?
Damn it!
Remember when I said this was the easy baby mode fight because she doesn't have a persona?
Just get this persona! You're mine! Are you kidding me?
Okay.
Finally! Fight!
Bingo! Slash! Persona!
Oh no!
You're mine! Mine! Persona! Time for some confusion! Slow!
Oh, I remember how to do the confusion move. It doesn't affect the AI.
Go, Jiraiya!
the corner again. Time to get out of the corner. I'm back in the corner.
Don't think you've won. Slow. Give it up. Give it up. Can you see this? You're right. Time for some confusion.
Now you're in the corner.
Here we go.
No.
Give it up.
You're too slow.
Why? Why can't I stay like this?
What good will it do for you to forget everything? You know that you're trying to ignore the truth and that you're lying to yourself. That'll only bring you more pain.
Labrys drops to the floor, crying her heart out. I know this is for her own good, but seeing it hurts me deep down inside. Labrys looks at me with eyes filled with misery.
You wouldn't understand. No one can understand how I feel. That's right. They'd never understand.
Oh. That was a fight against regular Labrys. Oh shit, we still have to fight the Shadow.
Shadow. So you were nearby after all.
Why wouldn't I be? I'm her.
Damn, wherever she is, I can't see her. Where's she hiding? As I'm looking around... Oh, this is a different scene. I was getting ready to skip. Oh, there's all the destroyed robots in the incinerator. This is the first time we see the background here. Oh, Lord. When the darkness disappears, the scenery has changed completely. The view outside the window has changed to something weird and creepy. A piercing red light fills the room.
What's going on?
What is that? Some giant metal container like a furnace, and something's being tossed into it like garbage. I look closer and see that the garbage looks like arms and legs. Hey, it looks like people. I try to calm the horror I feel creeping up my spine. I just don't know how to describe it. All I can say is that wherever this is, it's nasty. This isn't the announcement room anymore. As I was fixated on the view outside, the Shadow appears silently from the corner of the room.
And I still need her, so I can become myself.
She approaches me as she talks. Her face is illuminated by two things, the red light from the room outside and the madness in her eyes. I back away in spite of myself. But the Shadow ignores me, drawing close to Labrys. Shoot, that's right. Labrys hasn't said the words that the Shadow needs to hear. Her Shadow hasn't gained true power yet. That's why she was trying to buy time.
Forgetting was your only escape route. But that's been stolen from you too. Poor pitiful me.
Labrys' Shadow turns and begins regaling her. Her lips are at Labrys' ear, her words tugging at her heart.
You made them go through the same pain, but in the end, they still didn't understand.
The same pain?
It was so painful. It made you so sad. You hated destroying them.
Destroying them? I take another look at the horror show outside the room. The broken human figures being thrown into the incinerator. This is a sight Labrys' heart created, right? Then that means this is... I suddenly felt like I could grasp the weight Labrys was bearing in her heart. And I could see how heavy the weight was. The Shadow takes a quick glance at me and continues speaking.
He was forced to fight his friends too. But he didn't feel the despair that we did. He wasn't alone, after all. He's completely different from us. You're not human, or an ordinary machine. We don't belong anywhere, and we'll always be alone. No one will ever understand us. Please stop!
The Shadow needs to have Labrys' denial that they're the same. I knew that. but I couldn't stop her. I quietly watched as the two of them talk.
I'm not alone! I'm not! If they don't understand, who will? The only ones who could were all destroyed by our own hands. No! That was you, not me! You're not me! I'm free now! No one can capture me! I'm truly free!
Well, there it is. The shadow goes wild and strikes Labrys, knocking her aside. I catch her from behind. Labrys looks up to me, a bit surprised. But the look in her eyes is frail, ready to fade away at any moment. I smile at her.
Don't worry. It's okay if you can't at first. It's really hard to accept yourself. The only reason I could do it was because I had friends to help me. It would have been impossible to do on my own. I'm here with you now. And you've got Aegis-san too. We'll help you face yourself.
The shadow's shape is a bit of a surprise. The shadow didn't change, but it summoned a monster behind it. What the hell, man? That's like a persona. And it's pretty damn gigantic. Just looking at it makes me weak in the knees. It's at least 3 times my size. The shadow's eyes glow gold as she turns her wings into an axe like Labrys did. Crap. It was hard enough just fighting a robot girl with an axe. I'm gonna be honest here, I'm having a hard time thinking I can take her on by myself. But something pops up in the back of my mind. The faces of my friends, of Aegis, everyone who's trusted me with all their hopes. I get ready to fight. Power surges through my body. Alright, now it's my turn to work.
I'm gonna save you no matter what. And when we make a promise like that, we keep it.
Finally!
That persona looks cool. Oh my god. I don't understand why Robo Aegis is way tougher in, as on Yosuke. Yeah, did it just like break the fall?
How about this? Pretty effective, huh?
The game is not phased by being confused. Other players.
How about this?
Oh, how do we miss that? What? Yosuke, you're killing me here. Yo, what? Her shadow just ate me. Okay, we broke the weird shadow thing at least. I still continue to miss the V-slash every single time. Damn it. If I could hit the V-slash more reliably, we'd be fine. I'm just really bad at that.
Finally!
Oh my god, the shadow gets rid of like a quarter of my health. Her shadow actually doing a lot this time around compared to when I thought it was Bitsuru. Missed the V-slash and so that's clutch.
Just getting stuck. Time for some confusion.
Okay. Not even close. The shadow finally stops moving and settles down. I run to Labrys and pick her up. She's still awake, but her expression is gloomy.
I'm such a failure. I can't win against anyone. I even let my shadow out. I'm a weapon, but I'm so useless. It would be better if I was just scrapped.
The lack of any energy in her voice and body is enough to put me at a loss for words. Do I have it in me to convince her otherwise? That doubt came crawling back into my mind. But I still need to tell you. I opened my mouth to put the heavy feelings in my heart into words.
Hey, there was someone I liked once, but she got killed. It was the worst thing you could imagine. I couldn't forgive myself or believe she was gone. I even tried to forget about her. I thought then that no one could understand how I felt. I mean, how could they if they weren't me? Only I could understand how I felt. That's what I thought. I had given up. But that wasn't true. Even if people haven't had exactly the same experiences, they can still understand each other. I have some great friends now to prove it.
Friends.
If I'm strong at all, it's because I have them. I can remember my friends are with me whenever it really counts.
Yeah, but I don't have that.
You should, though. There must have been someone who was important to you. Just think back.
Labrys' lips quiver, and she shakes her head gently. A single tear was all it took. Like a dam breaking, she starts to cry.
They're all gone. I can't see them anymore. And it's all my fault!
Probably would have been better for Yosuke, instead of being like, hey, think back on your friends, to be like, yo, I'm your friend now. Yeah, huh. That's what Shadow Labrys was getting at. She didn't just lose them. I don't know the details, but I'm gonna bet that she had to destroy someone herself against her will. I can't imagine the pain that would cause. But...
See, can't it be us?
Everyone.
Your friends.
As I say that, I stretch out my hand to her. But Labrys looks away from me, and she won't take my hand.
How? I'm not human.
Who cares? One of my friends is a shadow. Remember Teddy? The one who was acting like your knight? He was originally a shadow. And you have Aige-san with you too. I know she was really worried about you.
Really?
She raises her head and looks at me, but she still hesitates. Shoot. I really don't know what to say in situations like this. I bet you would have the best lines memorized just for occasions like this. Okay, so I try something that sounds natural, no matter if it's particularly suave or not. Time to try a joke.
You know, my arm's gonna get tired leaving my hand out like this.
Labrys looks confounded for a brief moment, but it looks like I chose right.
You really are something, you know that?
With a smile, Labrys takes my hand. It's cold and hard, but it feels natural. Because I know that it's the hand of a girl who's trying her best.
I'm not alone.
That's right. We'll be by your side.
Labrys nods her head slowly and stands up. I offer to help her up, but she pushes my arm away and walks towards her shadow. The shadow says nothing. It just stares at Labrys.
Wanting everyone to understand. You weren't wrong about how I feel.
Wow. It's such an elegant white silhouette, it's hard to imagine it was the same as that black bull shadow. I was worried that there might be something wrong, like she was damaged or something, but when she turns to me, I can see the strength in her eyes. I breathe a sigh of relief. I lift my face and cheerfully call out to her.
Well, let's get going. Back to where our friends are waiting.
You got it.
Now that she's accepted herself, she nods to me and smiles like when we first met. No, even brighter. Labrys accepted her shadow and the host disappeared. For a while, I was worried about how the Grand Prix was going to end, but it's all over now. So all that's left is for us to get the heck out of here. I hear from Rice that all those fantastic invisible walls have disappeared. Now I can go meet up with my buddies in Aigis. Or so I thought. Led by Rice, Yu, Chie, and Yukiko, all come running into the announcement room. Teddy, Kanji, and Naoto follow them. Way to rush things. But I guess I would want to run around if I was stuck in a cage all day too. Please don't kill my ship. Yeah, we're getting there, I think. The investigation team's back together. Everyone's surprised when they see Labrys. I mean, I can't blame them. She's a robot. I explain the circumstances to them. Labrys looks tense the entire time, but of course, none of us are going to be heartless enough to say she's not a person.
I lost in the very first round. I wish I could have fought a little more.
I'm glad that I didn't have to fight you, Chie. At least fighting against Yosuke-kun didn't trouble my conscience much.
What?
It didn't?
There. She can say that because she loves you.
Pardon me if I don't share your optimism there.
These guys are way too easygoing. As I'm complaining, Kanji seems pretty enthusiastic.
Should do that again sometime. It ain't good for our bodies if we don't let our personas out once in a while.
Is that true?
But normal people can't let them out.
I'll sponsor a real Grand Prix. I'll call it our very first Go on a Date with Teddy Grand Prix.
No one would enter.
How cruel.
Teddy balls and throws himself into Labrys' arms, and she hesitantly opens her mouth to speak.
Can I sign up?
Don't.
You shouldn't.
You immediately goes, no, do not.
You know what? Count me in.
Oh, if you're in, then I'm in.
Huh? Well, then me too.
I'm out.
What? You and Kanji.
Damn it, you jerks.
Yeah, whatever. As long as it makes Labrys smile.
It's time we go back.
Everyone cheers in agreement. We all head to the roof. I already knew that the roof is where the exit from the TV world was, in the studio area. Plus, we can meet up with Aigis while we're there. All Teddy has to do is bust out the exit and we'll be back at Jeunesse. We climb the stairs, and as I expected, Aigis is waiting for us. When she sees that Labrys is safe, she smiles.
It seems everything has been resolved.
But a pair I've never seen before are standing behind her. They have intensely intimidating auras. I can tell they aren't normal people like me. I'm guessing they must be members of Aigis' team, on the same mission as her. Normal people like me. Okay, Persona user. Alright, settle down.
It's over already. I still don't feel entirely satisfied, though.
Don't be like that, Akihiko. Just be happy that it's over.
Akihiko was like, hey, I was looking to fucking fight. I take a closer look at them. One's an amazingly gorgeous woman, and the other's a buff guy who isn't too shabby himself. And Aigis is pretty easy on the eyes too, but the three of them together and they really pack a punch. The way they're dressed, well, they pack a punch too, but in a different way. The beauty in the fur coat steps forward and bows to me. At the same time, Labrys hides behind my back.
Hanamura, yes? You have my thanks for helping us retrieve Labrys.
Her tone is soft but articulate, intellectual and charming. But one of her words bothers me.
Could you maybe not use the word retrieve?
I'm a little scared to talk back to her, but I'm not going to budge on that one. She appears taken aback for just a moment, then she smiles.
You're right. My apologies. I'm Mitsuru Kirijo, Labrys' handler.
Kirijo. I've heard that name somewhere before. Huh? Kirijo? As in the huge company Kirijo? I turned to Aigis for an answer. Picking up on what I wanted to say, she replied with a smile. Seriously? So the group she had mentioned was... Because we're all scared silly by the important name, Kirijo tells us incredibly politely that they were mostly the cause of the incident. She also explained what I wanted to know about most, how Labrys was going to be treated.
I'm not gonna be scrapped.
I have no plans to shut you down or destroy you. Kirijo's answers in response to Labrys' question is so direct that we can't help but cheer. Labrys was more perplexed than happy. Kirijo takes Labrys' hand and lowers her head.
Indeed, you aren't. You have done nothing wrong. It's actually me who should be apologizing to you.
Oh no, you don't gotta do that. I felt like there was no getting around being sealed away again. I've made friends now, so I thought I could live with it.
Labrys.
I can't believe this is happening. This is all thanks to you, Yosuke-kun. Ah!
Labrys?
What the? Something's wrong with Labrys. Agus and the others all look confused by Labrys' unnatural pause. I know she's been through a lot today. Did she break something? But Labrys speaks in a tone of voice that none of us were expecting.
It's not over yet.
It's totally GLaDOS, dude, every time I hear it. That's Labrys. That's not Labrys' voice. It's as if someone's speaking through her mouth.
Is this the same communication system we use? Everyone, step away from Labrys!
Kirijo-san, seemingly used to dangerous situations, warns everyone. At that moment, Labrys' hand moves, stretching towards the battle axe on her back.
Huh?
And the next instant, lifting the axe without hesitation, she swings right at me. That was faster than I've ever seen. Even the shadow wasn't that fast. The ground is split for several meters and the fragments fly everywhere. What the hell? What's going on here?
Labrys! Hey, what's gotten into you?
I cannot gain access. She is being hacked. It isn't coming from inside this facility. The signal originates elsewhere.
You mean outside the TV?
This is just a little extra resistance. Now, entertain me.
I wonder, is GLaDOS like a generic filter? Like, because she sounds so much like GLaDOS? Like, could I sound like GLaDOS? Labrys' face is completely expressionless as she points her axe at me.
What's happened to you, Labrys? Damn it, why do we have to fight now after making it this far? Ugh!
Again? Did I fail her again? That horrible thought crept back into my mind. I frantically try to shake it out of my head as I lift my weapons. I try telling myself over and over, I don't have a choice, I have to do this. Damn it. I am GLaDOS, the true self. Alright, another fight against Labrys where she kicks my ass. Yosuke's had a lot of fights in his secondary arc.
Fight!
Alright! D-slash!
Missed the D-slash again!
Damn it! Too slow! D-slash!
God.
Blast off! Jiraiya! Just getting started! Just getting started! Persona! Crap! Just getting started! Come on!
I don't like that they all have the same voices for the voice lines repeatedly.
Oh no! Oh no!
D-slashing it. God damn it. I just got one more. I'll take that. It wasn't a pretty win, but it was a win nonetheless. We take the small victories here. Yeah, Yosuke has got unseen 20. He had more than both Mitsuru and you. Labrys had stopped moving and fallen to the floor. Now she begins standing up robotically with jerking motions. She begins speaking in that eerie voice again. Maybe speaking is the wrong word, but it's definitely in my head.
My, she was quite easily defeated. Evidently, I didn't push her far enough.
Here's Wheatley. Zioski.
Well, she is a test unit, so this is as far as my little game goes.
So whoever's voice this is the one controlling Labrys? From the way he was talking, I could tell he wasn't serious. He doesn't comprehend how cruel he's being by controlling Labrys like this.
Who are you?
Ah, yes. I have more than enough data now. I should thank you all. Although this didn't work out, you did stay in it to the very end.
Labrys' shadow was only the mastermind of the tournament. I see now. You're the true culprit behind the whole thing.
It hits me when Kirijo speaks. That's right, Labrys' shadow split from her after she entered the TV. She merely held the tournament. The shadow couldn't have pushed Labrys in here. Someone else, the culprit, has to exist, or this incident could never have happened.
Indeed, it was I who stole Labrys away. Since I don't have a persona and can't enter a TV, I needed a puppet that could run amok for me. Labrys' persona was only partially awakened, so I had a feeling her shadow would appear if she underwent a little suffering. You got the better of me this time. You deserve to know at least that much.
He admitted it, but his tone was mocking. The culprit is controlling Labrys somehow from a safe haven outside the TV? No way.
Using Labrys for your own selfish reasons? That's horrible. She has a heart. Do you even know how much pain Labrys went through?
A heart, hmm? Meaningless. Whether or not she has one matters not at all to my plan.
You bastard!
Well then, everyone, until we meet again.
The moment the voice stops, Labrys collapses to the ground like a puppet with cut strings. Wow, we're gonna use that phrase a lot, aren't we? Didn't realize we were playing Overlord. Aigis quickly catches her and holds her up. But it looks like she's unconscious.
Damn it!
I really hate myself for celebrating that the case was closed just a few moments ago. But I'm really pissed off at whoever was controlling Labrys. He knew about all of this, but he still manipulated Labrys' heart to do this to her. I'm so angry, I clench my fists so firmly that my nails are digging into my palms. Kirijo speaks from behind me.
It seems whoever our adversary is, they're connected to us. I advise you not to get involved in this matter any further. From here on, you should leave this to us.
Huh? Are you telling us to back off from this?
Like I can do that. Whoever's behind this knows what Labrys had to go through to get in her past. No, not just the past. He knew what would happen if she was pushed into the TV world. And on top of that, the instant he figured his plan had failed, he comes and controls her directly to make us fight each other. It's like we're his toys. I'm not letting him get away with that.
I understand how you feel, but this is too dangerous for you. We will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. Trust in us and let us work.
Come on, we've gotten involved this far. You think we're just gonna shut up and watch you handle everything? She's probably saying that for our sakes, but how can we live with ourselves if they do all the fighting for us? No way, I can't let that happen. I opened my mouth to really tell her off, but you spoke first.
Guys, let's leave this to them.
Huh? Are you serious?
Look at yourself, Yosuke. You can barely stand.
So he noticed. You was right. After all the fighting I've done today, I'm really beat. I'm sure everyone else is tired too after being stuck in this world for so long.
But...
Yosuke, let's go back.
You staring at me. Oh, I get it.
I thank you for your understanding. Don't worry, we'll keep you safe.
I'm sorry, Hanamura-san.
Aigis bows apologetically. We all look glum, but none of us object. After all, we know that they aren't doing this out of spite. But is this the last we'll see of Labrys? I peek at her face as she lays in Aigis' arms. Of course, since she's unconscious, I can't talk with her. We thank Kirijo and return to our world with heavy hearts. After returning from the TV, we gathered at the food court, but we didn't really talk much. We split up not long afterwards. After all, we were pretty damn tired. Heck, Chie and Rice put their heads on the table and fell asleep. I didn't feel like stopping anywhere, so I went straight home. And the last thing I could remember was being told dinner was almost ready. The instant I reached my room, I lost consciousness. And then... loud electronic beeping brought me back into wakefulness. I reached out for my alarm clock, but I realized that the beeping wasn't my alarm. It was my cell phone.
Who's calling me this early?
Damn it! I plugged it in, and now I can't reach it while I'm lying down. I rub my eyes tiredly and get up to grab the phone. The caller is a number I don't know.
Hello? Huh?
I was awake instantly. The speaker on the line was someone I never expected to hear from. I take a minute to fix my hair and make a mad dash to the place the caller told me to go. When I reach the designated location, there's something that looks completely out of place here in the countryside. Holy crap, that's long. It was so long I thought I was seeing things. This is definitely no place for a car this awesome.
Oh, there he is. What took you so long?
Looks like everyone else is already here. I ran so hard I almost barked, but I finally made it.
Labrys saw and the others were just about to leave.
I made it in time.
I'm glad I could see you before I left.
That's right, Labrys is the one that called. She wanted to say goodbye before she leaves Inaba. How can I refuse that? Still, I never thought one of them, Labrys especially, would call me. Wait a second.
What? Did I tell you my cell phone number?
Obtaining the cell phone numbers of ordinary citizens is child's play.
Wait, what?
Holy shit, really? Are you accessing that server thing you mentioned?
The Kirijo group is kinda scary.
I asked if I could come see everyone. I wanted to give everyone a real goodbye.
Labrys looks down bashfully as she speaks. Aigis and Kirijo are watching her from the limo with smiles on their faces. This is a relief. So Labrys can do things that she wants to. I'm glad she's in a group that lets her have freedom. She really does have a place to belong.
But what'll you do now? Are you going back to that lab?
No, I decided I'm gonna work with Mitsuru-san and them. I want to do my damnedest to catch whoever used me to bait a trap for you all.
There's no hesitation in her eyes as her strong will glares out. I see. She found what she wants to do.
Sounds like you're ahead of the game.
I'm reminded of the blank career choice paper still tucked away on my desk. That sense of haste without direction. The need to keep up appearances, I didn't want to handle that. But maybe it's time to face my future. Oh, I'll write down a big dream.
What do you mean?
Oh, just talking to myself. I'll let you know when everything's been decided.
Okay. Just make sure you tell me, okay?
Labrys answers to my smile with one of her own. Then she stretches out her hand. I take a closer look at them. They're quite delicate. I grab her hand and lift it above her head.
A handshake is so formal. I'll show you what the cool kids do.
I use my hand to open hers. Labrys looks confused, but she lets me move her hand around.
Huh? Like this?
Yep, that's it.
Here we go. The clap of our high five echoes through the clear May sky. Not to be outdone by me, Chie, Rice, and the rest give Labrys high fives too.
Everyone, thank you so much. Yosuke-kun, I won't forget about you. I'm friends with you now, so I'll stay strong.
Oh, but he wants to be more than friends. Labrys begins to tear up, and to hide it, she hurries into the limo. Soon after, the limo begins moving quietly down the road. Labrys waves to us from inside the car. Even after the car is pretty far gone, I can still see her waving from inside. She's still waving. Whoa, she's still waving. Everyone starts to laugh a little. Can she see us? I can barely make out the car from here. Well, she's got, like, super robot eyes, right? Aw, it's nice to see the crew. After parting with Labrys, we all ended up hanging out at the Jess food court. That's right. It's the welcome back party for you we'd completely forgotten about. We finally can get back to business. But still, it feels kind of weird having a welcome back party after saying goodbye to someone.
Come on, let's hurry up and do a toast. I only get a 30-minute break.
Huh? You working today?
I can't take much time off during Golden Week. Teddy, you were out without permission a couple days ago, so be ready to pay the price.
Well, maybe someone will make a mod to include Labrys and Golden. Oh, that would be really cool. Well, Kanji is an old man, remember?
No, but that wasn't my fault! You meanie jerk! Nurse lover!
Oh, speaking of which...
Shh, quiet, you!
How did the conversation go from working to wanking in 2 moves? Wig Nato always does. That's kind of the thing, right? I don't need them knowing this stuff. There's no time before anyone can ask you what he's talking about. I raise my cup and look at everyone.
Well, second time's the charm. Welcome back.
Welcome back, senpai.
Atlas won't do their own expansion, but it would be cool if someone uses I mean, there's already the layout of Yosogami High. If someone mods the things that, or like changes the appearance of the school a little bit, you could get this down. Reuse some assets. You could get the Labrys dungeon, get her to be a squad member. After we toast, we all chat carelessly with each other. This is the kind of atmosphere you can get with only the best of friends. But actually, that's not all today. After all, we can't let it end like that.
Ahem. May I have your attention, please? It's time to announce the reason we're all here today.
Isn't it to welcome back Yukon?
You and I trade glances at Yukiko's question. I can see in my partner's eyes that he wants me to do all the talking. You see, we've already talked this out. And now's the time to bring it up.
It's about yesterday's incident. You guys weren't satisfied with how things ended, right?
Of course not, but...
So, why not launch our own investigation?
Does that mean...
That's right. The investigation team is back in action.
Oh, now you're talking!
Wait a moment. I thought we were going to leave this to the Kirijo group.
Oh, Naoto. If someone's not there to give you the answers, you are left in the dust. It's alright.
Did I say we wouldn't get involved?
That's right. He only said to leave this to them.
Oh, you're right.
Actually, my partner here brought it up first, though I'm with him 100%.
Now that's our sensei!
Yukiko and Teddy jump right on board. On the other hand, the we're actually sensible team of Chie, Rice, and Naoto are sitting with their mouse wines open.
You're splitting hairs rather finely there.
It seems that she was definitely not expecting you to use weasel logic like this. But no matter how I think about it, I just can't let this go. After all, we've been through the villain. After all we've been through, the villain's still out there, waiting for another chance.
So you're not on board?
I egg her on, and though she looks hesitant at first, she smiles fearlessly.
Of course I am.
I like that smile. That's what a reliable detective should look like.
Thought so. All right then, let's find the real culprit.
Yeah!
Everyone's hands pile up at the middle of the table. Friends are really what you need. Whoa, is it already this late? I look at everyone smiling, and though I'm reluctant to go, I stand up.
Well, I gotta get back to work. Come on, Teddy, let's go.
Who's this Teddy you speak of? I don't know anyone with such a pretty name.
You've got some nerve trying that on me. Sounds like someone wants me to make his next shift a living hell.
Ah! No! But I'm still gonna skip work! I wanna have fun with Nana-chan!
Teddy clasps Yu's hand and promises to visit the Dojima household tonight. Please, just this one night, he says. That Teddy. Don't cause Dojima any trouble. Well, I know the feeling. I never feel like break time is long enough, either. But you know why I'm keeping my cool right now? I begged my dad to give Teddy me and tomorrow off. I just haven't told Teddy yet, that sucker. That's right, we can't let this end here. It's still Golden Week.
We're gonna party till we drop. This time, for sure.
But Nanako's always here, though. Yu is not. You could always just go hang out with Nanako, right? Oh look, our first full row is clear. We've had a little bit of seriousness. I think it's time to go back to Akihiko for a minute.
Why did it have to be now? Who the hell are you?
We've come to take you in. Would it clear things up if I mentioned the name Kirijo?
One Labrys looks at me and yells in rage, but the other recoils in horror.
No! I'll never go back there!
Crap, she ran off.
Damn it, get back here!
The other one dashes after the first one. I immediately try to pursue them, but
Hey, wait a second! Who are you?
the remaining girl in green warm-up jacket stops me. If I recall correctly, she was the female student introduced as a carnivore in that commercial.
I need to go after them. You're better off forgetting what you just saw.
Wait! You can't just...
She appears to be uninjured, and I can't lose time dealing with her. I ignore her and book it after Labrys. Why, is Yosuke's red too? Yeah, I'm not sure.
Hold it right there, Buster!
That voice. She caught up to me, though I'm running at a full sprint. She must be quite the exceptional athlete. But I can't drag her into this. This is my duty. Should I run even harder? That might cause me to redline my heart rate, and that would deaden my legs for any upcoming fights. Or should I just convince her to leave? Unfortunately, it seems that both of those options have been taken off the table now. I tap my fist where there's nothingness. Resistance, another invisible wall. Looks like this is the enemy's way of buying time. Sure enough, the female student catches up to me. She confronts me as she tries to regain her breath.
You're gonna tell me what's going on!
So she wants an explanation. There's no harm in telling her what's going on, since her and her friends are already caught up in this mess. But there's no need for them to learn the details about it. If they just return to the real world, they can get out of this mess while keeping relatively normal lives.
What good would that do you?
What?
I'm here on a certain mission. You could even call it a duty. My resolution is nothing like yours, based on curiosity.
A duty?
I hit the invisible wall.
That ridiculous Grand Prix is still going on.
What? Wait, you mean...
The girl hurriedly reaches around at the space behind her. As I expected, her hand hits an invisible wall as well. That wall didn't exist when I first passed through that area.
We're trapped. So, like, do we...
That's what you get for coming after me so recklessly. The rule that one opponent must be defeated is still in effect.
Akihiko doesn't have time for bullshit. She may be a girl and a student, but I don't intend to go easy on anyone as long as I have a mission to complete. I unleashed the aura that instantly silenced so-called tough guys all around the world. I was hoping she would quietly back down before I had to go this far. But even though my aura dampened the girl's resolve a bit, she didn't even take a step back.
Alright, I accept.
Huh. Why are you willing to go to such lengths to catch up to Labrys?
I don't know why. I just know that she was in pain. I don't know if my reasons are better or worse than yours, but I can't turn my back on her.
The foolish words of a child. But there's a fire in her eyes that makes up for her lack of reason. She's much better company than stupid people who insist on blabbering on. She's definitely piqued my interest a bit.
Alright. To answer your question, what you saw was the 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon Labrys. She was given a heart so she could use a persona.
Wait a minute, is this a ship?
A weapon? Then she really is a robot. But she's so cute. And she even sounds like a normal girl.
She has a perplexed look on her face. Even though she's already seen those mechanical arms and legs, it must be hard to believe that a robot could be that lifelike.
Oh, so that's what her lost memories were about. And since she has a heart, she has a shadow too.
She has a shadow? Do you mean the thing where there's 2 of her?
The girl does her best to explain the structure of the TV world to me. The world inside the TV apparently mirrors the feelings of those who enter it, and its appearance change accordingly. She tells me that this fake school was most likely created from Miss President's, Labrys' psyche. She also explains that the repressed inner thoughts within oneself separate inside the TV world to become a shadow, and that those shadows try to kill their originators and replace them.
I get it now. The mastermind behind all this isn't Labrys, but her shadow.
I think that's it anyway. But I wonder what's with this tournament. What could she have wished for to make this happen?
I have some suspicions about that. Labrys may have been forced to do some inhumane things while she was in development. Her original circumstances may be related to the setup of this Grand Prix.
The girl goes pale upon hearing my words. Such a tale would be unimaginable for those living ordinary lives.
Then, this tournament is a reenactment of what Labrys went through in her past?
Even Mitsuru doesn't know that for sure. If there's anyone who can claim to, it would be Labrys herself.
That's all I can tell you. If you still want to search for her, you'll have to defeat me to move on. What'll it be?
The girl swallows her tongue for a moment. Whatever happened to Yamano and Saki's shadows if they're meant to be replacing them? I agree. I thought that that's a really weird, the game seems to be retconning that a little bit of what the shadows are supposed to do. But it isn't because of fear or hesitation. I can tell from the look in her eyes she's made up her mind.
If Labrys wished to make us go through what she went through, that means she wanted to be understood. She wanted someone to save her.
That's just your guess, though.
But if it's possible I'm right, then I can't abandon her. That's why I won't go back until I've saved her. Her heart is worth fighting for.
Save, huh? But aren't the shadows what killed them? Her eyes tell me that she completely believes what she's saying.
What's your name? Mine's Akihiko Sanada.
I'm Chie Satonaka, a third year at Yasagami High.
I like the fire in your eyes. Then let's fight, and see whose passion comes out on top.
Admittedly, Akihiko's feels a little weird after this half. I'm not sure how he's supposed to rescue Labrys. He's definitely ill-equipped for that.
Finally! Fight! Capture!
Do it! Sona!
Here, persona break. Fuck.
Good try. Good try. Stop that.
Straight. Do it. This is it. Sona.
Such a what?
Akihiko is probably the person I've been best at in these playthroughs.
Looks like I win.
God damn it, this sucks. I lost.
And the first time we beat Chie, first try, has happened.
Oh well.
Chie is smiling brightly.
Hey, Chie. You don't get to go search for Labrys like you wanted and you're laughing?
Well, I figured either way you'd save her. Labrys, I mean.
I can't resist cracking a little smile at Chie's words. She seems naive, but it seems that she saw right through me. I guess she's sharper than she looks. One of my mission priorities was to limit collateral damage. To achieve that, I thought that destroying Labrys might be my only option. But now that plan has been scuttled. My current plan is to save Labrys and protect her. If I'm able to succeed at that, all danger to the surrounding area will be prevented. I'll commit myself to this plan from now on.
Can I ask you to give her a message? Please tell her I said I was sorry for saying such cruel things and doubting her. Let her know I really want to talk with her when this is all over. Anyway, just tell her I apologized.
Yeah, I'll let her know.
Chie's words are clumsy as ever, but what she lacks in speaking with ability and vocabulary, she makes up for with emotion.
I need to thank you, Chie.
Huh?
On my way here, I was told that my strength was fake. That I was just immersing myself in training to escape my fear of losing others. That I was just sticking my head in the sand. And that was true. The reason I'm so hard on myself is because I'm scared. That might be a weakness of mine. But watching you made me realize it's okay to be like that. No, I don't want to lose anyone again. Ever. But that's how I can become stronger. Sheer raw strength is pointless. Getting the ability to see your deepest wishes through is true strength.
That's a little abstract, but I guess it's a compliment, though I still feel a little embarrassed about it.
I can't help but smile as well. And after vowing to save Labrys, I leave Chie and attempt to make good on my promises.
Wait here for me. I'll bring Labrys back no matter what.
As As I run, the things that happened during my recent training and the things happening in this world start to remind me of each other. An old acquaintance flashes into my mind. Someone who took good care of me. Someone I haven't seen in a while. Kurosawa-san. Oh, never mind. That's not who I was thinking of. I'd heard that he'd been promoted to detective, but I hadn't been able to personally congratulate him for that yet. There's another place I need to go visit.
Once this is all over, I should go see him too.
Okay, there it is. After being forced to travel a circuitous path, I was eventually led back to the very room I was in a few minutes ago, the announcement room. I push the door ajar and find Labrys inside. Is she the real one or the shadow? When Labrys sees me, she seems genuinely frightened.
You again? You came all this way after me?
He just mentioned Shinji. It just happened. But none of them mentioned characters that, are already gone, by name anyway. Her reaction and the color of her eyes, they don't match any of the characteristics Chie told me shadows would possess. It seems this is truly the real one. Looks like she was still safe. Before she denies her shadow, I must take her into custody.
Come with me. I won't let you get hurt.
I take a step forward and hold out my hand, but Labrys backs away, terrified, and keeps her distance.
I'm never going back there. I never want to get put through that again. I'm gonna run away. Just you watch me.
And where will you go? Is that how you're gonna solve everything? You won't even listen, huh? Fine. I didn't think anything I said would be enough to earn your trust. So come at me with everything you've got. I'll accept you for who you are.
The shadow will try and replace its originator. If I lose Labrys, I won't be able to fulfill my duty. Is my strength enough to grant my wish? Something told me that the results of my training were about to get their first real test. It could have been Makoto, yeah. But I would assume Akihiko specifically would be talking about Shinji.
Final! Fight! Go! Caesar!
Damn. She hits so hard. I almost got perfect in there. Jesus. Who was it where Shadow or Labrys was not a hard fight? Was it you? Like, I crushed Labrys, I think when I was playing as you.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Go. Watch this. Go. Persona.
Quit running.
Do it. Go. Straight punch.
Why won't anyone understand?
She finally stopped moving, but Labrys' expression tells me that she's not all there right now. I wonder if I can get through her now. Just as I'm about to speak, I only sensed the wind for a moment. An undetected ambush from behind. A giant axe spun at such a high speed that it looked like a circular blade to the naked eye. No matter what part of that axe hits my head, it'll decapitate me for sure. Better not to let it hit me then.
Oh, that's a pretty dangerous looking electric fan you've got there.
The shadow glowers at me with an expression of pure hatred. The murderous intent she shows is like any of the petty thugs I've faced, howling with rage as they try to land a punch. I'm in her head now. Looks like the real showdown's finally arrived.
Damn.
Having squandered her chance at an ambush, the shadow angrily prepares her next move. Labrys also sees the shadow and lets out a shocked yelp.
Please stop! This ain't what I wanted!
Hey, calm down. This is your shadow. It's you, isn't it?
A shadow is formed from the repressed parts of yourself. That's what Chie told me. But even after hearing the truth, Labrys continues to shake her head and deny it.
What good will accepting it? If I accept it, then I'm just... That's right. There's no way he'd understand.
Yeah, Akihiko doesn't have that emotional touch. He's just like, it's your shadow, accept it. Well, it doesn't help.
The Kirijoku created you as a tool. Of course, that's the only way they can think of you.
My words will not reach Labrys while she's like this. The shadow's cruel words have a tight grip on her heart. It isn't easy to support someone whose weakness has filled them with doubts and taken over their heart. I decide to listen to what the shadow has to say. This way I can understand the weakness that Labrys is harboring.
Not that you're any better. You didn't hesitate at all to attack him. It just shows your true colors. You want the everyday boys and girls to experience what you had to go through, right? That's why we're in a school having a fighting tournament. You want to see close friends fight for their lives against each other. Because if they do that, then they might understand. You want to make them understand. That ain't true! But it was no use. They didn't understand and kept getting in your way. It's alright though. You don't have to worry about that anymore. I'll take care of everything from here. I'll destroy anyone who doesn't understand you and comes to get in your way. Just like you once did. Stop it! That's all a lie. You're not me.
Uh-oh. The shadow displays a satisfied smirk. She's waiting for the words of denial. It'd be easier to just stop Labrys from saying those words, but it would be meaningless for me to do so. I keep my gaze on Labrys as she speaks the words of denial with finality.
You can't be me! Yes, that's right! I'm not you! I'm myself!
She did the thing.
I'm finally free! I won't let you or anyone else get in my way!
I stand before the shadow, who's laughing insanely and surging with newfound power. Her power is actually quite impressive, but I know there's no need for me to fear it. This is where the real battle begins.
You really think I'm gonna make it that easy?
The shadow contorts her face. Those were the same words that the shadow threw at me before, after all.
What's that? You want to be destroyed that badly? Then I'll save her for later and crush you now!
I swore I'd protect Labrys. And I'm not gonna lose what I'm protecting ever again. Now, come get me!
Shut up, Kirijo dog!
Why are there a bunch of Orpheuses in the background? Because the TV world's what you want it to be when you enter it.
Finally!
That's not right. Yep. What is that random, like, guard? Ah! That was perfect. I keep butchering it. I almost get there. After silencing the shadow, I stand before Labrys, but she casts her eyes down sadly.
Hey, what's with that face? Stand up and look at me. I have a message for you, from Chie.
Huh?
She wanted to apologize for doubting you and hurting your feelings. She was really sorry about what she said. She wanted to tell you herself, too. She was so determined to save your heart that she threw everything she had at me.
Chie-san said that?
Also, Mitsuru, the girl in charge of the Kirijo group, learned what happened to you and was mortified to hear of it. Do you still think no one understands? That your pain is unique to you?
I never thought of things like that. I never imagined anyone understood me. But that's...
I'm a machine, though. I'm not human. Labrys mutters and casts her eyes down again.
I don't know anymore. What am I supposed to believe?
You're human, so you must have the answer. Labrys gazes up at me expectantly. It's true that I have something to believe in, but I don't just have something to believe in simply because I'm human. Plenty of people walk the earth with nothing to believe. I had to find it and grab hold of it myself. Indeed, I found it only after facing down my own weakness.
Look, I don't know much about how you suffered in the past, or how many times your heart was broken. But don't give up. Believe in yourself and keep standing up to the world. No matter how many times you fail, some things you have to grasp for yourself.
Labrys looks up. This time she finally looks me in the eye.
Myself?
That's right. If there's something you really want, fight for it. You'll never get it by running away. What's your strongest desire?
Yeah, you can kind of see the differences between the P4 crew. They're like, you can't do it alone, you need friends, friends are important. Akihiko's like, grab that shit by yourself. Fight everything. Never run away. Labrys falls silent. I don't prod her for an answer. You can't rush this. This is something one must find by facing down themselves, searching their heart for the answer, and making it take form on their own. I can't help her find her way. If she doesn't find it on her own, it will be meaningless. Labrys places her hand to her chest. She then closes her eyes and loses herself in deep thought. Eventually, she opens her eyes again and looks at me.
I want people to understand how I feel.
Then there's someone you need to tell that to. And that's yourself over there.
When I point over to the shadow that's fallen silent, Labrys inhales sharply. That still works, though. Akihiko does bring up some good points. Labrys' shadow is a part of herself that she just denied. But because she denied that part, she must also realize that there's a question she needs to answer. Why did I deny myself? I'm sure Labrys has found the answer already.
I get it. That's what you've been saying this whole time. In your own way.
I like the subtle nods when, in the P3 crew, they always focus on finding the answer. Why do you do it? What's the answer? But the P4 writing in their stories are always, face the truth. Look at reality.
Yeah. I understand now.
After making this momentous realization, Labrys stands up on her own will and faces her shadow. The awful part of herself that she denied.
So this is the other me.
It's not easy accepting yourself, but you managed to get past that. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Labrys' reply is slightly embarrassed, yet proud. It's the exact combination of emotions I was hoping to see.
We should get going. You have some things you want to tell Chie too, right?
As we leave the announcement room, Mitsuru contacts me. Once the shadow disappeared, all the interference it was creating went with it. The jamming, the invisible walls, all gone. I begin escorting Labrys back to the real world. I follow Mitsuru's directions and reach the specified location. A number of people have already gathered, and I notice Teddy, Kanji, Chie, and the others I had seen in the commercial as well.
Oh, phew! You're okay, Miss President. Or should I call you Labrys?
Chie-san.
In contrast to Chie's enthusiasm, Labrys looks towards me as if she's unsure how to feel about everything. Before I can nudge Labrys over towards Chie rushes over and takes Labrys' hand. She smiles brightly after confirming that Labrys was alright. Labrys cannot resist the infectious air of happiness and breaks into a smile of her own.
Hello, sorry, who are you?
I'm liking that look you've got going on. It's like you just single-handedly saved the world from an evil army.
Yosuke, don't be so rude!
Chie turned towards me and bows energetically.
Akihiko-san, thank you for saving Labrys.
No need to thank me. I just delivered the message you left me with.
Don't you have some people you want to introduce Labrys to? After being prompted, Chie dashes off, tugging Labrys by the hand towards her friends. The people waiting to greet them are everyday students, but none of them seem to be all concerned by the fact that Labrys is an android. In fact, it seems like they're welcoming her into their group with big smiles. Looks like they're a pretty open-minded bunch. As I'm watching them, I'm joined by some familiar faces.
Are you alright, Akihiko?
I raise my hand as a response to her. That's enough for Mitsuru to understand the situation and smile. Aiga stands next to me and gazes at the group of people gathered around Chie and Labrys.
It seems my sister has also forged a bond.
That takes you back, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Though I am a machine, I understand what it means for people's hearts to come together. I would definitely like for my sister to learn that as well.
The battle that took place 3 years ago marked a major turning point, not just in my life, but for Aigus and the others that fought alongside me as well. Labrys has just reached the same turning point. Watching this unfold for someone else feels nostalgic and heartwarming at the same time. Mitsuru, however, is standing unmoved. She furrows her brow and is sporting a look I know all too well. Yeesh, what's troubling her now of all times? Aigus has noticed the serious look on Mitsuru's face and speaks to her in a hushed tone.
Are you thinking of sealing my sister away again?
Don't tell me you're going ahead with that. I know you're in a delicate position, but I have serious issues with this.
No, you misunderstand. I realize full well the situation here. That's not what I was thinking about. What's bothering me is that the true culprit in this case never did show their face.
What? Didn't Labrys say she escaped here on her own?
That's what I thought most likely at the time, but that scenario doesn't match what we've learned since then. How did Labrys learn about this world? Why did she call in these other persona users?
You had some basic investigation done on Inaba, right? If she regained her consciousness a while ago, it's possible she infiltrated your network and found out about that stuff.
That's not my only doubt. Labrys' ability to cloud others' senses can only go as far as creating hallucinations. That's inconsistent with the ability to control people so thoroughly as to make them risk their lives in a hijacking. There's too much that doesn't add up.
That does seem suspicious.
Mitsuru is right. There are too many unexplained circumstances here. But why stand around worrying about it? All the answers we need are a few simple questions away. I call out to Labrys.
Labrys, how did you escape all the way here?
Huh? I was inside a chamber and...
Labrys tries to continue, but her body immediately goes completely rigid. That's not good. Labrys looks like she's standing completely devoid of thought, but I know better. Get back! I shout out a warning to everyone in the area. Labrys immediately reaches for the large axe on her back and brandishes it.
What a pain.
I have to protect Chie and the other civilians. Yeah, he cares about, Chie quite a bit. I immediately take a step forward to engage the still expressionless Labrys. This is a different situation from our earlier battle. Since Labrys can now use her persona, this is going to be a much more difficult fight. If we joined forces to attack her, it would be a simple matter. However, Labrys' body has already taken a lot of damage from the battles she's been in. There's no way of knowing if she can survive a combined assault from us. Doubt and hesitation swirl around my mind and cloud my thoughts. I must make a decision and follow it with no regrets. That's when Mitsuru's sharp voice pierces the air.
Akihiko, buy me some time.
Looks like she has some kind of plan up her sleeve. Then my course of action's been decided.
You got it!
I tightly ball my hand into a fist and extend it towards my opponent. And I reiterate my vow.
Labrys, I will protect you no matter what.
We didn't get to hear the GLaDOS voice. We're just going right into the fight, huh?
Finally! Fight!
What's this?
I'm not trying to use
I'm not giving a
Yeah, you pretty much only want to use Akihiko's persona at the end of one of his combos. It seems like.
Looks like I managed to keep her intact.
But it still seems to be under the control of somebody else. Do we still have to strike down the one controlling her? But where could they be controlling Labrys from? Just as I prepare to check the surrounding area for any outside presences, a voice echoes from somewhere.
You resorted to your fists in the end, after all. That's why people say your strength is fake.
There's a familiar voice that I can't quite place. Darkness manifests from out of nowhere and coalesces into the form of a person.
What is that?
It's another Akihiko-san?
Whoa! Is that Akihiko-san's shadow?
The darkness dissipates, and what was left standing there was me. Just like Labrys' shadow from before, he looks exactly like me. The only difference is in the eyes. While the others are stirring, he coldly declares,
You go on and on about resolve and whatnot. What have you been doing these past few years? Just training yourself to fight better, that's all. You haven't grown at all as a person. You're still running from your fear of losing people, just like before. So you are watching us. Looks like the mastermind of this thing has a lot of time to kill.
See, this one actually has the shadow sprite flipped. Chie's, they were both facing the same direction, and it kind of bugged me.
Huh? Mastermind?
He's taken aback by my taunt, but continues on.
What are you talking about? I came from the sea of your soul. Enough. You think you rattle me with that tired old theme?
The shadow, no, the mastermind, arrogantly tries to rile me up, but his taunts are powerless against me. I'm not taking the bait. No anger, not even surprise. There's nothing rising within me. My heart was completely placid.
So you won't admit it. Then, rise again, my puppet. Dance until you shatter.
The shadow orders the fallen Labrys to stand. So Akihiko, ill-phased by his shadow. As if a puppet on strings, Labrys responds to the shadow's command.
Looks like you've shown your stripes already. That power proves you're not my shadow. So what? You still have no choice but to suffer. Unless you destroy this thing, it will keep rising up and attacking you all. What will you do?
I glance over at Mitsuru. She gives me a slight nod and I laugh.
Sad to say, but this show is over.
What?
It means we won't fall for the same trick again. Yamagishi, now!
Just as Mitsuru's voice sounds, the ominous presence lurking within Labrys was repelled. Turns out the person who Mitsuru contacted before entering the TV world was Fuka. I see. Her persona abilities could disrupt the control on Labrys without her having to enter this world.
Are you all okay?
That's like OP as fuck. Labrys is like a machine, but her persona also overwrites the hacked body. I guess the shadow was controlling her body at the end there, but still.
Fuka-san?
Fuka Yamagishi. She's a friend of ours who helped us greatly in the battle 3 years ago. She has an analytical persona, and she herself is a whiz at digging up useful information. The Yasogami High students don't know anything about Fuka, and are looking around in surprise.
Is this like Rise-chan's persona? Wait, where is she?
Akihiko's actually explains Fuka a little bit. Mitsuru's just kind of assumes you know.
This feeling. What the? That voice. It's not coming from in here. Whoever it is out there.
Rice is like, oh, so that's what that feels like.
Seriously? She can use hers in the real world? That's amazing.
That's not your shadow, Akihiko-senpai. It's just a fake mimicking your appearance.
Very impressive to guess correctly from such a long distance away.
I thought Akihiko figured that out already. I guess Fuka wouldn't know that he figured that out already, though.
You must be the one behind all this. You stole Labrys and threw her into a TV. You were after persona users from the start. That's why you chose this school and tampered with Labrys' memories. And you just demonstrated how you controlled those hijackers.
Why did you go after these students? What are you up to? Personas and shadows are one and the same. If I poison your hearts, I can recruit shadows with unparalleled strength.
Wait, what? You mean turn our personas back to shadows?
The heart is frail. Its weaknesses are never fully vanquished. Given the opportunity, it can betray you and return to darkness.
The P4 cast maybe, but would the P3 cast lose their personas? They didn't have to accept themselves to get it.
Old wounds that you thought you had overcome opened once again. You almost let go of your hearts, your personas. This one's desire to make people suffer was perfectly suited for such a plan.
Plan?
You caused all this to gather strong shadows?
Why would you do such a thing?
All the loose ends are finally getting tied up. I glare at the enemy as he smugly reveals his grand scheme.
That's enough. I see now that there's no room for any more excuses.
I pull out my evoker. I can perform a summoning without this now, but I still couldn't just let it go. It serves as a constant reminder of those days fighting as a part of Seas. It's so I don't forget the joy, the sorrow, and the losses from those days. So that's why Akihiko still has his evoker. It's just a memorabilia for him. That's nice. I point the muzzle to my head just like I used to. The feeling of cold metal, the easy trigger pull.
You said before that I couldn't cast aside my fears.
Back then, I felt that I didn't care if I lived or died. I just wanted all the power I could manage. Whether my disregard for my own life was because I secretly wanted someone to punish me, or because I wanted someone stronger than I to forgive me and allow me to live. In either case, my resolution's no longer the same.
But I'll tell you something. People who have no fears end up dying early or throwing their lives away. My determination coexists with my fears. I know that death and loss are always close by.
I squeeze the trigger of my evoker. A nostalgic sensation. I was just a kid 3 years ago when I laid my life on the line. But now, though, I can't allow myself to die. In my heart, I know I can't lose this fight. I've accumulated all this power to protect others. I'm risking my life in order to stay alive, to keep my friends safe. That's my current determination.
You still say you're my shadow?
If a shadow is just another form of one's persona, then...
My determination would never leave my side.
Alright, Akihiko's second half is coming around again. I wasn't that interested, but here at the end it's getting good. His seems to relate to the themes of Persona 3 the most. In the end here.
Final.
Good lord. Actually dying in the middle of this fight.
Caesar! Right now! String punch!
Alright. Sorry, I just coughed up a whole bunch in the middle of that.
No wonder you managed to drive back a god once. I didn't think you'd resist this fiercely.
Almost a perfect, yeah, if I wasn't choking at the beginning of it, it might have been, because I got hit early in that fight. I thought that I'd done some serious damage to that thing, but it seems he has no intentions of giving up this ridiculous charade. He nonchalantly carries on while still wearing my face.
This is fine with me. Good enough for my purposes. I've confirmed you have enough power to meet my expectations.
How can they summon this shadow if they don't have a persona?
Good enough, my ass.
Who do you think you are? You're really pissing me off!
The mastermind contorts my face into an eerie smirk and chuckles.
I doubted there'd be any meaning in changing my appearance, but sure enough, it made for a very enjoyable game. I will see you in another guise next time. Just wait until then. Wait!
There's no way I'm letting you get away. I immediately closed the gap between myself and him, but with a final smirk, he disappeared. All that remains is his laughter.
The reading disappeared. It didn't move, it just vanished. What could this mean?
Back to square one again.
Bullshit! Don't you ever come back again!
Still, what was it planning on using our persona powers for?
It hasn't given up, right? We'll see it again.
Indeed, based on what it said, I have every reason to assume that it'll return. The enemy's objectives are still mostly unclear, and we don't even know who he is. We do have a lead, though. I look towards Mitsuru and Agus. Though I can't say this in front of the students, the fact that the mastermind knew about Labrys is a big clue. We're most likely dealing with someone related to Kirijo.
Don't worry about it. We'll handle things from here.
Wait, but it kinda said it was still after us.
Of course. You should be aware that the enemy is out there. Akihiko only means that there is no need to abandon your lives to pursue it.
Shadow Akihiko knows the true
We will do our
timeline.
best to ensure that no harm comes to you. That is, after all, our duty.
I'll just leave the rest of the explanations to Mitsuru. She's much better at saying the right things in these situations. In the meantime, I glare at the empty space where the enemy was.
The battle will go on, huh?
After all the members of the Shadow Operatives safely returned from inside the TV, we decided to spend a day in Inaba doing follow-up stuff and leave quietly the next day.
I'm glad things went well. Oh, but first, it's good to see you again. This is becoming a real reunion.
As Fuka looks behind her to the back seat, Mitsuru and Aga smile at each other. Even for those of us who fought that battle 3 years ago, journeying into a world inside a TV to retrieve a robot still sounds absurd. Still, we managed to accomplish our mission. We retrieved Labrys, and we kept the incident as contained as possible. However, our plan to leave quietly, like a covert ops unit should, was foiled by that group of students.
They were certainly a lively bunch to the very end.
Mitsuru seems to have thought the lapse in security wasn't enough to stain the overall success of the mission and smiles. I recall the smiling faces of those students as they came by to see us off. I didn't think they'd all show up. They turned the quiet departure we planned into a big scene. Labrys, whom Mitsuru opted not to reseal, is still gazing out the rear window and waving to them.
Do you regret parting with them?
A little. But it's only a matter of time. I promised Chie and the rest that I'd definitely come back.
I want to see that Intima group and say goodbye to them in person. Labrys was the one who insisted on a formal goodbye. Not only that, she decided herself to leave them for a while and join the Shadow Operatives. Even if it was unlikely that she'd go to school with them, there may have been some way for her to see her new friends more often instead of joining up with our secret group. But that wasn't what Labrys wanted. There are things I must do in order to pursue the mastermind that dragged all of us into this incident. If I stay with the Shadow Operatives, I can accomplish those things. Those were her words. She's formed bonds, but rather than depending on them, she'd rather push forward. This must be why she's able to overcome a past filled with more grief than any ordinary person's. Her resolve is amazing, and Labrys isn't the only one who gained a new determination in these lands either. In order to speak of my own resolve, I straightened myself and faced Mitsuru.
Mitsuru, may I talk to you?
What is it? It's unlike you to be so formal.
This won't be any time soon, but I'm thinking of leaving the Shadow Operatives eventually.
What?
Huh? What? Oh, this is a new scene. Oh, Agus is upset. Labrys is shocked. I don't know why she'd be that shocked. But Agus sad face. They put a little bit too much effort in Mitsuru's eyes in this scene, though. Fuka doesn't seem as hit as the other members, but even she's looking at me with confusion in her eyes. This was actually something I'd been thinking about from the beginning. These feelings have been smoldering inside me ever since I received my first mission. I finally found an avenue to direct those feelings. Mitsuru seems to realize that this is something I've given a lot of thought to, and responds in a businesslike manner.
May I ask why?
There's something I want to do now. I can't do it while I'm part of an unofficial group like this.
People who fear random acts of violence and crime, people down on their luck who have no one they can turn to, I want to be someone they can rely on. There's one great power that protected me in the past when I was faced with senseless act of violence that caused me great loss. It was an ordinary police officer. Right now, I'm forced to turn a blind eye to the plights of some people. As long as I have to carry out my obligations as a member of the Shadow Operatives, I won't be able to help them. I'm going to have to forego protecting some of the smaller things in order to deal with the larger mission. This case helped me realize that I don't want to give up those smaller things. I want to protect them.
I see. I think you would be well suited to it, Akihiko-san.
Becoming a police officer to protect one city would be great too. I'm not against working my way up through official channels to become a force for security. But greater power is required to protect a large area. And that power can't just come from my fists. There are greater, intangible powers in society as well. It wouldn't be a bad idea to work my way into the upper echelon as a government official either. Then again, I don't know if I'm cut out for all that bureaucratic stuff. Mitsuru had been quietly taking in all my musings and interpreted my train of thought with some surprising words.
Of all the things you were going to say, that's it?
What do you mean that's it? Even I know it's pretty ordinary, but...
Whether you man a police box or become a career officer, you should do it. And if you do, then I'll consider your circumstances. To an extent, whenever I need you.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
For a moment, I couldn't understand what Mitsuru meant.
Wait, are you planning on making me belong to 2 departments at once? You wouldn't use the Kirijo name for that, would you?
Bite your tongue, I won't do anything. But even if I don't, it'll happen on its own. You underestimate the organization's need for you. Leaving that aside, if you're going to wish to become something like that, then there's something you need to do first.
You're right. You need to train more and...
No, I meant going back to college.
Mitsuru sternly adds, you should follow Yamagishi's example. That reminds me, I took a leave of absence from college to go on my journey. I didn't have a problem with my classes while I was still attending. But what about now?
Do not worry, Akihiko-san. I will calculate the units and time necessary for graduating, and plan the most effective curriculum for you.
Aw.
I'll be counting on you, I guess. I've been thinking this for a while now, but Akihiko seems to need someone to manage him.
I'm honored.
Another trial for me to face.
Someone's in trouble.
Labrys interjects with a joke at my expense and starts laughing. Aigis, Mitsuru, and even Fuka warmly smile back at Labrys. For a robot, Labrys sure has great timing and a great smile. I give up and heave a deep sigh before leaning back into my seat. Labrys quickly formed new bonds in Inaba, and she will surely continue to form new bonds while she works within the Shadow Operatives. One's heart changes through encountering others. It's the same wherever whether your heart is covered with muscle and metal. Even if the culprit behind this incident were to appear again, he'd be no match for my new determination. The weather's great today. The day's cloudless sky is a perfect metaphor for my new resolve. Thinking about how fitting this situation is makes me laugh to myself. After all this traveling, I finally feel like I've taken a step forward. Nice. Yeah, Akihiko's is red too. Why is Yu's in yellow? We might do a couple more stories, not just one more. I think we might try to clear a couple of these. I think we're going to save Elizabeth for tomorrow. Let's do Teddy's. Teddy's had a lot of plot. Dialogue paths, maybe, for you? That's true.
I am a shadow. The true self.
Oh god, I'm gonna get my ass beat by Shadow Labrys as Teddy.
The power is rising from within! What the? What's going on?
Teddy was definitely who I was worst at.
Hey, did you enjoy the P1 Grand Prix? It went exactly how you wanted it, no?
You haven't picked all of his options? Really? Oh yeah, I guess I picked Yosuke, but another option was probably Kanji, right?
Wasn't it fun seeing them fight their friends? Don't be dumb. Why would I think that's fun? I never wished for anything this awful. Oh, yes you did. You wanted them to suffer the same pains that you once did. You wanted them to understand, right?
Whoa, the Shadow is overflowing with power. Every time the Shadow presses Miss President, she gets paler and paler. This isn't good. I need to back her up.
Miss President, don't lose heart!
Miss President looks like she's about to cry when she turns to me. But the Shadow just ignores me and keeps going.
How can you even ask them to understand you when you've been deceiving them all along? That'll never happen. You're not even human. You're a machine. Huh? What? What is this?
As soon as the Shadow snaps its fingers, Miss President starts to change. Am I taking crazy pills? But no matter how much I rub my eyes, she doesn't stop changing. Miss President is turning into a girl who looks exactly like the Shadow.
Miss President, are you a machine? Are you just like Ai-chan?
That reminds me, I call Miss President sister. Is this what she meant? Never mind me, Miss President's not human either. She was a machine? A beautiful mechanical girl?
No! I'm not! You wanted to live a normal life and go to school looking like that? There's no way! Pretty stupid for a machine, you know that? Admit it, you're a robot! It's about time you stop trying to fool yourself!
No matter how many times I see it, the way Shadows mercilessly bully everyone makes me mad. Miss President doesn't like it at all. She's sad, too. Oh no, we're in trouble if this keeps up.
Miss President, don't worry. It'll be all right.
What did Sensei say back when this happened to me? I want to somehow get Miss President feeling that happy and relieved. I can't find the right words, so I try to tap Miss President's shoulder to comfort her.
Miss President?
She slapped my hand away.
Easy for you to say. It's not like you understand anything about me.
It wasn't the shadow getting in the way. Miss President herself was resisting me?
No one does. No one can understand a machine like me.
No one can understand? Hearing Miss President say that blew away my shock at having her resist me. Does she really think that? Suddenly, something Now said hits me like a bolt of lightning. That's right. Out of everyone, you understand best how she must be feeling. Feeling encouraged by that, I look straight into Miss President's eyes. They're completely different than they were when she was happy or angry. She's so sad, lonely, and desperate to be understood. But no one does. I was just a shadow. I remember how it felt to confess that to Sensei.
That's not true!
My shout surprised even me. Whoops, I'm a little embarrassed. But now's not the time for that. I finally understand. It's time I repaid Sensei and the others for what they did for me. Because I am who I am, I can help Miss President. I'm her knight, after all.
Even I found people who understand me. I'm sure that someone will... Heck, I'll...
Teddy!
Is she finally willing to listen to me? Then I'll just reach out again and...
Stop getting in the way! Holy free holies!
I barely dodged the axe, but my fur is standing on end now. I completely forgot about the shadow. How did I forget something so important? If she's going to get in the way, then there's only one thing to do. I gotta shut up this giant bull to save Miss President. A bear against a bull. Nature's oldest rivalry.
Listen, Buster! A bear can take a bull in a fight anytime, anywhere! I think.
What? Probably not, dude. I'm really bad at Teddy. Alright, here we go though. We'll still give it a shot.
Finally!
Oh, I don't even remember. I just remember I was bad.
Passing through.
I do remember how to do that claw thing.
Bear passing through. 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 Teddy screw. Teddy screw.
That was the one combo I knew. It's the
Bear passing through. Bear passing through.
hit them away with the baseball bat, and then do the Teddy screw. That was the one fucking combo I knew as Teddy, and I spammed it to shit.
Miss President, you can come back here. It's all right.
It should be okay now. The bull is calmed down and the shadow is quietly standing by. All she needs to do now is accept herself, right? But Miss President hesitates. Not only won't she come near, she won't even look this way. Is she that upset? But Rice slowly takes Miss President's hand and urges her to come forward. Miss President takes a step forward, spurred on by Rice's kindness. But it's still no good. Her face is as troubled as ever. A cute girl like her should be smiling.
Seriously, you're such a handful, Miss President.
You're still calling me that?
Well, you haven't officially introduced yourself yet.
You know I'm not human, right? How come you're being so nice?
Hey, I'm not human either.
Huh?
Aw, I told her once already. How could she forget after I showed her my insides? Since Miss President still seems dazed, I explained what I mean.
I wanted people to like me. That's what I wished for, and this is the shape I took. When people like you, it feels good, knowing that you belong somewhere.
Her voice really is filled with pain. The voice actress really nailed it. I really think that's true. It was what I wished for without knowing back then.
Isn't that the same thing as wanting to be understood?
This is probably what Now meant. What Miss President's shadow said and what I wished for, they're pretty similar. There's not much difference between wanting to be liked and wanting to be understood.
When people like you.
Did you have anyone like that, Miss President?
Someone who liked me. Someone who loved me.
I fixed my gaze on Miss President, who's gone quiet. It's not an adult bear's way to hurry someone with something like this. After thinking and thinking, Miss President timidly opens her mouth.
It's kind of foggy. But I feel like there was someone like that. Someone who cared about us.
That's wonderful!
Yeah, it really is.
Miss President smiles and looks straight into my eyes. I think she'll be okay now. So I muster up my courage and ask her directly.
Miss President, do you mind if I ask your name?
Miss President looks taken aback for a second. But then she returns my look and answers.
I'm 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon. Labrys.
That was 5 times longer than what I was expecting. But I'm gonna get it right, first try.
Anti-shadow suppressive. Oh, I bit my tongue.
Sheesh, you just had to kill the mood, didn't you?
A painful jab at my cowardly heart. She didn't have to tell me that, I knew it all too well. That's why I'm not going to mess up anymore.
Labby-chan, I got it now.
I like that. Feels a little funny, but I like it.
When she hears my nickname for her, Labby makes the kindest face I've seen her on her so far. She's so pretty when she smiles, aw. She stands quietly like she's finally at peace. Then she looks her shadow in the eyes and smiles again.
Looks like Labby-chan is sticking. Not bad, huh? I still wish from the bottom of my heart that they all have happy lives. I do remember those words. Someone said that to me once, and I went and completely forgot about it.
I pray from the bottom of my heart that everyone can find happiness. What a lovely thing to say. I wish that from the bottom of my heart, too. Labby begins walking towards her shadow. After accepting her shadow, Labby turns towards us with a big, happy smile. Oh, it's so cute! While I appreciate her awesome smile, Labby cocks her head in a bit and speaks
I'm
up.
myself. There's only one Labrys, and I'm the best there is at being me. Right?
Good job, Labby-chan!
Thanks.
I gave her a thumbs up, but Labby just shrugs it off. Uh-oh, I know Labby's the queen of pointedly ignoring things, but this is no time for that.
No! You're supposed to copy me at times like this. Mise-chan, if you don't mind, a little demonstration, please.
Fine. Sorry about this. Just play along, okay? You put your finger like this, and... No, don't put the thumb down. Up, like this.
Like this? And then...
Labby follows Rice's example and then looks up. Oh, there we go.
Good going, me!
That's right. All together now.
Good job!
Hey, that was great! The way our voices came together was so nice that all 3 of us start laughing at once. Just when my cheeks are hurting from laughing too much, Labby takes a deep breath and speaks up.
I've never laughed so hard in my life!
That would have been a good moment for a subscribe.
Even if my shadow comes out again, I'm sure I'll be okay. Now that I've found people I can connect with, it's all thanks to you. To Teddy, my loyal knight.
It's truly an honor as your knight. That's what I wanted to say, but my mouth froze up and I couldn't get it out. That's weird, why'd that happen? Usually I have no problem saying whatever, but right now it's like... I don't know what to say. How do I explain?
Oh, Teddy, are you actually embarrassed?
I'm not embarrassed. Oh, I bit my tongue again!
Labby laughs and Rice does too. That weird feeling has gone away now, and I smile really big too. This is how things are supposed to be. Anyway, the shadow's been dealt with and the case is solved. Those invisible walls are gone too, so we contacted everyone who was forced to fight and decided to meet up. Boy, was I surprised when Rice told me that Sensei is already here. Knowing that he already got back from the city while I was inside the TV makes me a lonely bear. I wanted to be there when he arrived. Oh, but wait, now's not the time to be sad. I'll give him a big warm welcome back as soon as I see him. Huh? Speaking of surprises, I feel like I'm forgetting something.
That reminds me. I wonder if I-chan and the others are okay. I left them behind after all. They'll realize they can get out now, right?
Those guys from the Kirijo group.
They'll be fine. Our senpai wouldn't leave them to rot. I'm sure if they run into the Kirijo group people, they'll bring them back here.
That's true. There's no reason to fight anymore, and I'm sure Sensei won't even blink when he sees those three strangers. He might even tell them to follow him. Maybe I and that pretty lady will say something like, "You're amazing, let me pet you," once they hear about my amazing job as a knight. I step around for the way back to Juness, and lo and behold, I find that studio lobby on the rooftop. I'm going to tell Labby and every little detail about my friends until they show up. Like how charming Sensei is, how embarrassing Yosuke is, Yuki's elegance, Chie's cuteness, Kanji's feminine manliness, and all that stuff. Labby listens to everything so excitedly that I don't mind talking until I run out of breath. Once I finish talking about everyone, Labby looks a little confused. Oh, whoops. Did I exaggerate some things so much she's a little put off? As if to follow up, Rice lightly taps Labby's shoulder.
Don't worry. They're good people.
Yeah, some of them look kinda iffy, like Kanji, obviously. But he's a great kid at heart.
Mm-hmm. Though Kanji's just not too bright, so...
What the fuck? Why are they shitting on my boy? While we're talking, I hear footsteps. They're here! Less talk, more schmoozing. I'm sure Labby will see how great everyone is once she meets them face to face. The first one to show up is Yosuke. We haven't been separated for too long, but I feel like I haven't seen him in ages. Overwhelmed by emotion, I dive at Yosuke.
Whoa, it's Teddy! Damn it, you got us so worried.
Yosuke, you've grown so much since I last saw you.
The hell I have?
You two never change.
Sensei! I missed you so much!
That voice. That magnetic personality. It can't be anyone but Sensei. His 2-month absence triggers a 10-megaton bomb of nostalgia in me. I'm coming for you, Sensei. I tackle him in a big bear hug, and he hugs me right back. That big heart is what makes Sensei who he is.
Yikes! Yukin's getting covered in Teddy's tears and snot. Ugh, looks like someone's gonna have to make up for this.
What are you looking at me for?
I'm glad to see that Rise-chan's okay too.
It seems we've reunited at last. Wait, I don't see Kanji-kun here.
I'm sure he'll show up eventually. Let's start this off without him for now.
What the fuck? Why is Rice being so rude? Rice turns around towards Labby. Oh yeah, I was going to introduce her, but I was so happy to be reunited with everyone that I forgot.
Anyway, this is our... Oh, wait! I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Rise Kujikawa. Nice to meet you, Labrys.
Labby still seems worried despite what Rice says. She can't even answer her. While I wonder if I should do something, or if she needs to do this on her own, Sensei puts his hand on my fur.
Teddy, why don't you make the introductions? You're the one who rescued her, right?
That's right! I was Labby-chan's knight, Sensei!
Yeah, Rise told me. Nice job.
What's this? Did Rice use her persona to tell everyone what happened with Labby? She told me that once I found the exit, she'd let everyone know, but how thoughtful of her to take the extra step. So there's nothing to worry about. Sensei's praise is all the encouragement I need. I'm so confident that I decide to go and push Labby towards everyone else.
Hey! What are you doing?
Just trust me. Come on, introduce yourself.
Labby seems scared, but she does it.
Nice to meet you. My name's Labrys. I'm really sorry putting you through so much trouble today.
When she says that, oddly everyone goes quiet. I'm getting as nervous as Labby, what's going on? But then someone breaks the ice.
Whoa! Check out the Kansai accent!
Huh?
That's the first thing that comes to your mind? Not, whoa, a robot persona user, or awesome, I bet she can do a rocket punch, or... Oh, wait, I shouldn't be saying that stuff to her face, should I?
What's this? Oh, did you just shoot yourself in the foot?
We heard what happened. You met your shadow, right? You must be exhausted.
It does put rather a strain on oneself, yes. Perhaps it was different for you, but still, best to be cautious.
Why would it be different for her? Are you judging her? Because she's a robot, Naoto? Everyone's tension drains after Chie and Yosuke exchange, and they all start talking at once. Labby is still hesitant, but she slowly begins to smile more. One by one, everyone goes up to Labby and introduces themselves and talks with her. Alright, I've seen enough, I can already tell. Everyone's friends with Labby now.
This has been the best day! I got to see Sensei, I met Labby-chan, and then we had a big ol' reunion!
Just as things are getting all cozy, I hear the sound of high heels echoing. If that's finally Kanji, his footsteps shouldn't sound like that. I'd be scared if they did. So that means...
You're the Kirijo groups.
The scary yet beautiful lady and I-chan! You're both safe! Oh, and the half-naked man, too.
It's Akihiko.
Labby cringes in fear as the three of them arrive. After meeting I'm not too worried, but the half-naked man and the pretty lady are still scary. I don't blame her for being nervous. Alright, I'll pitch in as her knight.
Hold on there! If you want to talk to Labby-chan, you'll have to go through me first!
It's okay, Teddy.
I feel a gentle hand on my back. When I turn around, Labby looks a little pained but determined.
I remember who I am now. So there's some things I gotta talk over with him. I'll be honest, I'm a little scared. But this is my problem.
Are you sure?
I can't wimp out in front of my friends. Don't worry about it.
Well, if she says so, I'm worried because this still seems hard on her, but I can see in her face she's thought this through. I believe in Labby. Even if things don't work out in the end, there's no need to worry. I'm right behind her. I don't know if she's picking up on that or not, but Labby smiles at me. Then she takes a step forward. She's going over to I.
Sister.
Labby was about to say something, but in the end she decides not to. Instead, she faces the pretty lady.
You're Labrys, correct?
Yes. I'm the 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon. Labrys.
It's strange, but that lady doesn't seem so scary now. She's actually something calm, talking with she and Labby. Or talking about she and Labby. She made everything so easy to understand, so I tell her what I know, and everyone else joins in how Labby feels, even Sensei. And after the lady hears it all, she bows low to apologize.
I'm sorry for everything.
Huh?
You were designed to have a heart, and yet unforgivable sins were perpetrated against you.
How come you're apologizing?
The past sins of the deceased are not my responsibility, but I do bear responsibility for the future built on that foundation. Hence, I am obliged to atone for the sins committed against you.
I wasn't thinking about atonement or anything. I mean, you're gonna take me back there anyways, right?
Labrys, you seem to be misunderstanding me. I don't intend to seal you away again.
Huh?
I want you to perform the duties you were made for, along with Aigis here, who could be considered your younger sister. It needn't be right away, of course. All we need now is a mutual understanding. Let's get to know each other, Labrys, and maybe one day you'll lend us your strength.
Just listening to her makes me sure that this lady wants what's best for Labby. Labby's at a loss for words, but she knows that too, right? Before I can say anything, I takes her hand. It's the same mechanical hand as Labby's. It's true. Labby does have someone who's just like her.
Sister.
I guess.
There are so many things I want to ask you about, but I'll just say this for now. I'm glad to meet you.
Labby gently squeezes Ai's hand. The sisters have come to an understanding.
Labby-chan, I'm happy for you.
Yes, now it's time to share that happiness with me. Just as I'm about to rush over to her, Labby's body shakes strangely.
Labby-chan?
I like that some characters that are a little bit more mature respond as like convulses. But Teddy's like, she shakes weird. What in the world's going on? Is she sick from all the excitement? I try to see if I can tell when.
It's not over yet.
There it is, there's GLaDOS. Whoa, who said that? It was Labby's voice, but it didn't sound like her at all.
Is this the same communication system we use?
What are you standing around for? Everyone, get away from Labrys!
Labby violently swings her right arm at the lady. The lady quickly dodges, but Labby left a dent in the ground just with her bare hands. Oh my, you're so strong, Labby.
I cannot gain access. She is being hacked. It isn't coming from inside this facility. The signal originates elsewhere.
You mean outside the TV?
We're gonna wonder how someone's hacking her through the TV. I thought electronics didn't work in the TV world. Whatever. What? What's that supposed to mean? Can someone explain this to me? What's happening to Labby?
We have to help them. I'll back you guys up, but you need to hurry.
Leave it to us.
Everyone darts off, leaving me completely flustered. Wait a second, we're going to fight against Labby? Everyone looks so tired from all the fighting before. If they have to fight again now...
This is just a little extra resistance. Now, entertain me.
A persona comes out of Labby. It's the one she just got by accepting her shadow. When I saw that, my doubts about whether or not to fight her went away. This isn't right. She didn't get her persona just to fight us. Labby shouldn't have to fight her friends anymore.
Labby-chan, I'll save you quick as lightning! No matter what happens, I'll always be your knight!
That's why I have to stop her. I mean, I'm Labby-chan's knight. I've got to protect her heart, too. Yeah, sure, we can go with that, Apocalypse. It's the Plume of Dusk. That's like our catch-all for this story, anyway.
Finally! Fight!
Oh, she dodged my thingy. I don't think it was intentional.
Bear passing. Bear passing through. Bear passing through. Bear passing through. Bear passing through. Bear passing through.
Tanks were bouncing back and forth, though. Bear passing through! Did I manage to stop Labby? I carefully look into Labby's face as once she stops moving. Suddenly, she starts talking blankly.
My, she was quite easily defeated. Evidently, I didn't push her far enough. Well, she is a test unit, so this is as far as my little game goes.
It's the same voice as before, and it's totally a man's voice. What in the world is that? He's been going on and on about personas, this and that, for some test thing, but it's all a gag to him.
You hurt Labby-chan over something like that?
I'm absolutely furious that he used Labby. After taking a brief look at me, the voice keeps talking.
I should thank you all. Although this didn't work out, you did stay in until the very end.
He wasn't listening to what I said. Can't he see how angry I am?
Labrys' shadow was only the mastermind of the tournament. I see now. You're the true culprit behind the whole thing.
Indeed, it was I who stole Labrys away. Since I don't have a persona and can't enter a TV, I needed a puppet that could run amok for me. Labrys' persona was only partially awakened, so I had a feeling her shadow would appear if she underwent a little suffering. You got the better of me this time. You deserve to know at least that much.
This time? Are you still planning something?
Well then, everyone, until we meet again.
If I never meet you again, it'll be too soon!
Got him.
Who are you? At least have the common courtesy to introduce yourself!
I was waiting for him to at least say his name. Why is he prolonging the suspense like that? But then I hear this weird sound like something turning off, and Labby collapses like a puppet whose strings were cut. Why does everyone describe it that way? Teddy wouldn't. Does that mean he's gone? How rude can he get? He didn't even answer one of my questions. He didn't listen to anything I said. He's the worst. I'm still frustrated, but I'm worried about Labby. I did my best to try and stop her. I didn't go too far, did I?
Is Labby-chan okay?
I nods. When Labby hears my voice, she opens her eyes. Oh good, she's not making that weird face anymore.
What a relief!
Everyone's trying to figure out who that was, but I'm fine now that I know Labby's okay. While I help with Labby, Sensei and the others talk to the lady.
You should leave the rest of this affair to us. We'll do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. That is our duty.
What a cool, beautiful voice. This must be what they mean by a voice you just can't argue with.
Yosuke, let's go back.
I thank you for your understanding. Don't worry, we'll keep you safe.
He sounded like he was doing what the lady wanted. But Sensei and Yosuke were looking at each other funny. Oh my god, even... So never mind. You and Yosuke were really unsubtle about that. Even Teddy picked up on it. What was that about? Are they scheming something even though Sensei said he wasn't? What's more important right now that Labby gets better? It's time we got out of the TV. And then the party can start. Yosuke stretches his limbs and grunts.
I'm pushed.
Well, at least everyone's okay.
Aren't we forgetting something?
I don't think so. If I could conjure something up, I bet everyone would congratulate me. Did I just give myself a hint with that?
Kanji-kun still hasn't arrived.
Oh, good job now. No wonder you're an ace detective. Kanji hasn't been with us since this all started. I thought he was just running late and he'd catch up later, but stuff happened with Labby and, well, he completely slipped our minds.
Yeah, he is pretty late.
After what just happened, something could still be up.
Oh crud, that's right. After what just happened, what if Kanji's in trouble? But wait a second. My adorable ears are picking something up. Is that?
Huh? I think I hear something.
You're right. So do I.
What's it saying? I can't make it out.
Where is it?
Everyone looks at each other in confusion over the noise that's coming closer. Those thunderous footsteps that yell.
Oh man, I'm starting to get a bad feeling about this.
You're far from the only one.
You're kidding me.
Is this Kanji?
Does everyone else think so too? I turn around with a bad feeling about this, and sure enough, Kanji's running up like a madman. Looks like he was completely late to the party. Oh well, since I, the knight-errant Teddy, played a huge role in this time, I'll speak for everyone. But when I step forward, Kanji glares at me and points his finger. What the?
Is this the final battleground? In the Grand Prix to decide the strongest man?
Kanji, why are you bringing that up?
I see.
Hey, what are you looking at me for? Wait, I guess too? What's so funny?
Oh no, he just reminded me a bit of you.
See? Even the ladies are laughing at you, Kanji. Well, the other ladies were laughing at Akihiko, to be fair. It's embarrassing being your friend. What?
Kanji, you were still at it?
Ugh, I already told you it's over!
Shut up! No one gets to decide when my dream's over but me!
Dream? Do you mean to tell me you think this is all a dream?
I kind of remember Rice bringing something like that up when I talked with her. Yosuke seems a bit embarrassed. Oh, I get it. Yosuke must have gotten beat up by the confused kanji. Or Con, as I'll call him.
Well, I suppose that it does all seem quite unrealistic.
Still, isn't this kind of long for a dream?
Honestly, kanji can be a handful.
What are we gonna do? Should we stop in?
Wait a second.
I just remembered something really, seriously, very important.
That's right, it's extremely important. I haven't got my victory kiss from Labby. Now that I remember that, I've got to give the last fight everything I got and win Labby's praise.
Kanji, I'm your last opponent!
Huh? You want to fight me, Ted?
I've got one more job to do. I can't let this end without at least getting a victory kiss.
What? A kiss? What kind of motive is that?
I quickly step before Kanji as he's cracking his knuckles. Oh, how awesome! The Grand Prix to decide the most masculine of all men. Now this is more like it.
Alas, he never learns.
So Kanji's joke end is the real end for Teddy?
Well, if it calms Kanji down, I'm fine with it.
A heated battle between the daringest of men. The ultimate showdown to decide who's most macho of all. Now this is a festival! Get ready to try a little teddiness!
I throw Labby a sidelong glance. He doesn't look hurt or anything. It's okay if we tussle, right? Labby seems to understand. After looking at I, she gives me a thumbs up.
If you're gonna do this, you better not lose. Best of luck, Mr. Knight.
All right! Labby-chan's cheering has boosted my courage to 120%!
Bring it on, Ted. You're gonna find out that the legendary Kanji Tatsumi's the strongest man there is! Especially since you're in my dream anyway.
Oh man, he's way too into this.
I agree.
Still, there comes a time when a man's gotta take a stand. Go for it, guys! Fight it out to your heart's content!
Yukiko's usually all on board of being way too into stuff. How come Chie's the one coming to Kanji's aid here? Yes, Chie's right. Now's the time for me to take a stand.
Come and get me!
Kanji's so tall. His fight style in this game is very similar to Teddy's, except better, I think.
Bear passing! Bear passing! You ain't bad! Bear passing! Teddy screw! Bear passing!
Damn it! You ain't bad!
Bear passing!
Bring it, Ted!
Bear passing! Portal! Persona!
Ah!
That's nothing!
Bear passing!
That would have been a good combo if I had him with Persona after.
There! Take that! That's
Bear
nothing!
passing!
Damn it! That's nothing!
Bear passing! Teddy screw!
That's nothing! Nikazuchi out of his face! Damn it! That's
Bear
nothing!
passing through!
Seriously?
Bear passing through?
Teddy wins!
Amazing, I, Teddy, have dominated the Grand Prix. I'm truly the champion. Now that I've had my victory dance, shall we move on to our triumphant march back home?
Satisfied now, Kanji?
Huh? This isn't a dream?
We've been telling you that from the start!
Sorry.
Stupid Kanji! You really are dense, you know that?
Man, this was all real? Sorry, dudes.
Oh my, Rice is showing Kanji no mercy. The world's a harsh place for losers, huh? Good thing I won.
They're very energetic.
Ridiculous is more the word I'd use.
I don't know. Seeing them like this brings back some memories.
Come on, Labby-chan! Give me a kiss! I demand it!
As I bounce around Labby, she looks perplexed. Aw, she's still holding out at me? Labby's such a tease.
What gives, anyway? You fought one of your friends without even being forced to. How can you laugh about it like that now?
I infer that for them, this is one way of communicating with each other. The common phrase is that they are letting their fists do the talking.
Their fists are talking?
I have heard that doing so allows people to form even stronger bonds.
This wasn't exactly anything so noble.
Bonds. Huh. I like that.
Labby smiles shyly and gently pats my head. Oh, those petting skills. She knows how to rub me the right way. It's not a kiss, but I'll take it. After we got out of the TV, we were so tired that we went our separate ways and fell asleep at home. The next day, we got together to see Labby-chan off, plus the others who were going back to the city. Labby looks lonely in that cool long car. Yosuke called it a sweet limo. Or maybe I'm the lonely one.
Labby-chan, you decided to go with Mit-chan, right?
Mit-chan?
Mit-chan? Who are you talking? Oh.
Huh? Wait, is he referring to me? Mit-chan indeed. And just what are you laughing at, Akihiko?
The idea of anyone calling you...
You're laughing too hard, Aki!
What?
It's very rare to see anything make Mitsuru-san laugh like this.
What's her deal? I'm trying to have a heartfelt farewell and these guys keep undercutting me. Even Labby is laughing. Well, I'll forgive them for a cute girl's sake. Besides, laughing like this is more our thing than staying down in the dumps.
The thought of staying here did cross my mind. But I've made my choice.
Mitsuru did say Teddy's kind of adorable, so... I liked their little interaction, though.
I'm gonna find whoever it was that set you all up, and catch him myself.
The way Labby said that so confidently was awesome. She's gleaming so much I can barely look at her. But if I don't look, it'll be wasted, so I'll just have to go blind. I've heard that looking at cute girls can do that to you.
Uh-huh! Yeah, you'll be okay. You've got Ai-chan, Mit-chan, and Aki with you. I'm sure you can pull it off.
Yeah. I'm not alone. Right?
Exactly. If anything comes up, I'll be at your side right away.
I'll try my hardest to make a place where I belong. Just like you, my senpai. Will you root for me? Even when I'm far away?
I'm her senpai? That has a nice ring to it. I can't help but smile real wide, but I gotta keep my dignity. I am her senpai after all. I make the sternest face I can pull out, and puff out my chest.
Follow your senpai Teddy's example as much as you want.
Just make sure not to follow his example of getting carried away so easily.
Dude, Labrys is way better than you at all kinds of things. You ask me, it's you who should be following her example.
What?
What horrible things to say. As a senpai, I demand an apology and reparations. I'm hopping mad, but Yosuke brushes it off with a quick shut it, and Chie is asking, are you sure you want this guy as a senpai? Oh well. I can let such petty jibes pass. Since I am a senpai and all.
Seriously, the only good thing about my friends is that they're never dull. Make sure you train hard so you can keep up with them, okay?
Yeah, I'll do that.
I ignore everyone else talking about what training hard really means, as Labby and I look at each other in the eye and smile. A true exchange of feelings. It's like me and my sensei. But for a moment, Labby's face goes serious, worried even. I cock my head to ask what's wrong, and Labby hesitantly answers.
Can I come back here again?
Why would you have to ask that?
Huh?
Heck, if you don't come back, I'll come after you and drag you here.
Seriously, what a thing to ask. We're friends, and senpai and student on top of that. She doesn't need my permission to come back here.
Gotcha. But make sure you let me know in advance so you don't cause a scene by showing up all of a sudden, okay?
Labby smiles. Huh? Why is she crying? I can't bear to see such a cute girl cry. But Labby laughs through her tears and gently takes my hand. Her mechanical hand presses into my soft fur.
Thanks, Teddy.
Thanks to you too, Labby-chan.
Well, see ya!
Labby waves from the window of the sweet limo and goes farther and farther away. I do my best to wave back, and I keep waving until I can't see her anymore. Eventually, she disappears.
She's gone.
Yosuke pets my head when he hears me muttering sadly. No, if he acts nice to me now, I'll cry even more.
I'm sure you'll see her again.
Yeah, she said she'd come back.
Hey, Labby. I couldn't say it before, but you don't need to worry about anything. Maybe you don't realize it, but you're so charming that you'll be fine wherever you go. Everyone will want to be your friend. Just look at everyone here. They all couldn't help but like you. Heck, I like you so much, I wish you'd come back right now. After we said goodbye to Labby, we all gathered as usual at the food court. It was to make up Sensei's welcome back party that got interrupted by the case. I was kind of down though, because I had hoped Labby could join us.
You really stepped up to the plate this time, Teddy. Good job.
Well, if Sensei's gonna say that. Since I am a superhero, I start talking about my heroic escapades as the knight-errant Teddy. Everyone will want to hear.
Ah, enough about that already!
What? Oh, Kanji's got his head on the desk. You looks like the only one remotely interested in Teddy's story. Aw man, he really does try hard to be everyone's friend. Rice is annoyed. Yukiko's just drinking, not even paying attention to him. Aw man.
Oh, come on. I know you want to hear more. You should be more honest about your feelings, Yosuke.
Believe me, I don't hold back when it comes to the stuff you do.
Jeez, Yosuke's such a sullen boy. I elbow Yosuke in the ribs while Chie looks up from being moved to tears by my heroic tale.
Oh, are you done talking about your hero thing?
Can you get the text box out of the way? Yeah. Kanji's drooling. Naoto's pretty embarrassed. If I move a little bit, you can see Yukiko just drinking. Rice's pout face is really cute. Huh?
I'm sorry, Teddy. What was the last thing you said?
What? Was no one at all listening? Hey, now that I look, even Kanji's fast asleep.
You're all so cruel!
Come now. We all know that you did your best already.
Really? Then can I go on with my story?
Let's save the rest for another occasion.
Sheesh, that's enough out of Teddy. Come on, Yosuke-senpai. Now's your chance.
Right. Everyone, may I have your attention, please?
When Yosuke claps his hands, he gets everyone's attention. Even Kanji wakes up from his nap. I'm impressed and a little jealous.
We are gathered here today at this food court to celebrate our reunion, obviously. But that's not all.
Is this about that mysterious voice?
But I thought we were going to let those Kirijo group people handle it.
I said that we should trust Mitsuru-san, but I didn't tell her we wouldn't get involved.
Now that's our leader. That's what I'm talking about.
So what's the plan?
Are you still half asleep? It should be obvious what we're going to do.
Obvious what we're gonna do? Does that mean what I think it does? I look at Sensei with excitement. He keeps his usual cool expression before speaking up.
The investigation team is back in action.
Ooh! I wondered if that was it, but now that he's said it, my excitement's through the roof. I'm like a Teddy rocket. I'll go all the way to space. He means we're going to be working on the same thing that Labby and her new friends are, right? I'm so pumped up to do this that I feel like I'm turning into a hot air balloon. Considering how important I was to solving this case, I bet that'll continue into the next one. There's only one thing to say.
This looks like another job for Teddy!
What? Where did that come from?
The moment I say it, everyone promptly makes a jab at my comment. Now this is what a bond between friends is supposed to be. I can't wait for Labby to join in on the ribbing too. Oh, and Mitchan and I-chan too, of course. If Aki changes his half-naked ways, I might even let him join too. So, Teddy likes this, getting made fun of all the time. I see, that's the kind of guy he is, huh? The best Golden Week ever is just getting started. End. Alright. So who did we get today? We got you, Yosuke, Labrys, Mitsuru, Akihiko, and Teddy out of the way. I think that means for tomorrow, we can do Aigus, Kanji, Naoto, Yukiko, Chie, and Elizabeth. I think Elizabeth's will be fun to do. I'm very excited for that one. But I think that will mark a good wrapping up point for today's stream. Good 7 hours, not too bad. But we'll have a lot to do for tomorrow, and then maybe on Saturday we can get started with Ultimax's story on Saturday. Like, 'cause today's Thursday, isn't it? Well, technically it's Friday now, because I've been streaming for so long, but Saturday I think we might be able to get started on Ultimax's story. So for now, that ends the stream for today. Of course, if you enjoy this playthrough so far and you're new to the channel, feel free to subscribe and hit that bell button so you don't miss out on the streams. Of course, as some people mentioned at the beginning of today's stream, you might remember, sometimes YouTube has difficulties giving some announcements and heads up for my streams. So of course, what you'll want to do in that case, not only do you want to subscribe and hit the bell button, but just in case, also join the Discord channel. The link is in the description below. That way I can notify you when I go streaming as well. Even if YouTube messes up, you'll still get that notification. And of course, when you're a part of the Pancake Pals, you can also chat about whatever the hell you feel like as well. So feel free to join that. Have some fun talking with all of us. And also drop a like on the video if you haven't already. I appreciate it. Helps boost this in the YouTube algorithm. Makes more people watch it. Gets recommended a little bit more. I really appreciate the help on that. I don't know why I stuttered through that outro. It's not like I haven't done that 1,000 times before. But I did, probably because I've been talking nonstop for 7 hours. There were a lot of feels in today's stream. With Labrys' story, man, that hit. That hit pretty hard. But that'll be it for today. And I'll see you tomorrow.